Is the Statue of Liberty a man or a woman? Many of you may say a man, but the real answer is more complex. Let's try another one. Here's an image of Lord Krishna. Is it a man or a woman? Is it a boy or a girl? What if I told you, in the case of the Statue of Liberty and Lord Krishna, these are androgynous deities? And in order to understand why, we got to get our minds out of the gutter. We can't approach this from a root chakra level. We must see this through the mature spiritual lenses of the ancients. In order to understand why this is so confusing to us modern humans today, we must start with the oldest universal spiritual symbol, and that is the yin-yang symbol. The point of our ancestors creating the yin-yang was to show the unison of polarities. The unison of polarities is what generates energy. Today, we see energy as equivalent to God. God is an archetype for energy, but the truth is that in order for energy to be generated, you need negative and positive, or God and goddess. And that's what the yin-yang is showing us. It's showing us that the secret to generate energy has always been balance. Power is not born from one force dominating another, but from the relationship between opposites, negative and positive, masculine and feminine, yin and yang, night and day. This is how a battery works, not through conflict, but through polarity held in unison. Nature shows us this truth everywhere. The sun and moon do not compete, they alternate. Inhalation and exhalation do not oppose each other. Together, they complete a cycle. Yet we have been taught, especially through religious framing, to see reality as a battlefield. God versus the devil, light versus darkness, good versus evil. What if that framing itself is the distortion? What if true power does not come from opposition, but from integration? God not at war with the devil, but God in unison with the goddess. When polarities complement rather than resist one another, energy flows. This is why the yin-yang is so important. And this is why they removed it from Western culture, because Western culture is basically order out of chaos, and is based upon keeping us divided and out of balance. Now, how does all this answer the question, is the Statue of Liberty a man or a woman? And is Lord Krishna a boy or a girl? Well, now that we understand the importance of the yin-yang symbol, let's talk about when the yin-yang symbol was later expressed in an anthropomorphic form and transitioned from a symbolic representation to humanized archetypes. And the biggest problem you have when you try to humanize this symbol is that the humanized deity that you create will always be androgynous. And in modern times, we may see that as sexual deviancy or some sort of she-male type deity. In my opinion, this is why the yin-yang should have never been altered, because when you humanize this symbol, the humanized version will have to be both male and female in one deity. And that will lead to an era of androgynous deities such as Krishna, such as Liberty, such as the Baphomet, such as Yahweh, also known as the breasted one, such as Jesus, embodying the sacred geometry of the female uterus, while also saying that we can be born again through him. This is androgyny, and these are deities that are embodying both male and female principles, but it's not because of sexual deviancy. It's not because our ancestors were perverts. It's because these deities are humanized versions of the yin-yang symbol, and the ancestors' attempts to show balance in one deity. And they weren't thinking on the low vibrational level that we're thinking on today. What the yin-yang symbol shows us is man and woman, the two polarizing forces of the universe, masculine and feminine, being split by the serpent, which is the Kundalini force. The yin-yang symbol became the modern Adam and Eve symbolism, with the serpent in the middle of the tree, splitting the male and female energies. The serpent on the tree is the spinal cord central nervous system, or a representation of where the Kundalini energy resides. And that's basically the energy that creates duality within the universe. But not a duality that two forces fight against each other, a duality where two polar opposites complement one another and fit each other perfectly. So that's what the serpent in the garden represents, the force that creates duality, the force that creates the masculine and the feminine. So the Adam and Eve symbolism is just an anthropomorphic form of the yin-yang, masculine and feminine on each side of the serpent, just like we see with the Baphomet. Before Jesus was on the cross, the serpent was lifted up on the cross. That was pre-Jesus during Moses' time, because Jesus rising up is a modern representation of the Kundalini rising up, the serpent rising up. And the rising serpent is called a dragon or a winged serpent. But the original symbol of Jesus being a serpent, and the fact that Jesus is breaking the bread. When Jesus breaks the bread, he's symbolizing duality, the cosmic split, the same thing that the serpent on the tree represents, the one that brings wisdom. This is why Jesus is also the light bearer. Another form of this archetype is the god Moloch. We can see with his arms extended with the piercings in both of his hands, but these aren't really piercings. What he's holding is the red pill and blue pill, showing duality, just like the Baphomet, just like the yin yang. This deity is personifying the cosmic split where duality is created and the balancing of polarities. So this serpent was called Satan, but another name for it is Santa, which is center, representing the North Pole, which is the central nervous system. So Jesus is the same archetype in the Garden of Eden, the serpent that's giving us the wisdom, the serpent wisdom. In the old world, once they started to humanize the yin yang symbol, the problem with the human version of it is that it cannot cater to either sex, or the balance will be lost. In the original yin yang symbol, there is equality and unison among the polarities, and it's hard to maintain that unison once the symbol becomes anthropomorphized. You can't turn the yin yang symbol into a god, because that would just be one half of it, and you can't turn it into a goddess for the same reason. So the solution to this problem was the creation of androgynous deities. This is another way of saying that if the creator created man and woman, then the creator can be neither man or woman, or that the creator must be a mixture of both man and woman, which wouldn't be either man or woman, because that'll be androgynous. So these are attempts to keep the creator neutral. And the people that did this, like I said, their mind wasn't in the gutter. Ours is. And that's why when we look at it from a root chakra level, we look for the spookism, the fear, the mysticism, and we want to deal with the this or that, the male or female, versus looking with the third eye, going past all of the nonsense and polarity and seeing the old world technology that's being hidden, seeing the old world spiritual system that's being hidden, and trying to actually connect with the ancestors by seeing reality through their lenses. We can't see reality through their lenses if we're tainting the experience with our modern low vibrational way of thinking. So in all of these images, these deities are neither man nor woman. They are something that cancels out them both, and that is an androgynous being. And that's essentially what the yin yang symbol is. It's an androgynous symbol that embodies both male and female principles in one symbol. So once you take this and humanize it, what do you think you're going to get? Androgynous beings. What this proves is that the Statue of Liberty is an old world westernized version of this same concept we see all around the world of androgynous deities. And it shows you the influence of the Eastern world, or Hinduism, on the Western culture that no one likes to speak about. What if I told you that the Statue of Liberty itself is just a westernized version of the Hindu god Krishna? Oh yeah, the earliest Americans weren't Christians. The reason Columbus thought that they were Indians is because they practiced the same spiritual system that he was exposed to in India, and that is Hinduism and meditation, not prayer. Did you know that the cross was adopted by Christians, and that the true origins of the cross predate Christianity? The images that I'm showing on the screen now shows you the cross all around the world, and it shows you the cross right here in America prior to what we call Christians showing up, or Christianity becoming dominant. So what did the cross originally represent? It represented balance, just like the yin yang. It represented the unison of the four elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. Those four elements are not fighting each other. They are working in unison, creating life. And each of these elements can be paired with the season as well. Spring and fall are polar opposites. Summer and winter are polar opposites, but they all work in balance, in unison. Same can be said with the four elements. Every one of them have a polar opposite, but they all work together in unison. Now let's talk about how the Statue of Liberty is a westernized version of Lord Krishna. In Hinduism, people keep miniature statues of Lord Krishna. The miniature statues are copper. and they turn blue over time through natural patina process. Does this sound familiar? This is the same thing we're told about the Statue of Liberty, that it was a copper statue that turned blue over time. And I guess ain't nothing too crazy about that. Just copper going through the natural patina process, right? Well, let's push this further. Lord Krishna, who predates Lady Liberty, was known for wearing a crown of thorns or a spiky headdress, just like the Statue of Liberty. And here's one that I think is just kind of a dead giveaway. The fact that Lord Krishna stands on top of a giant lotus flower, and the fact that the Statue of Liberty is standing on top of a huge star-shaped fort. The starport that the Statue of Liberty sits upon resembles a lotus flower. And remember, Krishna is not just on a lotus flower. The lotus flower is floating on water, just like the Statue of Liberty. Now let's talk about the light bearer archetype. The Statue of Liberty holds a raised torch emitting light. Officially, this symbolizes enlightenment and liberty, with the torch representing the illumination of the world. Krishna, by contrast, is known as a divine illuminator of consciousness. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna delivers spiritual light. He is often described as the light within all beings. In both cases, we are dealing with bearers of light, not merely physical light, but moral, spiritual, or cosmic illumination. And this is because these deities are personifying the seat of the soul. And if you look at the brain, you can see that there's a light. There's a stargate in the center of the brain that allows for consciousness to leave the body. This dark spot in the brain is called the seat of the soul, and it looks like a little man holding a light torch. This is the original concept of the light bearer. It's talking about the light within us, the soul within you, the seat of the soul, the pinnacle or the pineal gland, the highest point, which is what the torch represents. And how the yin yang tie into this is that the yin yang represents the left and the right brain split by the Kundalini or serpent energy within every human. Krishna represents order and balance, which is the same as saying liberty and justice or equality. It's the same thing that Ma'at represents to the Egyptians. And isn't it strange that all of the goddesses represent balance and order, whereas when the patriarchs take over, the gods represent order out of chaos, and they come with favoritism and authoritarian energy. They rule us with fear and keep us ignorant, versus the goddesses represent an era where the deities ruled over us by giving us the knowledge we need to empower ourselves, and that enlightenment would also serve as a guide to correct our behavior. So all of these human archetypes embody the same knowledge, which is balance and being light, which is why Krishna carries the feather, and so does Ma'at, because it was about balance and being light. You can't tilt the scales. Lady Liberty holds scales for the same reason, because she's just a westernized version of this same archetype called Ma'at to the Egyptians. So once again, it was all about balance on all levels. And this is the secret to generate energy, balance. The Statue of Liberty was seen as a guide. It's a beacon of light to guide ships that are lost at sea. But on a spiritual level, it symbolizes inner enlightenment, and inner enlightenment is a guide. The Statue of Liberty is seen as a beacon of light because it was once a lighthouse to help ships that's lost at sea find their way home. Doesn't that sound like Jesus? I am the light. All who follow me will not get lost. He has a lot of scriptures along those lines. So this is just saying that a person's enlightenment will guide their behavior, their level of knowledge, will dictate their level of maturity, which is why the people in power want to keep us away from knowledge by covering it with fear, spookism, and mysticism, keeping us on a childish level and stunting our spiritual growth. And as we all know, the Statue of Liberty's name explicitly invokes liberty, and it is associated with freedom from oppression, bondage, and tyranny. Krishna's central teaching is moksha, which means liberation. Wow. And it means liberation from karma, ignorance, and material illusion, which is known as Maya. And the Maya was seen as the veil. It is the darkness that a person is in. And a person got to find their way back home through the dark. They got to navigate their way through the Maya, through the veil. And how do we do that? We look for the light, the inner light. The truth is already written in us. And that's why they want to keep us distracted all the time from going within. That's why Christ said the kingdom of heaven is within. So Krishna represents finding the light in the dark. And this is the same thing that the Statue of Liberty represents as a beacon of light for lost ships, which are the lost souls at sea. In both cases, freedom isn't just physical, it's a spiritual emancipation. And as we know, there is a subtle parallel with gender transcendence between the two of them. The Statue of Liberty is a female form, yet represents abstract, non-gendered principles such as law, light, reason, and order. Krishna is a male form, yet is described as containing all beings, transcending gender and embodying both nurturing and authoritative qualities. In both cases, these are archetypal forms, not confined to biological gender. Just like the yin yang symbol, they're just humanized versions of it. So next is cosmic law versus human law. The Statue of Liberty holds a tablet inscribed with law, and this law is presented as enlightenment rather than authoritarian. Krishna is the embodiment of Dharma or cosmic law and teaches that law must align with divine order, not ego. You see the parallels? Now you see why they want to demonize the Statue of Liberty. In both cases, the true law is portrayed as aligned with higher cosmic principles, not merely man-made rules. Man-made rules is the world of capitalism and barbarianism. The Statue of Liberty is an old world Victorian masterpiece from the Tartarian era. The people in power today despises that era. The statue to them is a reminder of a civilization who was better than them and who weren't barbarians like them. And this is why they hate this statue so much, and they place all sorts of stigmas to it. They want us to debate whether or not it is a man or a woman, whether or not it is a monster or not, versus investigating it from a mature, spiritual, high vibrational standpoint. They want us to always look at stuff through the lenses of fear, mysticism, and spookism so that we can't fully awaken and extract the knowledge from these symbols. We all know that they hide the truth, but I don't think we know exactly what they hide it behind. They hide it behind fears, mysticism, and spookism. Anytime you're investigating and your investigation leads into fear, mysticism, or spookism, get out of there immediately. Get away from people like that because it's a psyop. Real knowledge is empowering, not fear-based, not mysticism and spookism. All of that stuff is low vibrational and it will stop you from fully awakening. It's the Statue of Liberty.
Peace and love, peace and love, everybody. Welcome back. We got a lot to go over, so I'm going to hop right into it. But first, I want to say welcome to the new channel members. Welcome to the channel, to all of the new channel members. And to the new people who join the channel. Juan, thank you, Juan with wisdom. And Jewel Frosty for joining. Thank y'all. We're going to clap it up for all of the channel members, old and new right now. And to my Patreons, we appreciate you. And what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to just hop right into what I came here to do today, which is called syncretism. Let me read this before I do my thing, because I don't want there to be no problems when I'm done of what it is I'm doing. So syncretism, as you see here, it is the amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. Let's stop right there before we get to the next one. Why would a person want to amalgamate or attempt to amalgamate different religions, cultures, symbols, and schools of thoughts, even words and linguistics? Why would someone want to do what Sanchez is doing? Well, in a world of divide and conquer, we got to realize that the Catholic Church ain't a real church. The Catholic Church is the Roman Empire, okay? We must understand that the Catholic Church, what we call the papacy, is not a church at all. And that the Roman Empire that invaded this land and took over is disguising themselves as the church. But guess what, guys? The church was destroyed by the Roman Empire. And the people in these buildings today lifting their hands up praying to Jesus Christ, them ain't church members. They are members of the Roman Empire. They are members of the papacy. They are members of the synagogue of Satan, the ones that are posing, right? The ones whose God told them, I will give you a land that is not your own. I will promise you a land that ye did not build yourself. These are the people who came over here as pilgrims, and they actually destroyed the Christians. Now, the pilgrims that came over here, they rewrote history, and they told everyone that they were Christians. They told everyone that Columbus was a Christian. The people that took over this land weren't Christians. Let me give a shout out to Barry Savayol. Bro is rising up with the good times, the bro. Thank you, my brother. The people that invaded this land were Christians. Thank you, Barry. They were Roman Empire pagans who believed in Olympian gods, Apollo, Venus, Mars. So basically, what we got to realize today is that NASA, which is the space program, right, is nothing but the religious system of the old church. And the religious system of the old church was the worship of the 7 Greek gods. And at times there can be 9, 7, depending on who they want to count or not throughout different times in Roman history. The church was never monotheistic. The church was a barbarian empire. The Roman Empire was a barbarian empire. And you had the barbarians and you had the Tartarians. And the Tartarians weren't barbarians. They were civilized, very spiritual people, and they didn't have a spiritual system of Columbus, because the Bible is telling people that they got the green light to go kill, steal, and raid and invade people's property. If you follow in the Bible as the way the papacy is giving us today, you're not a Christian. You're a Zionist. You're a Zionist. You're not a Christian. You're not a Gnostic. All of you believers, the Bible is not really for you. You are a disgrace and a curse to the book. The Bible said proves all things. When you prove something, it's no longer up for belief. But how do you prove it? You prove it with syncretism. All of these religions and gods around the world are just archetypes to represent the rising up of our consciousness. It's representing the maturing of your spirituality. It's representing a elevation of your paradigm and the way you see reality around you. And the church was there to keep us looking at the world like children, believing in gods in the sky, because they are the barbarians who believe in gods in the sky that never interact with them. They some bougie old gods that never interact with humans. And basically these gods only interact with humans to use them as slaves to do my will. And this is how the Romans go around and say, well, look, our God told us to conquer your land, and they justify conquering your land by saying, if we never would have conquered you, you would have never been saved. You wouldn't have known our God, and you would have went to hell, right? And we're going to talk about all that. That's the false form of Christianity. The people that invaded this land, whom we call pilgrims, they were not practitioners of Christianity. They were practitioners of Roman mythology. And that's what most of you guys are partaking in, and you don't know it, but I'm going to show you today. So why am I a syncretist? Because the world have been divided and conquered with symbols and archetypes. And the only way you can unify the world is by taking all of these religions and cultures and archetypes and showing everyone how everyone's telling the same story, from Enoch to Jesus, to Moses, to Krishna, to Lady Liberty, to Ma'at. Every archetype, every deity in existence is telling the same one truth. It's a road back to the same destination. And that's what the syncretist is here to show. And not only with symbolism, like what we're about to get into today, but also by the merging of different inflectional varieties of words during the development of a language. And we will have etymology dictionary to assist us with some of the linguistics. So with that, we're going to get right into it, and we're going to talk about why everyone fears the light bearer, which is Satan, Lucifer, the serpent. We're going to talk about that today. And in no particular order, we're going to hop right into this stuff today. So first thing I want to do, and what I'll do throughout the stream, is show y'all the synchronicities between the archetypes so that I can prove what I'm saying versus just saying it. Let me give a shout out to Sally McDermott. I want to show you that Christ is liberty. Liberty is Krishna. Liberty is Ma'at, justice, balance. I want to prove that today using syncretism. So the first image we're going to show today is an image of Lord Krishna on top of a lotus flower. And we already went into why Lord Krishna looks like a girl and a boy. Let me give a shout out to Barry Savio. It is so sad how nasty these volumes have usurped everything. I agree with you, Barry. Big salutes to Barry and Sally. Thank y'all so much for the support. Again, the intro video that I played the video so that you can understand why there are androgynous beings like the Baphomet, because our ancestors was starting to personify the yin yang in human form. So if you see the yin yang is an androgynous symbol, and once you turn it into a deity, a personalized deity, then the deity will be embodying both halves of it. But if you look at this stuff through our shallow root chakra minds today, you will miss the whole lesson of balance, and you will get caught up into she-male talk and all that. And our ancestors went on that. That's desecration and blasphemy, if you ask me. Let me give a shout out to Say Less for More. Thank y'all all for the super chats. So this first image is of Lord Krishna on a lotus flower. And this portion of the stream is going to be easy for me because I'm just going to be making parallels and connections with other archetypes, right? And we're going to show you how it's the same. So the next image I'm about to show you now, let me do something real quick so I can stay organized. I just thought of a good idea. Every picture that I use, I'm going to throw it in a use folder so we don't. Hold on, my bad. But check this out, y'all. We just gonna hop right into this part. What we see here, right? This is Krishna on a lotus flower, and I want to show you somebody else. All right, here is an image right here. It's a early form of Jesus Christ on the cross. Now today, what we have is Jesus on the cross, right? But Jesus' original name was Serapis. And I want to show you that here. If you look at Serapis there, he have a spiky headdress on because that's the secrets behind the Liberty statue. We're going to go into that. But the word Serapis is related to the word serpent, serapium. And words like that, it's taking the word Apis and mixing it with Osiris. And together they make the serpent. They make this new serpent deity that's born. That's it in a nutshell. So the Baphomet, which is this deity you see here, he takes the form of a serpent. As you can see on his phallus section, he has the serpents wrapped around to represent duality. And he's breaking the yin and the yang to show duality. So this was the new god of duality during that time. Just to show you how it relates to later it became Jesus. Serapis becomes Jesus with the grail cup on his head. But the reason we want to show Serapis is to show you that the word Serapis comes from the word seraphim. And seraphim are Roman Catholic deities. They are serpent deities that fall from the sky from Yahweh. So these are basically messengers sent by this biblical God Yahweh, and this is a Catholic illustration of one of the seraphim descending from heaven onto the earth to interact with man. And you can see that the seraphim's wings and his feet, right, and all of that is why we say that Jesus was on the cross. Actually, Jesus is a seraphim. The seraphim were transcended souls that were able to travel in and out of the physical reality and time travel. And we know that Jesus had those abilities, and the seraphim was able to do this all with the power of the cross or these wings that you see them cloaked in, which were said to be very beautiful. Beautiful if you ever seen a seraphim. Some people have claimed to seen seraphim, but our soul is a seraphim waiting to be born out of our body, or to be an ascended master, traveling in between worlds. But this right here is what Jesus originally come from. He's one of these beings, which is why his name is Seraphus. It is related to the word seraphim. And you can see here that the seraphim were also given strength through the cross. And you can see how this later becomes Jesus getting power on a cross, right? But just to show you that the people that came up with the idea of these seraphim and getting power from the cross and all of that, they weren't the Roman Catholic Church. So this is plagiarization that is actually coming from Hinduism, right? And when we see the seraphim emerging from the cross, it's no different than Krishna emerging from the lotus flower, and also the genie emerging from the lamp. And we're going to also be making synchronicities to Enoch and the Statue of Liberty, but I want to show you all of the parallels right now. And we're starting with Krishna, which is another form of liberty. And so we see here that the seraphim is just representing the powers that we get upon resurrection. That it's simple as saying when a human dies, a human becomes this immortal angelical being that is able to interact with the physical world and the spiritual realm. The veil is removed. This is all it's saying. Let me give a shout out to Big J 3286. Thank you so much. So we starting off there just to show you that the Christians who came here, Columbus thought that the natives were Indians because they was practicing Hinduism. They was teaching about resurrection, and they were using the same symbols that were later transformed and mutated by the pilgrims who came. They was being exposed to a new spiritual system that they didn't know about. And so they took over and they corrupted that system. And here we are today with the modern form of Christ on the cross. And we're hearing about a resurrection story that's exclusive to one dude. And the rest of us can't partake in it unless we follow him. When before the pilgrims came, it was just a symbolic archetype to teach about the truth about all humans and what we become when we transmutate the physical layer of our existence. Simple stuff, and we're going to move on from there. So this image right here is the brain cut open. And in the middle of our brain is this white, bright light. Excuse me, I'm actually just changed the picture by mistake. Let me do some. Man, all right, so let me bring that back up. So right here, right? Sorry about that. Where did it go? There you go. All right, so check this out. Right here, this light in the middle of our head. This light right here in the middle of our head, it looks like there's a black little dude holding the light. And he is called the light bearer, the reaper, or Satan. When we talk about the serpent that's on the tree, I want you to look at this little fellow right here. And then I want to show you something else about Jesus. People, when they see the image I'm about to show you, they trip out. They trip out when they see this next image, but I'm gonna break it down so you don't be spooked out. Here we have Jesus, and this is at the Roman church, and I'm showing you that they are basically plagiarizers. They are an old world real estate scam, because after the reset, the Roman Empire took over all of these temples and documents about consciousness, the central nervous system, the Kundalini rising up, and they hid it from everyone by translating it or reinterpreting it literally. So people believe in these symbols literally, and they miss the ancient message behind them, what syncretism reveals. So this is Jesus looking like a serpent up at the church. And the reason they got Jesus as a serpent is because Jesus is the serpent in the garden, the one that's splitting and creating duality. So when we look at Jesus right here, we compare that to this right here. So what they're teaching about is consciousness, but they're personifying consciousness as a real deity. So when we cut the brain open, we look inside of your head, we see where all of your thoughts come from, and it's not a physical organ. It's a little stargate of light. That's called the mind. You can't see the mind, but instruments will detect all of our nervous system, all of our brain activity is coming from a empty spot, which is crazy. Now the Egyptian call that the hidden one, because the Egyptians knew these secrets, that the mind was invisible, but it was real. There's something in the middle of our skull that's called the soul. It don't have an image. There's nothing in our world that can show us what it looked like. The ancestors said it's just a little ball of light, but they said the ball of light is shining out of our 2020 layer of reality. You know, there are some sounds that is inaudible to humans, but they are there. There are some spectrums of light that are not visible to us, but they're there. And this is the hidden reality that we see upon so-called death, which is really awakening. Now, this empty chamber in the middle of our head, it is emitting a light that's equivalent to the Big Bang, but we can't see it. This is like saying that the loudest sound in the universe is in between your ears, but you can't even hear it. This is what we're saying here. That the source of all creation, the climax point to the central nervous system. The control room is invisible. It's like a skybox that's hidden, but we know someone up there calling the shots and controlling the scoreboard for the players on the ground. And that's what's happened when we try to study consciousness. It eludes us, but still lets us know I'm here. It's what we call God. It's why God is invisible, but it's said to let you know in all ways he's there. It's the same concept. But what we got to realize about the light bearer is this is the light bearer, and why Jesus is called the light bearer. The light bearer is lifted up, and the Statue of Liberty sits upon a platform, just like Christ here. This is serpent knowledge that's embodied by Lady Liberty in Christ, but it's being hidden by literal interpretations and spookism. I want you to check this image out of what we have at the Vatican. People get all scared, and they want you to get scared. But what you're looking at is the inside of the brain. What you're looking at is what happens when we cut the human skull open and we study the neural highways that leads into this central point right here. And they are connecting to something that we can't see. So when they follow all of these highways that are giving you the signals that's controlling your body, which is turning your thoughts into action, it's coming through all of these wires right here. Right? I know this is a blurry picture, but there are a bunch of veins and lines going through this. Drop a one if y'all can see it. And this is why this God was called Santa. And Santa got big boots on. And Santa is holding on to the rams of a bunch of reindeers. Those are the neural network and highways Santa means center, the North Pole god. The North Pole is the central nervous system. You got to understand all of this before we do any kind of deep syncretism with liberty and Christ, because you want to know why Christ is the light bearer and why liberty is the light bearer. Because they both represent what happens when we study the inside of the brain. This dark chamber looks like a little dude holding a light. But let's continue with this. I don't want to spend too much time on one synchronicity. Here's another one. Now this one right here, we're going to sync to the Statue of Liberty, guys. I want y'all to drop a one if you like what we're doing here with the syncretism. Let's pull up the Statue of Liberty. And right here, you can already see that the Statue of Liberty is an old god called the Dagda that predates. You see here? Now, it's the same color and everything. And the only difference is that he has a harp instead of a tablet. But it represents the same thing, divine order and law, cosmic balance. Because playing that harp is basically pulling the chakra strings, right? It's the same thing as telling the body how to move, like you dancing to some music, you following a law. Someone telling you a law and you doing it with your body, or someone playing a musical song and you moving and dancing to it. It's the same concept, you know, whether it's a tablet or a harp, but you get what they're showing you here. You can also see that the Dagda here has spikes. He has these spikes coming out of his head like the Statue of Liberty. You can also see that the Dagda here has this robe, this robe concept. You can see that the Dagda here, that the trunk of the tree looks just like a star fort. And we're going to show you that in a minute, because I don't miss nothing. If you're going to do syncretism, you need to do it thoroughly, right? Right? Okay, I think you appreciate it. Right. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it thoroughly, right? So the Statue of Liberty sits on a star fort. Let's look at it. And what that star fort represents is the roots of a tree, with all of the roots stemming out to their own, becoming their own neural highway from Santa, or the central god that I'm showing you here. See, what I'm giving you here is the old world spiritual system before it became literal gods that we worshiped. And if you can appreciate that, then let me know in the chat room. Hit the like button, the share button, super chat, $ Bro Sanchez TV if you feeling inspired. Appreciate your viewership. Share it so other people can understand. Here, guys, all of this stuff only represent human consciousness and the story of how it enters the body, occupies the body, and exits the body. So right here, we have biology. And right here, we have spirituality. But in the old world, they were one and the same. The medical system was the spiritual system, which is why people used to be healed in the church. People are no longer healed in the church no more, because we don't heal with cymatic frequencies, which is what the organ did, which is what the choir did. They didn't just clap and make us tithe money and feel good about an imaginary friend in the sky. People literally came to the church, and the energy in the church with the choir singing and the pipes, we had certain frequencies and songs that we sang that we forgot about. It will literally heal people with cymatics, man. The church was a place of healing. We didn't have hospitals. The church was the hospital, and the musicians were the doctors. So we didn't have doctors in hospitals. We had musicians in temples. Music was medicine. Musicians were the healers, which is why Satan was what? Satan was the god of music, and the symbol of healing is serpents. The medical symbol is serpents, going back to the light bearer, going back to the serpent wisdom, dealing with the fact that all sickness is a misalignment of the Kundalini energy. And once you align that right, can't no disease stand a chance in the body, because the frequency is so balanced and in tune. So let me give a shout out to Rising Black Sun. You don't find hospitals in the old world, but you find cross symbols, which is the symbol of medicine, right? And they're in churches, right? You find them in these churches, you find symbols of the serpent, symbols of old world archetypes, like when Christ was the serpent lifted up. Music was medicine, and that's why the serpent was the Lord over music, but also a healer at the same time. Let me show you some more synchronicities. See, you look at the Statue of Liberty and you think this is a new statue given to us by the French, and you so wrong. You wrong. That's a lie you've been told. We didn't build a Statue of Liberty. We can't build it. It's too advanced. We don't have the steel technology today to reduplicate it. It's one of the there's a lot of monuments in the world that we inherited after the reset. See, after the reset, the Roman Empire became the Roman Catholic Church. And that's because they squatted squatters in all of these beautiful temples and cathedrals. They didn't build them. These are barbarians, pilgrims, barbarians. They destroyed the Tartarians. They're the barbarians. And when they destroyed the Tartarians, they set up shop in all of those beautiful temples. The Roman Empire became the Catholic Church, but it's still the Roman Empire. And they still giving you the religious system of the old church, which is believing in Venus, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn. Sanchez, I don't believe in those Greek gods. You believe in the space program, right? They turned the 7 Greek gods into the 7 planets to replace the old world knowledge of the 7 chakras, which are the 7 spikes coming from the Statue of Liberty head. Track it? When the pilgrims showed up here, we was talking about 7 chakras. These people didn't even have a real religious or spiritual system. They were barbarian. Their system was capitalism. It was survival of the fit, the strong, only the strong survive. Like, I'm trying to show you that when the Roman Empire came here, they didn't even have Roman mythology. They didn't even have their 7 Greek gods. That's what I'm telling you. What they did, they turned the 7 chakras into 7 planets or 7 Greek gods, and they took the knowledge away from us, which is learning about the 7 layers of the self, and they turned it into the glorification of Venus, God Mercury, goddess Venus, and people became peasants. People became dumbed down. People lost the old world spiritual system about the Kundalini and the 7 chakras, the 7 hermetic principles. We lost that. That's the serpent wisdom. The Kabbalah tree has the serpent on it, and the balls that you see on the tree became the Christmas tree today. They didn't hide the old world stuff. They just retranslated it, reinterpret what it means to you. And that's why syncretism is going to show you what happened right now. Let's look at some more, pull out some more connections. So this god is called a Dagda. And what I'm showing you is that the Statue of Liberty is a god. It's an androgynous archetype that's neither male or female, which is why people have a conversation about, I wonder if it's man or woman. They did that on purpose, but their mind wasn't in the gutter, like I said. So right here, we see the Statue of Liberty, and we see that in antiquity, that would be 7 main roots coming from the trunk of this tree, wrapping back around from the root chakra to connect you inside of your electromagnetic energy field, clothing you in the veil. And let me just show you this. I hate to throw big words around without visuals. Here's your visual. This is what the Dagda representing. And the reason I want to pull this up is so you can see for yourself why the Statue of Liberty has a spiky hat that goes out like Nefertiti. Look. You see this? Look at the crown chakra. Look at what's happening at the crown. You got on a witch hat. You're a magician, wrapped up in your own little simulation that you ran. You're God acting out a role. And once you complete the script, you will be better off than what you were before you came. This shit is like a incubator. It's like a furnace. It's molding us to a better version with every test, every challenge, every choice. But check this out, right? This is like a gate around the body, but this is what the Statue of Liberty is showing us with the spikes coming out. And this is why Nefertiti have on a hat that's bending outward like this. It's showing the crown chakra, and it's showing you what Lady Liberty's spikes are doing. The 7 chakras are orbiting the body, and this is the original solar system. They changed it into 7 planets going around the sun. But the true conception of the universe, the ancients said we're all in the middle of our own universe. And that the 7 wandering stars are 7 gateways that lead into 7 parallel realities where we will be 7 versions of ourselves to acting out 7 lifetimes for 7 lessons that we must learn to master ourselves. This was the old world spiritual system before they turned it into tithing and big hats and fancy suits. And the Statue of Liberty was an old world archetype that would have been teaching the Europeans here, because what had happened was the pilgrims, right, when they came here, they didn't know none of this knowledge. And when we gave them the knowledge of the 7 chakras, they corrupted it and turned it into the 7 Greek gods of Olympia. And they extracted all of the deep knowledge of self out of it and got everyone glorifying vain statues of Mercury and Venus and Pluto, and not even knowing how it's their knowledge. It relates to them. We're all, the gods are holding different aspects of our own knowledge of self. Each god represents a layer of self, Venus, Mercury, and they're all circling the highest self, which is the sun in the middle of the solar system. This is the old world spiritual system that the pilgrims converted into what we call modern day Christianity. They didn't have a spiritual or religious system. Their spiritual system was simply capitalism, buying and selling. May the best man win. That's why we call them barbarians. Barbarians don't have knowledge of self. They don't have a governing system, a law system of balance. They hate the concept of liberty, which is why they're demonizing this statue. If we built the Statue of Liberty, why would they social engineer so many stigmas and desecration out there about it, when it's only teaching us divine knowledge? Because it represents an old world system that's contrary to capitalism. How do we live in a world with equality and justice for all? We don't. Everything about the people in power show you that they didn't build that statue, because that statue is part of an old world system where everyone who had those kind of statues, this is the westernized version of Ma'at. Balance, equality, treat everyone right, do unto others as you have do unto you. That's the old system. We didn't build a Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty is a westernized form of Krishna, which represent balance. You not harming nobody. You treating. See, the truth is that the Eastern world maintained much of our original spiritual system from the old world. That's right. The more west we go, the more we lose the old world system, which is why I'm telling you, the earliest Americans, Columbus, thought they were Indians, because when he came here, he saw the Statue of Liberty already here, y'all. They didn't build nothing. That's right. I'm trying to show you something now. Why did Columbus think he was in India? Because all throughout India, you see statues of Lord Krishna that look identical to the Statue of Liberty. Y'all hear me? Let me show you some right now. See, Columbus didn't see a bunch of Native Americans with bare feet and skirts and feathers on. When they came here, they saw a glorious empire still with look at the Statue of Liberty. If you ever been to it, you know we didn't build it. People think giants built it. That's how you know the ancestors were great, when people start saying giants built it. Hold on a second, y'all. When they start saying, man, we don't know how it was built, maybe giants built it. And we talking about legit scholars who don't really agree about this Statue of Liberty thing. Now, I did a video about it. We didn't have the technology to build a Statue of Liberty during that time, or the Eiffel Tower. And we don't have the technology to do it now, y'all. So this stuff was left behind after the reset from the old world. And what I'm telling you is that they rewrote history. When the Pilgrims came to America, this is what they saw, y'all. Big, beautiful statues and cathedrals and huge buildings with big old arches and fountains and Victorian style stuff. But they told y'all, we saw Indians scratching their butt in the jungle. And we built all these structures after we civilized the wild Indians. That's a lie. Columbus thought he was in India because when you go to India, you see these same Tartarian structures. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. When you go to India, you see the same old world system in India. Look, that look like Gothic. Don't this look like some Gothic Catholic type stuff? So what I'm telling you is that the Roman Catholic Church didn't create these Gothic intricate stone carvings. And they want you to look at this stuff and get scared of it like, ooh, it's Gothic. It got gargoyles on it. It's because they are an old real estate scam and they some squatters. It's like I took over your mansion and I got you scared of your own mansion. You don't want to live in your mansion. I'm telling you it's haunted. You don't want, but I'm living in it though. So listen, the people who we call in the Roman church wasn't the church, they was the Roman Empire, barbaric, nomadic pirate group that were vandals everywhere they went. And when they came here to America, they founded all this stuff. They did not build it, y'all. And the same stuff that the Roman church claiming for architecture, we find the same architecture from, I'm gonna give you an example right here, right? Here is American Christian architecture. This is Christian architecture right here. But the Pilgrims didn't build this. These are the guys right here who said that they built this. They on your oatmeal box. You can barely see them because the picture is blurred. But look at how small they is compared to the building. And think about this. They was building dirt roads, hauling stuff with wheelbarrows. They was working with hammers and chisels and hauling materials with horseback. Some of the beams in these buildings weigh over 200 tons. You ain't lifting that with a wooden crane and hemp ropes and a wooden winch. But that's what we've been told. So the Pilgrims didn't build this. When Columbus and them showed up, they saw these beautiful temples and buildings like what I'm showing you here. And these were built by the original Christians. All right. The people that built these buildings that the Pilgrims squatted on after the reset, those were the real church. That's the real church. Now, the real church was wiped out. The real church was destroyed. What we got today is the Roman Empire posing as the real church. And the real church was scattered throughout the world, divided and conquered. And there is literature written about that. And we didn't pay attention to it. And it tells you that the people claiming to be the church now are the synagogue of Satan. And money is their religion. It says that right there in the Bible. It says that right there in the letter that was written from Servianus to Emperor Hadrian about these people, that they were false Christians when they showed up in Egypt. Okay? It said that they come to your land and they're like chameleons. They blend in with your spiritual system. They squat with you, what the Pilgrims did with the Indians. They assume your culture, and then they plagiarize it and corrupt it to make it compatible with capitalism after they destroy you, and then they teach your children the corrupted version and pose in your ancestors' buildings like they built it. But they have always reclaimed lands after these great cataclysms, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to give you the history of what Christianity was before these people showed up. But in order for me to do that, I got to start here to show you the deception of that they're not the real Christians. So listen, all around the world, we see this Gothic style architecture, and it's very, very prevalent in India. And when you go to India, that's where the word Naga Nigra comes from, black people. And we ain't gonna go into that. That'll be another stream. But when you go to India or Southeast Asia is what I mean, you find a lot of this Tartarian architecture. You find like a whole lot of it. And you see how they're treating stone like butter. Look at the intricacy of the carving there. 3-dimensional photos carving out of stone. Not a 2-dimensional carving into a wall, but an entire stone structure crafted from one single piece into a marvel. Look at this. Look at this. So the Pilgrims was not treating stone like this. They were living in wooden shacks, and they were not Christians. They were barbarians. That's important to know, because the reason the barbarians thought they was in India is because the old world empire was worldwide, man. That's why I'm showing you the same architecture in every land. You see the same architecture. What is it? Gothic style. What we call Gothic style architecture is nothing but people who are treating stone like butter. Just look at it. What you call Gothic style architecture is just a fancy way of saying the architecture that's very intricate when it comes to stonework. They've trained you to see that as Gothic for a reason, but it's not Gothic because the people who calling it Gothic, the Goths, were Vandals and barbarians. They had nothing to do with this architecture. That's what I'm telling you. They didn't build those gargoyles. Do you know what a Goth is? It's the people that wear all black with the witch hats on, with the black nail, who dress like the oatmeal box. That's barbarian culture. That's do what thou wilt culture. If you think those people are Christians, that's why the world going to hell in a handbasket. You got the real Christians partaking in the artificial form of Christianity that's given to them through the papacy and the squatters that took over these temples. So this Gothic style architecture is all around the world because it was one world empire. And the spiritual system of the Tartarians, or the original Christians, was similar to Hinduism, which is why we got to get into comparing Lady Liberty to Krishna, so that you can see that the Statue of Liberty is just an old American version of Lord Krishna and the Celtic Dada god. All right, and we finna show you some more parallels, and it was all about teaching about the central nervous system. So when we see this image of Christ right here, we can compare this to Moses. Moses split the sea. I want to show you how everything is the same story being told. Splitting the pillars, splitting in between the two thieves, Samson in between the pillars. It's talking about the split in the brain right here. Because all of this is water inside of here. You know that, right? All of this tissue, that's set over 80% water. It's just the brain is basically an ocean. And water is a conduit of electrical signals, which is why our neural network, this is like a plasma ball. All you need is a medium, and you can have these neural highways or these electrical signals like waves moving through water or lightning strikes moving through the air. And that's what's happening right here. This bright light in the middle is the epicenter. It's like a tree trunk. And all of these are the roots coming out from the tree. But there's a man inside of the tree. Don't this story sound familiar? Look. There's a man tangled up inside the tree. And his name is Buddha. Why is Buddha stuck inside the tree? Buddha is another form of the serpent in the Garden of Eden. So the serpent in the Garden of Eden that was attached to the tree is teaching you the same serpent knowledge Buddha is trying to teach you, which is why Buddha is wrapped in a serpent. And guess who else is wrapped in a serpent? Satan, the demiurge. So Buddha, at that tree, there's a serpent. You see? And Buddha got 7 snakes on the head. That's the Statue of Liberty, 7 spikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They say it represents 7 continents. Actually, it represents 7 consciousness. 7 consciousnesses. Not 7 continents, 7 consciousness. And this, my friend, it's the secrets behind Leviathan, the 7-headed beast rising up out the water. That's your lower self rising up out the pits like Jesus, splashing up out the water. That's how you can look at this right here. It's called liberation. And that's why the Statue of Liberty is called the Statue of Liberty. It don't represent a beast being unleashed. It represents your lower self rising up and freeing you from the simulation. The only way that we can get liberated from this simulation is killing our ego, which is represented by the serpent, the lower self. So we see the Statue of Liberty stepping on top of broken chains, but that ain't that's not a, they excuse me, it's a common concept is what I'm trying to say. So the Statue of Liberty is on broken chains, but what you would see is a lot of gods stepping on a serpent, symbolizing the triumph over the devil. And Jesus had to go to hell and triumph and stomp on the devil. Stepping on the serpent represent the higher self rising above the lower self. And when you see the Statue of Liberty feet with the broken chain, is represent the same thing, liberation. And liberation happens by you defeating your lower self, your ego. And this is just symbolic gestures to show that, but they've been corrupted. So here we have the Statue of Liberty on top of the Star Fort. And let me go ahead, and we got to do some more synchronicities here. Make sure everyone like and share the video on y'all way in. All right, I'm gonna go to the next slide. Stay with me. Pull up, y'all. So here go an image of Buddha wrapped in a serpent. And what I wanted to show you was that Buddha is representing the demiurge or leontocephaline. Now, the reason I brought up leontocephaline, which is this lion that is symbolizing triumph and victory over ego, right? This is the Lion of Judah. They, but it becomes Jesus defeating the devil later on. And you can see the wings is making him this cherubim, seraphim. Remember earlier I showed you the seraphim right here, and you can see that leontocephaline is another form of the seraphim, but they made his wings the same way, but it's just a little different. But who else do we see holding a key? Jesus we see holding up a key. Why am I showing leontocephaline? Leontocephaline is another version of Buddha here, wrapped in a serpent, conquering the serpent. But what is he holding up? The light. This is the light bearer. The lion has a very spiky. The lion have all of this hair around him, around his face, and that's another way of showing you the liberty spikes. The reason they use a lion is because they was trying to show spikes around the head, and the lion got this woolly hair, but they was trying to show a halo. They was trying to show basically what I was showing earlier with the crown chakra. All of the energy coming out the crown chakra. In fact, let me keep this up so we can keep referring to that. Here it is right here. So they'll give you a lion. You can have liberty spikes, but it's the crown chakra up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see? It's 7 spikes coming out the crown. And again, this is why Nefertiti wears that crazy looking hat. And you see a lot of these gods with a cup on their head, and the cup looks just like this little Nefertiti hat. They were this is an old world spiritual system that's been hidden by the papacy. The original forms of Christ being Serapis and all that would have been the early forms. See, what happened was this. The pilgrims learned this knowledge from the Tartarians. The Tartarians taught the barbarians. And when the barbarians got the knowledge, they created their own version of it. But later, they exalted their versions over everyone else's through conquest, because their versions maintain capitalism and world conquest, which is why they had to take Enoch out the Bible. In the book of Enoch, it teaches equality. It teaches liberty. In the book of Enoch, it talks about the flat earth. In the book of Enoch, it talks about how to make your way out of the flat earth simulation, how to break up out the dome, because we're not trapped. It's not a prison. It's a school. And when you learn your lesson, you can get out. Enoch was teaching about the soul's liberation and ascension, which is the rising up of the Kundalini. So Enoch is just a personification or an archetype that's representing the consciousness rising up, just like Jesus, just like liberty. This is liberation. And that's why Enoch is the light bearer. That's why Jesus is the light bearer. The light is knowledge. And the people who want you scared of the light bearer don't want you finding your way in the dark. So if you look at the Statue of Liberty in this thumbnail in the top left corner, what the Statue of Liberty is holding up, the Statue of Liberty represents the spinal column. It represents a tower, the spinal cord. And what's above the spinal cord is the pineal gland, the seat of the soul, holding a light. Holding a light. Let me show you what I mean so I don't got to just say it. Here it is right here. The light bearer is the pharaoh holding the Jedi pillar. And the pharaoh would have been another archetype for liberation or teaching the knowledge of Lady Liberty. This was everywhere. Balance, ma'at, equality. Them saying equality is just saying balance in all ways in society and yourself. The people who are capitalists don't like what Lady Liberty stands for, y'all. They're not the real libertarians. That's the Tartarians. The people who took over this land, they don't like the Statue of Liberty. They don't like the Book of Enoch. They don't like none of that because it represents the old world system of order and balance, and these are barbarians who are chaotic, and they are capitalistic savages. They don't have a spiritual system or a religious system. They just follow the money. It's all about money to them and control and power. That's barbarian empires. So back in the day, you had barbarian empires and you had Tartarian empires. And the Tartarians were just the opposite of the barbarians. So when the barbarians take over the Tartarian land, they have to reinterpret the symbols. But what exposes these bastards is that they defile the symbols, just like the Bible says. That's right. They are defiling the symbols of the gods because they don't live by them. And they corrupted the whole world with the way of the barbarian and the heathen. That's right. Which is money and taxation and inflation and scarcity. Competing with each other for food. That's barbarianism. And in the background, you got a statue called Liberty, which represents equality. It's a blasphemy. The entire system in this land is a blasphemy to the old world monuments that sits upon it. The people who have positioned themselves in these temples of this land defile them, just like the Bible said. They promote contrary lifestyles to what these buildings and symbols really represent, which is balance. They corrupted this stuff with spookism and mysticism. But I'm here to take all that away and give you the pure knowledge and truth behind it and take all that away. Check this out, y'all, let me take a little sip of water real quick. Give me like 30 seconds here. Let's talk about this light bearer concept. The Statue of Liberty is a tower, y'all. Let me show y'all something real quick throughout the string. And we're gonna be here a while because I want to be thorough and do this thoroughly, so I don't gotta. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. The Statue of Liberty is the spinal column. So look, the same man who said he built the Eiffel Tower said he built the Statue of Liberty, but again, he was a pilgrim. He didn't build none of that stuff. They stole it after the reset. They squatted on it and reclaimed it. This is old world technology, and it represents how energy rises up from the base of the spinal cord and seats itself at the top of the head as a ball of light. So look at this right here, right? Your consciousness has saturated the central nervous system. All of the light, which is you, is tethered to this system, trapped in this system. The spinal cord and the brain is the mechanisms that allow your light to function in the body. But what I'm telling you is this: all of your emotions and actions, which all of your limbs are connected to your spinal cord, and you able to turn your thought into action. It starts at the seat of the soul which is what I'm showing you right. Let's go back to this again, right here. That bright white light with the little dude right there holding on to the wires, that's the real you, the one that's thinking, not the one that's doing the thought. Your body is responding to your higher self. And when you stop listening to God or your higher self, you stop fulfilling the will and your true purpose. You get out of alignment. Chakra alignment is literally you going within. Why did you think they was meditating all the time? Because they wanted to hear their own pure thoughts, which was coming from their higher self. And they didn't want to hear the influence and then tainting it from your religion or the outside world. Because to the Hindu, if you don't fulfill your true purpose, which is told to you, is written on the inside of you, and you tap into it through meditation, then you reincarnate. So people didn't pray and ask God what to do. They meditated, and the answers was already written in our higher consciousness according to the ancestors. That's why we don't know what to do today, and we running around like chickens with our head cut off, because the papacy corrupted this system. So again, the Statue of Liberty is a technological device, but it only works because of spiritual truth. And what is that spiritual truth? That the Kundalini must rise up from the base of the spine and illuminate itself by exiting the body and assimilation. See, you are pure light that's trapped in a body. And you way down here in the lowest chakra, which is a parallel it's a Stargate vortex into the lowest world. When you die, your consciousness travels up from this realm to a higher realm, we moving up the Jacob's ladder. This person meditating on this picture is not your body, it is your God body, which is what the Pharaoh represent, which is what Luke Skywalker represent, the one that's floating on the lotus flower. When you look at images of people meditating on the chakra chart, the truth is that the person you see meditating on my chakra chart in this collage, it don't represent your physical body. It represents your sleeping, meditating God body in the base reality. It was said by the Hindu that our consciousness is in the lowest chakra, the lowest realm, and that in order for our God body to wake up, we must be born out of 7 different, this is the solar system, right? Venus, Mars, Mercury, we're like space traveling, but they telling you the wrong way, like astronauts going to space. No, it's an inner travel through death. So when you die, your light, it leaves this Stargate and passes up to this one. And it keeps going up until it escapes these lower chakras, and it's now in its highest self up here outside the body. And the ancestors said once the consciousness get here, it's no longer bound to life and death, and that it's a multi-dimensional sort of like Leviathan. This is the beast that's rising up out the waters below. It's the Kundalini serpent within you, which is represented by Jesus. This is why Jesus is a serpent. This is why we say that the Statue of Liberty is the beast, but the beast is the serpent. Remember that. So here is the Kundalini serpent. And this serpent is said to rise up. It's basically represent a sine wave. That's what light is. Light travels like a sine wave. This is what Luke's Skywalker lightsaber is. That's able to pierce the veil and allow us to walk the heavens, which is why his name is Skywalker. Krishna on the lotus flower is an ascended master on the waters above, looking down at the earth at all of their past lives that they live with all of that knowledge in one head. That's why it's a 7-headed dragon. Each of the spikes on the Statue of Liberty represent one of the heads of the dragon. And they don't want us to know this knowledge. They want to turn it into Satanism. But this is why the Statue of Liberty has spikes on the head, because it's representing the crown chakra. And this is the light bearer, because it's the same technology behind free energy, the Tesla Tower. Like when you look at the Tesla Tower, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. It's how the spinal cord and the brain pulls energy from the heavens. That's what we're looking at. So if you look at this technology, it's showing you what's happening with all of us, how our central nervous system is created. Because check this out. All of those electric sparks that you see, that's Tesla pulling energy and information from the sky into his tower, charging his building. This is a huge energy plant. So he's pulling energy from the ether. And that's how he powering his building. And guess what? That's how your body is powering itself. Look at this. Look at your head. See, these little spikes that's coming from our head, creating our crown chakra, that right there is energy going into our body. That's our soul pulling the energy from the heavens into our body for us to even power our body. You ain't got a battery in you. When your soul stop pulling energy from the ether, then your body won't power itself no more. And your soul is pulling the energy in through your crown chakra and is passing it down your spinal cord. When the energy flows down the base of the spine, it reaches a point on the ground where it ricochets like a bullet, and it collapses back inward, and it wraps you in this bubble that you see. And when the energy ricochets and wraps back around, it basically bounces off the ground and comes back up into the crown, and it keeps doing it over and over. It keeps doing it over and over. So the energy that's powering our body, right? We're pulling it from the sky, and as it passes through our body, it goes into the ground to feed what's called the mycelium network. And that energy is recycled back to us in and around again and again through the North Pole. You see what I'm saying? So it's recycled through a network just like any waste treatment system. When the energy is used or when the water is used, it goes through a system to be cleansed again and reused. Energy, new energy isn't created. Old energy just keep getting recycled. That's infinity. You can't create new in infinity. All things exist within infinity, and it's just a matter of perpetual transformation, which is why the snake constantly sheds his skin. So check this out. You see the mark of the beast on his forehead. What is that? The symbol of the serpent. Now that Z stands for zero, which is the 0 point, the North Pole, what the serpent represents. So the mark of the beast is on his forehead. You see, look at him. And this is here is showing you ancient old world spiritual system of balance and duality, which is what this serpent represents. What is a sine wave showing us? Up and down. That's a sine wave. That's duality. That's balance. That's yin and yang. The serpent is the sine wave that represents the unison of that up and down. That sine wave is basically a hill and a hole. That's all it is. It's a hill and a hole, right? And that can be seen as a 0 and a 1, which is the binary code behind this whole thing. And you can see the 0 and 1 here giving you the phi symbol, which is the symbol of this invisible torus field, but it's the energy behind creation. So this was called the unseen knowledge or the serpent wisdom. And this is so forbidden because on a mechanical level, it represents free energy as well. Because when we're looking at the Eiffel Tower, we're just looking at the secrets of how consciousness is seating itself inside of this avatar called a body and using this body as a machine or a mechanism for it to have an experience. So our body, guys, is the Statue of Liberty. if you're not getting it right now. The Statue of Liberty is an archetype that's representing the soul or consciousness residing within the body, which is why inside of the tower is, inside of the statue is a huge tower and there's a flame at the top. Because inside of your body, there's what exists is this right here, the central nervous system and all that, what I just showed. So when you look at this, the spinal cord with the light of the soul at the top of it, it's all right here. Let me see if I can pull that back up for you. Here it is. This is the Eiffel Tower knowledge. So why does the Statue of Liberty got spikes on the head? Because look at this chart here. You see the rays of light coming out when enlightenment. When the Kundalini light rises up from the gutter and it makes its way out the body, then your light gonna shine. What's stopping your light from shining is the body, the veil over you. And you can't escape the body with death. You escape the body with knowledge. In other words, in order to defeat the devil or the veil, in order for your soul to free itself from the body and reach its God body in the base reality, you got to really ask questions, be humble, and defeat the ego, because that's the part of us that say, I know everything. You can't teach me nothing, you know. So if you die with ego and a lack of knowledge, death is not a get out of jail free card from the simulation. You're going to reincarnate. Because life and death ain't a matter of stop breathing and all of that stuff when your heart stops. Life is knowledge, death is ignorance. Simple. That's the way the Hindu taught it. There is no separation. The Hindu didn't look at a person that's breathing their last breath as a dead person. They didn't look at the last breath as death. They looked at it as passing on, which is a continuum of consciousness through multiple parallel realities. And the way out of this labyrinth is self-mastery and awakening. We're in a house of illusion that's made out of our own ego and ignorance. So when we die in these certain mental paradigms, that translates to the ether as another learning lesson we need to learn. And so it plays out as this endless rebirth into lessons that you call lifetimes, but they're really lessons that's been prescribed to you by the higher self to find your way back home. So the Hindu, the ancients didn't look at people that breathe their last breath as dead. The concept of death wasn't ours. Death was ignorance. Life was knowledge. Simple. Because no matter where your consciousness reside at, you're dead without knowledge, according to the ancestors. That's right. You can be wide awoke, living your best life on the beach. But if you living in ignorance with the veil over your eyes, you dead, man, to the ancients. They didn't see death like us. You can be breathing every day, but they'll say, oh, he's dead, man. Because they didn't see death like us. Death to them was an unwoke consciousness. A person that has the full potential to see the truth, but they living beneath their standards because they're living a matrix, a lie, a wall of lies and ideologies that's stopping them from, they would even make different choices if they had this knowledge. But they only can do based upon what they know. Their level of quality of actions is only dictated by their level of awareness. So you can never manifest the greatest life without the greatest level of awareness, which is why each lifetime is you journeying through these layers of self to learn what you got to learn so that you can shift the consciousness up this tower. And once you make it out of the body, once you make it out of the simulation is the sleeping God. Buddha is sleeping the tree. Remember, Buddha, he sleep. And when Buddha's sleeping, He dreaming of all these lifetimes like Neo in the Matrix. But the knowledge of this journey of the energy shifting itself from the base of the tower all the way up to the top where it will now be illuminated. Its light will shine, because when it climbs out the top of this machine called the God body, it seats itself at the top right here, and it's able to now control the God body. You see what I'm saying? As this top ball of light, that represent the supreme mover. That's the one that's controlling this whole God body with every chakra in it. But he don't get to that level. He got to go through each chakra to get up there, though. He got to climb. So we haven't activated our God body in the base reality. We're inside of our God body, sleep, like Buddha in the tree. But the whole concept I'm giving you about energy flowing up the tower and illuminating itself at the pinnacle or the highest point, that is embedded in the Statue of Liberty. So right here is no different than us looking at the Pharaoh when the Pharaoh is holding on to that big old Jedi tower, right? That's a form of liberation. So what this represents is basically the tower inside the Statue of Liberty represent the spinal column, and the torch at the top represents the consciousness that's seated at the top of the spine. But this turns into technology, you see. This is why Tesla Tower looked like a spinal cord with a dome on top. You see, and those electric strikes coming from the dome would be like the energy flowing into your head to power your body. That's just the same thing that the Eiffel Tower doing. And they are hiding this knowledge right in front of your face. I'm gonna show you how right now. Because you do this every year and you don't even see it. Every year they got you doing this and you don't even know what you're doing. Look at this. Check this out. What do you think the Christmas tree with the bright light at the top represent? I just showed you. You're literally making a little Eiffel Tower. See, this is Babylonian technology. The Babylonians were part of the old world as well. But every time they charge the energy grid, because we ain't burning fossil fuels, they create inflation with ignorance. Because they getting free energy, but they charging you for it. And the energy costs go up every year. But guess what? They ain't gotta do nothing to make the energy. One lightning strike can power the whole world for centuries. Tesla said that. Tesla was speaking this kind of knowledge. Every now and then, the Tesla Tower, every now and then, the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, all of this stuff gets struck by lightning. Giza, the Redeemer statue in Brazil. You know why? All of these towers are what's powering our world. And they telling you that we burning dinosaur bones. They telling you we burning fossil fuels. When really, they can charge the entire grid by striking these things once a decade. Let's say the Statue of Liberty gets struck by lightning once a decade. That's them charging it up, the grid in that area. Our ancestors was pulling energy straight from the ether with all of these towers. And we still doing it today, which is why they tell you lightning never strike the same place twice, but it always strike the Eiffel Tower, the Liberty Tower, and there's never no damages. Because that's equipment, y'all. It's like a plasma ball. Subtle, free energy. And they got a slave world. Got us believing they burning coal. Don't you know how many plants it'll be around the world, how much coal we would need to burn to power all of these AI data centers, man? Listen what I'm telling you. You know how much energy we need to generate right now with all of this chat GPT? If you think that we are generating all this energy by combustion, burning some coal, you got to be a fool.
Stupid.
Got to be a damn fool. You gotta be foolish. If you think they got some fire burning with black smoke going up in the sky for me to be able to work my computer right now, you stupid. You stupid. You know how many coal plants we will see around the world? You know how much black smoke it'll be in areas? I'm telling you right now, the way we powering this earth is very simple, wirelessly. Wirelessly, I demonstrated it in my Statue of Liberty video. I uploaded it before this one. It's an upload, not a stream. You need to watch that. They charge the grid with these strikes. They ain't strikes. These are siphoning tools used to charge the grid below by pulling energy directly from the ether. The people who control this stuff didn't even buy it. They didn't even build it, and they didn't fund it. This stuff wasn't paid for by money. The people that built it didn't even have money in a society. So the people who own these towers and structures and temples, they own the energy grid, which is why they are what? In power. When you talk about who's in power, it's because they own the Thor technology. Now, you should look at the Eiffel Tower as a Thor hammer upside down. Do you see it? Drop a 1 in the chat room. If your third eye is open, you can see this is just the Thor hammer laying on the ground with the handle sticking up. They show you this in all of the artwork and comic books. They show you the Thor hammer laying on the ground with the handle sticking up in the sky with lightning coming from the handle. This is all a new way to hide this stuff behind more mythologies and stuff. But see, this is the Christmas tree stuff. See, Christmas and the Christmas tree knowledge is being hidden behind tradition and just buying gifts and stuff. The papacy did that to y'all. When you wrap the lights around the Christmas tree, it's talking about the Kundalini energy wrapped around the spinal cord. The light at the top is the crown chakra. Everything we do is old world stuff that's been reinterpreted by the new squatters. It's been demonized and the truth been taken out of it. So that's what my job is, to come here. And if anyone's sending in any super chats that I missed, don't you worry about it, because I'm going to check them. I'm going to check them when I look at the chat. Sorry about that. I'm trying to keep the flow going. But this is the Christmas tree right here with the light at the top. It's dealing with free energy technology, and the free energy technology is tied to our spirituality, which is why the people in power is condemning everyone's soul for money. They can't tell you the truth about the heavens, which is what the space programs are there. The space programs is the old church religion teaching you about Venus, Mercury, the Greek gods in the sky. But ain't no Greek gods up there. Those are portals into higher realms. And our consciousness got to raise up from this realm to higher realms. And they can't tell you that, because if they're hiding free energy, remember, when our people was teaching about free energy, they had to tell you about the layers of the heavens. They had to teach about the spinal column, the crown chakra. It was deeper than just some technology. This is spiritual, man. You can't have the knowledge of the ether without knowing the knowledge of out-of-body experience and connecting to the heavens. Because the way we connect with the heavens with technology is the same way that we connect with the heavens for spirituality, which is why the technology that we use to connect with the heavens mechanically and physically resembles the same technology within us that we use to connect with the heavens for out of body and lucid dreaming and astral traveling. It all requires energy. You can't travel without using fuel or energy. So guess what? When you astral travel, what is the secrets to how that vehicle power itself? The same secrets Tesla was giving us. Pulling energy from the heavens. Don't you know this is the secrets to how your macabre, meaning your consciousness, your light body, this is how it's able to travel from one reality to another one and shift in between parallel realities. Any kind of motion requires energy. Motion is energy. That's true for your spiritual vehicle too. And what I'm telling you is your spiritual vehicle resembles a Tesla tower. Because it's basically the spaceship or the UFO ship. It's a hovering Tesla tower, which is where you even get the concept of this UFO type ship with the little beam coming down, right? But it's all talking about pulling energy from the heaven in order to be able to move things or in order to set things in motion. So what this means is that there are a lot of mechanisms inside of Tesla's building here, moving around. He got wheels moving and stuff turning in every room, and it's able to be set in motion by the energy being pulled from above, below, creating motion below. Energy is motion. So just like bumper cars with the pole connected to the ceiling to give power, and if you break the connection, rip RIP, you no more motion below. Simple stuff that's been corrupted and demonized, right? So let's move on, make some more connections, show you the old world spiritual system and how it was corrupted by the false Christians. The Tartarians were the real Christians, and the symbols of Christianity were free energy systems and symbols of liberation before they became symbols of control. So what I want to do is show I want to show a lot of synchronicities though. And this one is why Jesus is a lion. Jesus is the Lion of Judah. Jesus is the light bearer, just like Satan. And a lot of people don't like that. They say, well, we don't know why that connection is like that. Well, listen, man, Jesus is just one other archetype representing this same stuff. The reason Jesus was called a light bearer is because, let me show you right now. I can show you better than I can tell you. Let's go into this folder and check this out. Hold on a second. Why was Jesus called a light bearer? Jesus wore a crown of thorns because the light bearer is basically, Jesus is personifying the spinal column, the central nervous system. And at the top of that is the seat of the soul, the light. That's why it's all based on the light bearer. So, but check this out. If you personify what I'm showing you now, it can become Enoch. It looks like Enoch is holding a light in his hand, right? These light rays is the crowns that we see on the Statue of Liberty. But if you look at Enoch's hands, right, they just like the Baphomet. One up, one down, showing duality. Now the hand that's reaching up is reaching toward what, y'all? The light. I keep telling you, the Statue of Liberty is the Baphomet. The Baphomet is Jesus. And all of this represent the Kundalini within us, the beast energy, taming our lower vibration. Look at this right here. This is why Jesus broke the bread in half. Jesus breaking the bread, Moses splitting the sea, it's the same knowledge of duality. So Enoch is showing us what the Baphomet's showing us. He got one hand up, one hand down. And the hand that's lifted up is reaching toward the light. That's called the light bearer. And this is why people are scared of the Baphomet and the devil being the light bearer. But what they don't know is that the light bearer is just the darker half of the yin yang. It's saying that your higher self stands on top of your lower self. That's what he's showing you right here. The darker half of the yin yang holds the light, right? Let me show you. That's why they demonize the woman. They demonize the goddess because she bears the light. Remember, to bear something is to give birth. It's to give birth. So the dark half of the yin yang is it bears the light. Let's just focus on just the dark half. And we want to focus on the dark half because this is what y'all scared of right here. This is the light bearer. And it's just simply because this half of the yin yang literally holds the light. And this light has to ascend. But what it's just showing is that your dark side must learn light and your light side must learn darkness. So this symbol is constantly in motion of these two sides alternating like night and day, showing you the balance of the forces. Because your good side must be exposed to evil, your evil side must be exposed to good. And the balancing will make you your greatest version. Evil ain't what you think it is. It's just negative energy. Think of it like this. In order for you to sculpt something, you got to chisel and take some of the stuff away from it, and you got to add on to it. Sculptors do that too. If they chip away too much from the sculpture, what they molding or whatever, they can add more metal on, a chunk of metal, weld that on, and then start shaving it off again. So when God said, what did God in the Bible say? The God of the Bible said, I give and I take away. That's what the yin yang represent, giving and taking away. And that represents balance. In order for you to not tilt the scales, you got to give and take the same amount, and it'll create a neutral point. If I take more than I give, I'm going to tilt them. If I give more than I take, I'm going to tilt them. The key to the universe, it ain't about giving. It's about equally giving and equally taking. What does that translate to? Equally talking and equally listening. You can't just be the one talking all the time. You got to listen sometime. You can't be the one giving all the time. You got to receive something sometime. The universe is teaching us how to serve and how to be served. And that's what creates heaven. That's what the old world was. It was a civilizations of people that was serving each other. They were not just servants, they were being served. We lost that today. In the world of capitalism, you got servants and you got gods. But in the old world, the servants were the gods. That's like saying, hey man, you can get on your knees and shine my shoes, and tomorrow I'll get down and shine yours. Ain't none of us too humble. That's what the foot wash represent with Jesus. It's showing you an old world system where I'm not too bougie where I can't clean your house like you did mine. Like it ain't a bunch of rich people with a maid service. That ain't the old world how it worked. It was serve and be served. That was the law. So it was a reciprocal system. That way you didn't have a class system of rich and poor because everyone lived at the same level of what you would call luxury. It was an all-inclusive type of deal. But that's what's embodied in the Baphomet and liberty and all that. It ain't just a spiritual system. It's a social structure. that was born from that spiritual system based on equality and balance. And that was lost as we went into this new world of capitalism and the new literal translations, which got everyone, you ain't a Christian, you're a Zionist, and you really promoting world conquest. And that's the knowledge of the barbarians, which ain't knowledge, that's ignorance, to go around taking stuff like what America doing right now. And it's because we don't know about these symbols I'm showing you. So this is the light bearer. And the same reason people demonize the Baphomet is the same reason that the church demonizes Enoch. Enoch is teaching what the Baphomet teaching, the knowledge of ascension, balance, the yin yang, transmuting physicality, duality. You see the dual serpents? You see that this is an androgynous creature. It's neither male nor woman because they turning the yin yang symbol into a humanized form. So don't let that go over your head. You can't look at this with the root chakra. You'll miss it. This represents balance. Man and woman in one being. And you can see the spikes up here, which later became the Statue of Liberty spikes. You'll see the spikes on his head too. But this is no different than holding that torch. The hand that's lifted up will always bear the light. And I'll show you what I mean. Here's another god called Ishtar. And this was an old form of Lady Liberty before Lady Liberty. Now, let's pull up the Statue of Liberty so we can show you Lady Liberty worldwide. Let's do that. All of these deities are forms, are archetypes representing the same knowledge. Take a minute and look at that and we'll move a bit fast here so we can see, we can view a bunch of them. These are forms of Lady Liberty. All of these are different. Every deity in the world is representing the same one truth of liberation, the soul leaving the simulation. This is Ishtar, and as you can see right here with Ishtar, how you even get the Statue of Liberty. This stuff right here, guys, it needs to be popular. I need you to like and share because it's really deep stuff. Let me pull up a Statue of Liberty real quick. Here is the Statue of Liberty. All right, let's pull that up. And then you go, that torch that he holding is a ankh. That's really a ankh. And that's another form of this would be Ishtar right here. And you can see the tablet would be in the shoulder there. And you would have your torch right here, or your ankh, your Tesla coil, or your electric oscillator, right? Boom, right there. See, this god is called Santa. This is another version of Santa. Look at the hat. You see the Santa Claus hat? Now, who is Santa? Satan. But what does Santa mean? Center. Santa means center. And this god is holding a candy cane or twisty little candy, right? This basically how Santa get the candy cane. They corrupted this stuff into ho, 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 candy cane. But this was the original knowledge. Santa is Satan or the light bearer. And they rather us be getting into candy canes and red monsters and dragons versus tapping into our inner divinity and this deep knowledge about Kundalini rising up. That's right. We gonna read all super chats in a minute. We see them. We see them. We finna read all super chats right now. Throughout the show, I'm gonna take a look at the chat and we'll read the super chats. And right now, I'm gonna read them. I do this so I don't be too distracted with the flow. I hope y'all don't mind. It allow me to give you a dope presentation. Shout out to Say Less for more. Shout out to Big J 3286. Thank you for being a member, Big J. Shout out to Rising Black Sun. Shout out to Jay Scaramella. Check the Chan Baori stepwell in India. They want us to believe it was built by hand. I'm going to check that, man. Shout out to Barney Gumbleburp. Bro, so next level to folks and all. Hey, thank y'all. Thank y'all. We're going to continue this presentation in 30 seconds. So right here, you see how the Statue of Liberty get the robe, the torch, and how it's related to Santa, and all that. This little dress that they wearing right here, you see the dress that Ishtar wearing? Don't let that go over your head, because let me show you what that dress, that's the Christmas tree. That's the Christmas tree. Let me show you something real quick. I got so many folders open. But let me find the one I'm looking for here. All right, here we go. So why they wearing that dress right there? Show you why they wearing that. This is what the dress represent. It represent the 7, because listen what I'm telling you here, right? Our 7 chakras, and let me get on screen with you here with this. Our 7 chakras ain't just being still. Let me show you something. Your 7 chakras ain't motionless. They are making an orbit around your body. So think of it like this. These your 7 chakras right here. That's kind of ugly. Do it like that. Your 7 chakras are going around your body. Like they all orbiting you. They making you look like the Michelin tire man. You ever saw, drop a 1 in the chat room. You ever saw the Michelin tire man? Or the snowman? The snowman. It's the same concept. This right here. So it's showing the God body and the layers of self. Now, let me show you what this thing is like this, right? You can look at it like this. You got 7 versions of yourself, 7 universes. And up here, this your greatest version, but down here, your worst version. Look. The best you up there, worst you down there. And this frown will change. And the midpoint is like this. You get what I'm saying here? Our levels of bliss, our experience. Hindu said this is our lowest one. And the frown will shift to a smile. And up here, boom. So it's like the stairway to heaven. Step by step, stairway to heaven. But that's why Ishtar. Now, what is the word Ishtar? Easter. What is Easter? Resurrection. Now, people say Easter is dealing with the east. The word Easter ain't dealing with no direction. It's not the opposite of west. The word Easter is the root word of exterior. Exterior. What Ishtar or Oestra, which is a goddess that's equivalent to Ishtar or Estra, that's how we get the word Easter, dealing with estrogen, Estra. But what this is dealing with when we talk about Easter is exterior, which is where we at right now, in the outer world. We kicked out the garden. So because we're kicked out the garden and we exist in the simulation or the outer realm, the exterior, the only way to get back to the base reality is to go within. And this was the knowledge of Ishtar, or the light barrier. It was the knowledge of telling people you're in the simulation or the exterior realm and you need to wake up and resurrect yourself. You got to be born again into the real world, which is the inner world, Eden. We fell from Eden, which is the central base reality, the highest realm. We exist in the matrix, which is another way of saying the exterior world. And the reason Easter has the word exter is because if you ever watched the Matrix movie, what was the knowledge that woke people up? Letting them know, listen, you're in a fake world. You're in a exterior realm, and we come from a real base Earth what exists in the middle of the universe. This is what Neo found out, what Morpheus told him to wake him up. Basically, the knowledge of the simulation is the knowledge of the exterior or material world. The so-called illusion of the physical, the veil around you. So Easter was teaching us about resurrection. Easter was all about the knowledge of hell and waking up from the false reality, exterior, material world. But now it's just about money, rabbits, and eggs. So let's go ahead and make some more. Because when you bring yourself to the exterior, material world, that is liberation, talking liberty knowledge. Right now I'm just showing you why. Okay. I caught you too early. Check. Let's see if we can get warns now. Let's see if we can flood the chat with warns. When did the mic mess up? Let me go back and see when we messed up. Did I catch y'all early? I'm glad I was watching the chat, because I could have been talking for a minute like that. Don't put twos if you can hear me good now, because you're going to confuse me. I should see ones now. There we go. Yeah, I fixed it for you. I hope I wasn't that way long. Let me rewind, because I may have to repeat myself. I don't mind. We're going to take our time. Okay, so I'm good. Just keep going. Just type keep going or rewind and let me know should I go back, because I don't mind taking my time. I'll play the joint back if the static mess me up. So drop in the chat room now, keep going or rewind, because if you miss something, I can go back. If it was people saying you good, it wasn't long. Okay, I'm gonna keep on going. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going because a lot of y'all put. Okay, let's keep going. I see a few rewinds, but it's more keep goings. So that's what we're doing. And if you want me to rewind, just do it on the replay and just listen through that little bit of static. Because even when it's static, you can hear me. It's just annoying. So let's keep going for the sake of y'all precious time. All right, I'm going to just keep moving. I'm going to try not to repeat myself so much, too. All right. So we still on a section of the stream where we dealing with what's called the light bearer. And I want to show y'all what the light bearer is. It's Enoch. What I'm wanting you to know is that the fake Christians don't like Enoch. And the fake Christians turned the light bearer into the devil. And the Christ that y'all worshiping, that's the false Christ. The Christ that everybody worshiping, that's the literal interpretation of the archetype, which is the false version. The true Christ is hidden behind the papal literal interpretations. So when y'all are looking at Jesus, let me show you something real quick, because I got the wrong picture up right now. Stand by. Let me get deep with y'all real quick. Hold on, I need my next slide. I got so many slides, man. With this, we gonna be here a minute because I got so much to show y'all. So hit the like and share button if you like what I'm doing. Show y'all something real quick. So Jesus is the Statue of Liberty, but they gave him a crown of thorns instead of a spiky hat. But it's something, another collage I got for y'all, what I'm looking for while you check this picture out. That's gonna go even deeper and show you some more connections. Hold up. All right, I'm just gonna keep it moving because I know I'm gonna come across it eventually the way I set this up. That's me trying to skip ahead. Hold up. All right, here's what I'm glad I did that because I wanted to find this too. Because remember what we're talking about right now, the light bearer. And this God is here. What is she holding in her hand? Light, like she's a lighthouse, a beacon of light. But on a spiritual level, the higher self is a beacon of light that the lower self is following to find its way back home. Drop fireballs if y'all feel what I'm saying. This is simple truth. It's showing you why the Statue of Liberty is the light bearer. It's spiritual and physical, because ships lost at sea need to find their way home. But your consciousness, your seven, let me explain something to you. When we fell from Eden, our single consciousness split up into 7 layers of ourself. This is one of them. I don't know everything. You know why? Each layer of me is holding some of the knowledge, which is why our soul got to pass through each layer of ourself and get that knowledge from it so we can bring all that experience together. And guess what? Now you know all the knowledge of self, everything you need to know through 7 versions of yourself that bumped their head in 7 lifetimes. So when we see the light bearer, when we talk about a ship in the ocean looking for the light to find its way home because it's lost at sea, that's symbolic of your lower self seeking guidance of your higher self, which is the light bearer. Same thing the Statue of Liberty represent in a symbolic and spiritual way. This is embedded into the navigational systems and the spiritual system. It's so beautiful, y'all, that in the old world, everything you did had the spiritual system incorporated and embedded into it. From your navigational stuff to your energy devices. All of this incorporated the knowledge of the ether and ascension into it. That's how the old world made this knowledge universal and common to everybody so that it won't be forgotten. And you can't delete that from society because that'll live on. People will do rituals that their ancestors did. And only thing you can do is tell the new generation why they doing it. We put up Christmas trees and we don't even know that was a way to teach about the central nervous system with the pineal gland seated at the top. We've been putting up Christmas trees. We've been doing these Babylonian practices. But today they tell us we're doing it for St. Nicholas. We're doing it for Jesus' birthday. You can't stop these rituals because they are embedded into the fabric of human consciousness. What the church did was just reinterpret and redefine what everything means today. And I'm here to show you it don't mean none of the stupid stuff they talking about. It don't mean let's go shopping because it's Jesus' birthday. If it's Jesus' birthday, why we shopping? It's showing you that what I told you about these people. They true religion was money, capitalism, buying and selling. They were merchants. They're merchants. They want to set up markets in your land. You have these beautiful empires, and when they come, they turn it to Walmart, Burger King, Outback Steakhouse, buddy. That's what they build on top of your beautiful temples and spiritual systems. Right across the street from Giza is a damn Pizza Hut. I'm just showing you now, these merchants, these capitalists, these buyers and sellers, that's all they know, barbarianism. So they corrupted all of these rituals and traditions into just more buying and selling. Every holiday is something else to buy, something to sell, you know. That's really all it's about. If you didn't buy me this for Valentine or buy me that for Christmas, then damn it, now we ruin the holiday. Because why? When you take away the knowledge from these traditions and rituals, it just turned into consumerism. What I'm going to get you this year for Christmas? What we're going to do this year for Easter? What I'm going to wear this year for Halloween? When you miss all this shit's vain and pointless now. And it just make the enemy rich. But if you knew that we was doing this same stuff, but we knew why we did it before the reset, before the papacy redefined and retranslated everything, extracted the interpretations and made us look at this stuff literally. So here's a goddess called Oya, and she's another form of Lady Liberty to the Africans. The reason I'm showing you this goddess is so you can see that the Statue of Liberty is not to be demonized, black people. You of all people shouldn't be looking at this stuff stupid. That's right. Because the oldest form of the Statue of Liberty was a black woman. Let's talk about it. I keep telling you that they stole this from Asiatic Negroes in Southeast Asia, the Black Buddha. You had Africans talking about Lady Liberty. They call her Ma'at. This is just Ma'at. And guess what Ma'at wear on her head? Feathers. And what this goddess got on her head? Feathers. When you see the Indian feathers, the Indians was trying to teach you what Lady Liberty's showing you. The crown chakra, man. This was a spiritual system that they hide right in front of your face. Look at this. This is Lady Liberty's spike. This is American spirituality, which was in tune with the rest of the world. So when they talk about the Columbus saw the Indians was wearing these feathers because the Statue of Liberty was teaching the same thing that the feathers teaching, the crown chakra coming from the head. So feathers is Ma'at, being light so you can ascend, right? So that's what this goddess represent. That's what Lady Liberty represent. Liberation comes with equality, justice, balance. And this same knowledge should be incorporated into your court systems to create law and judicial systems. But guess what corrupted our court system? Money. Anybody can buy their way out of a crime. That's right. That's because the people who controlling our world, they didn't build a Statue of Liberty. They defile what this thing represent, y'all. If everyone was living according to the standards, what the Statue of Liberty represent, we would love this world because it'll be a utopia. It'll be like Tartaria. The Statue of Liberty was created by Europeans who were in tune with our ancestral spiritual system. They was wiped out with the old world. They was wiped out with our ancestors by this group who said that. See, I don't want to say Europeans. I want to say white people, fair-skinned people. They learned just like everyone else about this knowledge that the Africans knew about, and they created a white version of it that we call Lady Liberty. In other words, Ma'at was the spiritual system worldwide before the papacy took over. Everybody had a Lady Liberty or a goddess that represented balance, equality, justice in their land. She may have looked different, but she had the same similarities. She held up the light bearer. She was a light bearer. She had some spiky stuff going on the head. And she represented liberty, equality, balance, like Ma'at. They don't want us to know that the Statue of Liberty ain't a monument. It's an old world deity. It's a god. It's a form of Enoch. It's representing you waking up from this simulation, and they don't want us to know that, y'all. So they turned the Statue of Liberty to this guy. And they said, if you want to resurrect, you got to follow him. And guess where he leading you? Down the road to Zionism. This is when you follow what the new Christ represent right here with the literal interpretation, you end up like all of these people in these churches being led astray by the papacy. Because they're turning this to a literal interpretation, and it's making them not see the knowledge of themselves and how they are so great and divine. That's what the papacy robbing them of. And they giving all the glory to a false god, which is the Antichrist. When they said, Christ said he died so you can live, guess what he's telling you? When God fell asleep, man became awake. Yes, when your higher self fell asleep, your lower self was born in the simulation. That's why Christ saying he died so you can live. Death is sleep. That's why God gonna wake back up again. He ain't dead. He just sleeping like Buddha in the tree, like Neo in his Matrix pod. That's what the open tomb represent, a little incubator. That's your God body that you never activated. You haven't really been born for real. You ain't been born for real. You're sleeping, you're dreaming. So when we make out of this multi-layered dream, we wake up in the real world, in our real God body, with all of the knowledge of all of our lifetimes. And what this does, it makes you your greatest version. You ain't here wasting time. You here learning. Your soul know what it's doing here. It's extracting this experience to perfect itself, to say, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. I should have did this that day. All of this gonna turn into knowledge. So every mistake you make, it ain't a L or a loss, it's a lesson. We ain't doing nothing but gaining here. You can't lose with this mission. It's a win-win. So watch this, right? What they call sinning is just the soul learning who it is through mistakes. And that's what the Hindu would have told you. They want to use your mistakes to control you, make you tired, and exert authority over you. They would have told you that every mistake you making is a lesson that you came here to learn and master from your higher self. They ain't, oh, that's a sin and you got to pay the price and blood sacrifice. That's barbarianism. They corrupted the true Christianity. That's right. And you practicing paganism and blood sacrifice. How that's gonna make people better? People need to learn from their wrongdoings. not just shed blood, kill a goat for it. That's stupidity. That's barbarianism. That's capitalism. It again, somebody got to pay a price. It's all about buying and selling. You can't even escape wages even in these folks' spiritual system. I told you, because the wages of sin is death. Now watch this. This here is the light bearer, another form of this woman here, but you can see her spiky hair becomes a lion beard. So they showing you the same concept in different ways. Instead of having a bunch of spiky liberty spikes, they give you the lion beard. Just showing you, and he's bearing the light in his hand. Same thing with the Baphomet, bearing the light, and you see the spikes right here. This is all the liberty spiritual system we once had. And Buddha is a form of the Baphomet or the serpent on the tree. So is Moses. Moses is a form of Enoch. These weren't real people. These were just symbols, deities, comic book characters that was all represent consciousness rising up and splitting the waters above with your emergence into the real world of base reality. Just like when you came into this world, you had to bust through waters. The waters broke. Your mama waters broke. That's symbolic. When we born out of the simulation, just like in the Matrix, when Neo came out of his pod, he burst through the waters. That was the symbolic of waters being born again in baptism, resurfacing up from the waters below is what Enoch represents. And that's why you see the Statue of Liberty emerging from the water. It's on an island to symbolize the same thing. The dry spot, all of that water stopping at the island is symbolic of all of the water in your brain stopping at this little white hole. That would be Liberty Island. And on that island, Liberty would be standing up, lifting the light, just like we see in the brain. But if you look at the island that the Statue of Liberty is on, let's pull it up. It's showing you the skull, the brain. I'm about to show it to you. Hold on a second. But check this out, y'all. Here is Serapis on the right and Lady Liberty on the left. And remember, the image on the right, what we call in Serapis, that is a older form of Jesus Christ with the crown of thorns, or the spiky hat. But you need to see how it became Lady Liberty. So I'm just showing you that real quick. We skipping around while I look for the island picture. We ain't in no hurry because I'm just gonna go through all of this stuff. But let me see. Let's go to this one. Let me go through all of these. In the top right, we got the goddess Oshun, showing us what Moses later showed us. The waters being split. You see Moses right there? And you see Christ in that artwork right there. And see, Christ had the crown of thorns on in this image too, but it's represented different. But it's the same Statue of Liberty concept with the spikes, just like the Pharaoh here. And you can see the Pharaoh here is breaking the two pillars. Who else did that? Moses. Moses breaking the two pillars. He do it with the two tablets. He also do it with the two water pillars, just like the Pharaoh Aten. Why is it so symbolic to break these two pillars in half? Because all of these are archetypes for what's happening in the brain, creating the left and right brain, the two hemispheres of the brain, giving us instinct and intuition, which is represented by the higher self and lower self, the 6 and the 9, the yin and the yang, the masculine and feminine forces within all people, represented by the Baphomet. So this little guy right here that you see wearing black, that's the Ripper, the Reaper. Why do they call him a Ripper? Because right there in the center of the brain, he's the cause of that. This is like a miniature version of you that's breaking a hole in the sky, and that's what Enoch is showing us. Enoch is all personifying this knowledge right here. So let me pull that back up again too. Enoch is the little man in your dome in the brain, which is why when you look at look for pictures of Enoch, he's the one representing flat Earth. The flat Earth simulation is you're in your own head. Why? Because a dream means you're in a sleeping version of yourself. When you in a dream, where are you? You're inside of a sleeping you. And how do you get out the dream? The sleeping you got to wake up. So here is Enoch right here, waking up from the dream. This artwork symbolizes the consciousness leaving the body. Because when your consciousness leaves this earthly body, you wake up like you wake up in a dream into a realer world. You basically went to sleep in the real world, the fall from Eden. And when we fell asleep, we went into a dream within a dream within a dream. So when we fell asleep, we started dreaming. And in that dream, we fell asleep and we started dreaming. And in that dream, we fell asleep and started. So we went into a dream within a dream within a dream. We went into 7 layers of sleep. And that is represented by the 7 selves, the 7 chakras, the 7 versions of you, each existing in their own layer of consciousness or their own sleep state. So you got to wake up from one world to a next one. I've done this before. It's called dual dreaming. But this would be dual dreaming on steroids, this experience we're having now called life. And Enoch is showing you basically the soul coming up out the brain, coming up out the skull right here. Enoch is this little guy right here busting through the sky vault. He represents the little, when this man is tired, it's a little guy in your brain that's going to leave your body. And that's what Enoch represents. The flat earth terrarium is our skull, our higher self. But our consciousness has went into a lower reality through dreaming on a higher plane. So there's a you in a higher realm, sleep, waiting to be born. That's why all babies come sleep. For you to be, you start off as a sleeping baby. And birth would be when the baby wakes up from the real world and they slap him on the butt. But the consciousness in that baby just literally left a dream world. And it's entering a whole nother dream where it's starting with birth. And you got another baby sleep above that realm, waiting on that baby to die, so the consciousness can shift up again and keep going. And each version of you, which is a baby and a fetus, is all these points in time are connected. This was what the Hindu taught. So just like when you falling off a cliff, the moment you hit the ground, you wake up in your bed. The impact of the ground was just you waking up in the real world. That action was translated to awakening in another reality. That was death according to the Hindu. So Enoch is representing the same thing all of these images represent. The soul bursting up from the waters below, up and resurfacing up and from in the higher plane. That's what Yahweh represent too. He's just another archetype for the soul rising up. Different archetypes in different parts of the world at different times. But through syncretism, I can show you the similarities and I can show you how they all represent the same thing. Even here with the goddess Oshun from the Yorubans, you can see your liberty spikes coming from her head right there. And instead of putting her on an island, like the Statue of Liberty, they got the water breaking another way. Because the island is just breaking the water. It's creating a dry spot in the middle of the whole bay. And that's what's happening in the brain, right? So this little white spot right here would be where the island at with the statue on it, which is this black dude right here with the big boots on top of this little white spot would be how you get Lady Liberty on the island. And she's stopping all that water from going any further, but this is what's happening in the brain. You have all of this water that just stops right there. Something is stopping the water from just filling this spot up, right? Because your brain is over 75% water, but the water will not flow into this middle chamber. Isn't that something? And another way of looking at that is when you look at the Statue of Liberty, this island is stopping all that water. It stops there, just like what Moses is doing. He's stopping the water from going any further. But it's teaching you biology, spirituality, and so much with just symbolism. You see, that's how much knowledge is embedded within these archetypes and symbols. And you miss all of that knowledge with spookism, mysticism, literal translations. Here is Leon Tcephaline. A Christian would tell you this Satanism, but yet they will go read the story of Samson and they will accept that. Yeah, the Christian will tell you, I don't rock with that, Sanchez. I go to church, I believe in Jesus, and they believe in the story of Samson, but they don't understand how that was taken from the devil that they scared to get into. See, the thing about Satanism, the old world knowledge, the truth is that the original foundation of Christianity was Satanism. It was the knowledge of the serpent. And I'm trying to show you, Moses did not worship Jesus. Moses taught with the knowledge of the serpent, and the deity that Moses lifted up wasn't Jesus. Jesus came later. Somebody said later, they said, look, take that serpent off the stick and put that white boy on it, because we don't need all of these Negroes knowing the knowledge of self. That's right. We need them worshiping and praying to this white dude in the sky so we can control them. Versus them activating that junk DNA, which is blasphemous because God don't make no junk. Universe don't make no junk. That's right. You gonna activate that junk DNA with this knowledge I'm giving you. See, watch this, right? Once our people get out of the immature stuff and spookism and childish stuff with this knowledge, they gonna see what I'm doing, what I'm giving them here. The serpent wisdom. See, Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness. The wilderness represent what? The exterior, the simulation, the outer realms. And the reason that the serpent is lifted up in the wilderness is to show how resilient consciousness is. It's to show that even when you put these light bearers in a world of darkness, they'll find their way out like a seed that you put in the ground, and they'll find their way out through transformation because they resilient. Let me show you something about your soul, right? They tried to bury you alive, and they didn't do nothing but transform you like a seed. Think of this. Think of somebody with a seed, and they think that they're hurting the seed by burying it alive. And they trap the seed in darkness, and they say, ha, 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 I got you, seed. I buried you under the ground. They don't even know that thing about to become a tree. You didn't do nothing but transform it to something even better. You can't destroy us because we're like seeds. It ain't like you're a fallen angel. You're a planted seed. And the way out the darkness is transformation. The shell casing of the seed is your ego. And the potential that's locked in the shell casing, shell is hell. Take the S off. Shell is hell. You're a seed. You want to make it out of hell, you got to make it out of yourself. Because check it out. You may say, well, they planted me in the ground, but the ground ain't holding you back. Your shell casing is. Them planting you in the ground don't stop nothing. You not transforming in the ground by breaking through the shell casing, which is the ego, the version of us that keep us from transforming to something better than we were yesterday. So that's what this represents. They want us to think we're sinful, fallen angels, humans that got to obey authority to make it back. But that's the new papal programming and the barbaric interpretation to promote capitalism and following orders and being obedient to authority. And this ain't the old world system. There was no authority ruled over you. It was simply knowledge is power. If you give men enlightenment, they will govern themselves. That's right. We didn't need rich devils ruling over us. People say, man, without government, the world will be evil. Don't you know that the most evil people are in government, you silly? Without government, the world will be evil. When the most evil people is the government. Y'all silly. When people was governing themselves with correct knowledge, that's when we lived in heaven. Knowledge is power and governance, not ignorance and police officers. You just gonna build more prisons with that, and that's by design. Here is an old form of Jesus, Serapis. And what did we read about with Jesus? They said Jesus wrestled with Satan, right? Well, look at this deity right here. You see him wrapped up in the serpent, right? Same with Buddha. We all wrestling with Satan, meaning we're struggling to gain control over our Kundalini energy, which is the lower energy. It's beautiful energy, but it's very secular energy, if you will, because it starts at the base of the spine. What it is basically saying that just like a child, children like to play too much. And it takes a child a while to realize balance, that you just can't play all day. You got to play and work. You got to do some serious stuff and reward yourself with playing. You basically got to have this balance in life. It ain't play. So what the chi energy represent is a baby soul energy. And that's the part of us that just want to have sex. It want to eat good food. Basically the part of us that want to experience the simulation. It want to partake in the simulation, the everything that this computer got to offer. And it ain't a bad thing. It's just that all children start off in a play mode. And on a spiritual level, this would be like the realm you put the baby in a playpen, because babies like to play and get into stuff. So you put them in a controlled environment. That's a simulation. That's what we're in. And it ain't because we did nothing wrong. It's because you just a baby, and the baby got to be contained. That's what the firmament dome is. Baby souls in Eden start their journey in the lower realm, just like baby trees start their journey in the ground as a seed. Does it make sense to you? Drop a 1 in the chat room. And no one can start off a soul in heaven for the same reason no one can start off a seed, a tree. You got to start off a seed and learn how to transform on your own. And through transformation comes ascension, where you will become a tree. That's a baby becoming an adult through transformation. No one can do that for you. I just can't make you that. The universe can't either. So there are certain things that we have to do for ourselves, and that's what salvation was. It was a personal journey. into the Catholic Church made it an organized corporate institution where we all just believe in Jesus for our Savior. And that's leading the world astray. Because I don't care how much you believe, and I know that feeling that you got right now, because I was a Christian where you think you right and I'm wrong. That feeling gonna be why you reincarnate. That's ego. That's cognitive dissonance. I don't care how strong that feeling is, you're wrong. And knowledge is power, and you're gonna pay for your error. Universe don't respect nothing but knowledge. Belief is in a way of you gaining knowledge. You can either have tradition or you can have truth, but you can't have both. Jesus wrestled with the serpent for the same reason Serapis did. What was people doing before Jesus? You think they didn't know how to get to heaven? So you think the whole world waited on Jesus to come so that we can go to heaven? And he can teach us the knowledge of resurrection and ascension. People knew about resurrection before Christ. And they was teaching it through different archetypes. And Christ is just a Johnny come lately that borrowed and stole from those old archetypes and didn't even get the story right. That's right. They took it literally and didn't even know the deep knowledge behind this stuff. Got the whole world corrupted, led astray. So let's keep this moving though. Let's keep this syncretism moving. Let's keep this thing moving. Clear the screen off. Clear the screen off. Because we got more stuff. We ain't done. We ain't done. We ain't done. Bear with me, people. We're going to keep this going. I want to show you other forms of the Statue of Liberty. That's what I'm about to do now. But bear with me because I keep on shutting my brain image and I need to keep this up. Here it is right here. We need to keep that up. All right, let's move on to the next connection we're going to make. Now, this god right here is Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl. It's the feathered serpent. And a feathered serpent is called a dragon or a winged serpent. We see the winged serpent in Egypt too. Don't take the dragon literally. They're running a psyop right now where they want us to believe that dragons were literal creatures. But when you believe that a dragon is a literal creature, it's no different than a Christian believing that the devil is a real monster saying, ha, 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 ha. You just another Christian and you don't know it. They want everyone to interpret the dark half of the yin yang or the devil half as a literal serpent. And that's when you go wrong with your papal programming. That's spookism and it's childish. People who do that demonize Lady Liberty too. People who do that don't really rock with Enoch either. They rock with Christ over Enoch. See, watch this right, y'all. This dragon right here is Statue of Liberty, man. Here it is right here. Jesus is another form. Sacculus is another form. It's the Statue of Liberty. Let's count the spikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. In between the sun and moon. Because Jesus is splitting the bread, breaking the bread in between the two thieves. Why they always in between something? Because they in between the two scales, showing your polarity. Look at here. And then you compare that to that. See, when Columbus came to America, They didn't build a Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty was just a white person's form of this same serpent deity that the natives had. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that there were a group of white people on this land dwelling in unison with the copper-colored natives, and we all was one big family. Just like the Bible said, we had one spiritual system, the pre-Babel society. And they split us up and they gave us different languages. They took all of these symbols and they made us think that all of these different symbols is our own different gods and our own different lands. That's how they hid the old world Tartarian Empire. Because listen, all of our ancestors had one unified worldwide spiritual system in Tartaria. And they split that up and they turned it into world religion where everyone divided and thinking that their God is different because they believing in the literal interpretation. But the syncretism people come in, myself, which is why I got into syncretism, to show people we've been divided and conquered and we all got the same God and we don't know it. You know why Jesus carried a cross? Because Jesus is the light bearer. And anybody walking around with light in their hand, it looked like they carrying a cross. What do you mean, Sanchez? Let me show you. Let me show you. Here's why Jesus carried a cross and wore a crown of thorns. Look. Look at the Statue of Liberty with its crown of thorns on, carrying the cross. Look it down now. What happens is, anytime you holding light in your hand, it look like you carrying a cross because the light rays illuminate in a cross. And if you think that I'm just joking, or, well, you know I'm not joking, but if you think it's just for play, let me show you something about this video here. In this video I put out, it's actually a portion where I got a dude in darkness, and it'll show you a better version of it. Like, something real quick. Let me find it for you. Let me find it for you. Find it for you, people. It's in this video. I just thought about it. Is in this video. Scanning through it. I want y'all to see this. See this. I'm gonna pull up another one. I know how I found it. It was through here. And right here, look at this. This is it. See, look at this dude. It's simple stuff. The light bearer carries the cross. Now, people know that Jesus is the light bearer. People know that Satan is the light bearer. But it's the same knowledge from different archetypes, man. Don't take it literal. But the light bearer carries the cross. This right here shows you why the light bearer carries the cross. The Statue of Liberty represents finding your way in the dark, finding your way in the darkness. The light bearer is the guide or God. That's why Jesus said, I am the light. Why did Jesus say I'm the light? Jesus was personifying like a lighthouse for lost ships, for lost souls at sea. This stuff deep, man. What we got built into our navigational systems, the North Pole is a big lighthouse for when you die, your soul is going to go toward the light like a ship at sea. That's why I keep showing you Enoch, man, right here. Polaris is the lighthouse. Polaris is polarity, the split in between sun and moon, the serpent in between the yin and the yang, right here. This is Polaris. It's the stargate in the middle of your brain, the seat of the soul. That's Polaris. That's the North Pole. What we're looking at is flat Earth. Why you think they demonize flat Earth? Why you think they demonize Enoch? Why you think they demonize the Statue of Liberty? Why you think they demonize the old world goddesses? They only give you the papal programming. They don't want to connect you to as above, so below. Look at this. It's so beautifully synced together with your biology, your spiritual, everything is all in alignment. The earth, the body, the mind, it's all sacred geometrically aligned. It's so divine that you can't mess this up. You can only create heaven on earth. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Guess what? The heavens show us balance, but the world we live in ain't balanced. You know why? Because the people in power ain't practicing the old world spiritual system. That's the true Christianity. The light bearer carries the cross, and the light bearer represents liberty, equality, and justice for all. Not no God that's got favoritism. The God of your Bible got a favorite chosen people. That's favoritism. That goes against liberty, equality. That ain't equal. That's favoritism. These people are imposters. They are liars, and they are the false Christians. The true Christians didn't go with no favoritism and Zionism. That's the corruption of this old world system. That's right. You're a Zionist. You're not a Christian because you don't follow the true system of equality and justice for all. You follow the papacy and the Zionist agenda that corrupted this stuff. And they hate the Statue of Liberty, but they can't destroy it. They can't build it. You know you can't dismantle it and destroy it. You will have to blow it up with bombs. And what would be your explanation? They destroyed the Tesla Tower because it was a lot smaller. But if you ever been to the Statue of Liberty, bro, you would damn near have to blow up the whole bay to destroy this thing. That's right. Trust me, yo, the people in power, every day they have to drive by this statue, it pisses them off. That's right. Trust me, y'all, I'm telling you right now, all of these old world structures, they can't destroy them because these are energy devices that they using to power the grid with. If they can destroy these things and rebuild them, they would, but they can't. They don't have the knowledge to build this energy grid that they inherited. Because they ain't burning fossil fuel. They just learned how these machines work. The Eiffel Tower statue, all of these structures around the world are wirelessly interconnected. They on certain ley lines. And this how we power the earth. Not through burning coal. They can't destroy the pyramids in Giza. They can't destroy none of these objects on these ley lines. So they just gotta leave them there like an eyesore because they need the technology from it. But it's always a reminder to them that our ancestors were greater than them. That's right. They can't destroy this stuff because they can't rebuild it. If they can rebuild it, they'll destroy it, but they can't. Everything they can rebuild, they destroyed it, y'all. The stuff they couldn't rebuild, like the Sistine Chapel, like the buildings I've been showing you from Tartaria, they just restored it because it's part of the energy grid. These big temples and statues are all interconnected. That's why they got antennas on the top of a lot of these old world buildings. They can't destroy that, but everything around that stuff, they destroyed it and rebuilt it. Turned it into shopping centers and downtown areas. So that's why when you go downtown, if you looking with your third eye open, everything look out of place. What do I mean, right? In a lot of these old cities like St. Petersburg, London, New York, a lot of these old cities, when you go downtown, you see a lot of modern stuff that we built, but in the background, you'll see these huge ass buildings that's built from like the 1800s that's making our buildings look cheap and simple. And they be like Gotham style, castle, cathedral type shit. That's from an old world. And that's why the architecture look out of place. You will see a damn McDonald's, a Walmart, or a bank tower next to this huge old cathedral in your downtown area. And guess what, y'all? The people that built the downtowns and the stuff in our modern world, they didn't build, their ancestors did not build these cathedrals. These are old structures hidden right in our face from old world civilizations, and they are able to hide them by saying that is a church building. And when we think of a church building, guess what we think? Well, it's supposed to look old and Gothic. But the church ain't the Roman Empire. That's how they fooling you. Them the new people that's squatting on these buildings. Look what I'm gonna show you right here. These the false Christians giving you the new religious system of capitalism and the church and the state. So all of the buildings in our city that look outdated and Victorian, they just say, well, that's church stuff. But really everything that they saying is Roman Vatican church stuff. It's Tartarian Empire stuff that had nothing to do with us building this pretty stuff to go worship a white boy on a cross. All of this pretty stuff was energy devices and stuff that was telling us how great we are and that you in the center of the universe. It was stuff that the church hated. Why would they build stuff that and then have to reinvent the wheel later with Christ to hide the true meaning of what it meant? You see, the people who got you thinking that way, they was exposed to all of this Tartarian stuff and they transformed it into modern day Christianity. Shout out to Von Hall. Thank you for the support. You on fire. Don't stop. Take your time. I got you. So everything we see that look real good and it's built in a, think about it, right? They want you to think that the Roman Empire built all of these Tartarian buildings in our cities, right? We finding this all around the world, so they got to say Rome invaded the world in conquest. That's what they got to say. And they right about that. The Rome invaded the world and basically took over all of the lands that you see the Vatican ruling today. But what they lied about, they said that when Rome took over, they said that Rome were Christians. That's a lie. The Roman Empire was an empire of barbarians and capitalism worshiping the Caesar, which were like the rich men. Wealth was their system. And just like today, the richest people were like the gods. When people bowing down to the Caesar and stuff, that was Rome. They didn't have a spiritual system or knowledge of self. They didn't know about the chakras and all that. They were just barbarian capitalistic empires, and that they was going around looking for who they can conquer. And they lied about Roman Empire being Christians. And what they said was that the Roman Empire, because what they teach in the Bible is that if your eye is lusting, you need to pluck it out. What the Roman Catholic Church taught, their foundation was physical harm for spiritual enlightenment. And that led to human sacrifice, something having to die for us to learn or seek enlightenment or resurrection. So they had a concept of, if I gotta poke my eye out and cause my body some harm for my soul to be free, then the hell with my body. If I gotta get tortured physically to save my soul, then I'll be like Christ. But that's deception. Because the reason that they was teaching that was to justify conquering people, torturing them, and taking their land. When they was conquering people and killing them and taking their land from them, they was telling those people it's better to be physically punished than spiritually condemned. That's what they was telling them. That's colonialism. They was justifying beating people, torturing people by saying, listen, we're punishing your body to free your soul. That was the concept of, I'm gonna beat these demons out of you. The truth is that exorcisms ain't what they showing you on the movies with a bunch of seances. Exorcism under the Roman Inquisition was brutality, whipping, beating you into submission. And they would tell the people, we're beating the demons out of you, the sin out of you. But that was an exorcism. They didn't teach you righteousness by giving you knowledge. They hid the knowledge from their people. So because of that, they had a bunch of peasants who were violent and out of control and lacked knowledge. And they compensated with authority, enforcement, and brute force beating you up now to make you behave. See, you didn't have a bunch of prisons and enforcement agencies and law agencies to enforce, physically spray you and hit you with the stick. You didn't have that in Tartaria. When you teach people the truth, you'll be surprised that they would actually be good people, man. That's right. But if you teach people lies they whole damn life to make them a capitalistic consumer, you're literally creating a world of evil artificially. What am I telling you? The world around you is an artificial creation. In a natural environment, everybody will be good anyway without the police. The police ain't there to make everybody good. The police just there to protect rich people's assets. Tell me I'm lying. That's right. They don't care if a nigga gets shot. They show up when the body's ready to be cleaned up. They ain't there to stop violence. They ain't there to make you good. That ain't what prison is for. It's a capitalistic industry that's perpetuating the very characteristics that they condemning because they benefit off it. In the old world societies, everyone benefited from everyone behaving themselves because heaven, the Garden of Eden, means we don't need police and law enforcement. People were just gods. What is a god? What does Jesus represent? A being that know how to behave properly. That's all Buddha represent. We making it too damn deep. All of these archetypes was just showing you, guess what, man? You may want to lust after that woman, but you married, have discipline. Hey, you may want to shoot that man. He making you mad, right? Control your anger. All of these are, see, Jesus said it himself. I didn't come to do away with the law. I came to fulfill it. Guess what that means? Humans on earth had gotten so evil because the church was taking over, creating peasant systems like what they had in Rome under the Caesar. They were taking away the knowledge of self. They was taking away the old world system and now corrupting the temples. And now we start to see hospitals and prisons pop up when really we didn't have none of that. You had temples and the temples healed you. They kept you from getting sick and they also kept you behaving right. Don't you know that proper behavior is tied to proper thinking and proper thinking is tied to perfect health? The ancestors knew if you got the mind right, the body will follow. And they treated everything on a spiritual level because they know that everything happened in the spiritual realm before it happened in the physical. and that every disease manifesting on the surface is something out of whack with the invisible reality from your energy field. So they didn't have hospitals. They had temples. And when you go in a temple, you don't see an X-ray machine and surgical instruments. Guess what you see? Organs, pianos, flutes, and harps. You know why? That's medicine, man. They got us looking at these musical instruments as entertainment tools. In the old world, an organ was a medicinal medicine tool. It's medicine. Keep telling you, music was medicine. Musicians were your first doctors. And we were healing people with cymatics. You didn't go up in a temple just to listen to a church song because it sound good. They sung them songs at certain frequencies to heal you on a psychotraumatic level. It was stuff that come from that church that healed the person's auric field and all that, and that in turn healed your body. The music that they played in the church was at certain cymatic frequencies, and they had the water all around these places, like what you see here. All of the temples had some sort of pond or water or moat around it, and that's because water is programmable. So they had the music from the temple charging up the water around the temple, and that's how you get holy water. People would drink that highly charged water and get healed. The way that the Tartarians live, they actually reverse aging. They live to be hundreds of years old in this utopia. And we lost this knowledge when we got kicked out of Eden. It's us leaving this old world after the reset. And we're in a new earth now. The atmosphere different, the water different, everything terraform. But this world that we're in is like a big mushroom cloud. The only way out is death. That's what they call like the veil. Because the thing is, the old world was never lost. The fall from Eden represent us going to sleep and going into a alternative reality where the lower vibration energy rules that world. And that's why the Bible says Satan is the Lord of this world. Because the Bible was saying that this is a parallel reality outside of the base reality. And in this reality, all of the humans live by their low vibration Kundalini energy. This serpent inside of you, it represents your soul chi energy, but it represents that energy at an immature level. Think of a tadpole. Think of a maggot, right? A maggot is a baby fly, right? Or think of a caterpillar. A caterpillar is like this serpent, this little worm, right? This serpent inside of your body, it's the ancestors' way of showing a baby spirit in its little caterpillar, its little tadpole form. So that's why the serpent is in your body, because just like a maggot needs to be in a dead corpse to transform to a fly, your spirit is like a maggot inside of your own dead, decaying flesh. See, this is the realm of the death. You weren't born into life. The moment you came out your mama womb, you started dying. But they lied to you and told you this is life. But the ancestors said it's a paradox and we're experiencing death before we experience life. So if you want to know what death is like, you're experiencing it right now. And another way of looking at that is experiencing death before life is what a caterpillar does when it spins a cocoon and it dies. The version of itself that's a baby caterpillar it dies. And what comes out of that cocoon is a caterpillar with wings, or what we call a winged serpent, a dragon, the winged serpent. When this serpent in the body gets its wings, it becomes an ascendant. That's what a dragon is. They said, well, that's the devil. The devil is that great serpent that rose up out the sea. It's only talking about your consciousness rising from the waters below. That's right. Get out of the spookism. Get out of the fear mongering. That's what the church did, the papacy did to you. So let's look at some more synchronicities. Remember what I said. Jesus carried a cross because Jesus is the light bearer. And anybody carrying light is going to look like they carrying a cross. So you see that this ain't exclusive to Jesus and why Jesus is the light bearer, and it ain't nothing to be scared of. Let's keep moving. Here go another form of Jesus, or the winged serpent. Why is Jesus a winged serpent, first of all? Let's talk about that. Let me show you something. Here is Jesus and Kukulkan, so you can see the similarity. But why is Jesus a winged serpent? Let me answer that for you. Why is Jesus a winged serpent? Because look, here's why. Check this out. Before Jesus was on the cross, the serpent was there. And it's because Jesus and the serpent represent the same thing. Kundalini, chi energy. Watch this. The J-E in Jesus is equivalent to the C-H-I in chi energy. When you say energy, you're saying inner chi. The inner chi energy, inner chi. The G and the Y in energy is really C-H-I. When you saying Jesus, that J-E is a evolved C-H-I. Is what I'm telling you. Dealing with the chi energy. But check this out, right? Christ, right? The serpent. Why is Christ the winged serpent? Well, in order for the serpent to be lifted up, it must grow wings. In order for a caterpillar to be lifted up like a butterfly, the caterpillar got to transform. The caterpillar got to grow wings. So when you put wings on the serpent, you're symbolizing Christ being resurrected, right? Yeah. So let me show y'all something real quick here. So we can see the winged serpent in Egypt, which is Ma'at, as you can see, holding their hands out for balance. That's Ma'at. This is the winged serpent, later becoming the medical do symbol. Well, you know, the medical do symbol, winged serpent. Here is another god called Anu, who is a winged serpent. A person may say, Sanchez, this god ain't a serpent. Yes, he is. Look at his legs. You got to study these symbols, and you can't just be half-assed with it. You got to look at all the details and get your Indiana Jones on. Because if you tell a person that the God I knew is a winged serpent, they'll say, no, he's not. You got to look at the man's legs. He's what they would be called a cherubim, a seraphim, or the same family that Serapis is from, which is why Serapis sound like serpent. But these deities never have full human features, and they will always have some type of serpent and bird connection going on to show you the Kundalini and the crown, what I'm showing right here on the far left. Here go the winged serpent right here. You see the serpent, boom, the wings right there. They turned that to the dragon, but the first dragon was Satan. The first time the word dragon entered the human lexicon was to talk about this great dragon called Satan, But remember, Satan is Santa or center, dealing with this central nervous system right here. So can't nobody come along and say, well, what if real dragons are real? That'll be like a Christian saying, well, what if the real red Satan is real? What if there's a dude under the ground with red horns and a pitchfork saying, ha, 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 ha. But see, I would have to tell them that the dude in the underworld with the pitchfork or the crown chakra, the spikes concept, which later became you carrying a pitchfork, the light bearer. Because why are you carrying a pitchfork? Let's go back to what I showed you earlier. When a person is holding light, it looks like a cross, but it's a 3-pointed cross. Their hand is like the 4th point, but it looked like a pitchfork. It's got this 3 points. It's the same concept of the light bearer Satan and his trident that he carries. Right? But the thing is this. The devil mean live. It mean when God has an avatar in the simulation. The people who live in a life in the lower world. And here is a God rising up out the lower realm, like a caterpillar coming out of a cocoon with the wings. Whenever you look at a butterfly, you can see the caterpillar body. It just got wings on it now. And it's no longer slimy. It gets fur, but it still look like a caterpillar. It just looked like a caterpillar with wings. And this whole concept of like the winged serpent, Beelzebub is the lord of the flies. Why are we dealing with flies? Because decomposition. Flies need a corpse to transform. So flies is teaching you what your soul is about. That's why Beelzebub is the lord of the flies. It ain't a bunch of spooky stuff, right? Because your body is like a decaying corpse. The moment you born, the body is like a decaying corpse to the ancestors. They call this the realm of the dead. So they looked at the body like just a decaying flesh from the moment it's born, housing the soul within it. They looked at your soul in the body like a maggot living in a decaying corpse, using the corpse to transform itself into a fly. So they tell stories about the Lord of the Flies, and it's talking about resurrection. But what color do maggots wear? Maggots wear white robes. And if you look at a maggot, their white robe has these little layers in it, like Ishtar, what I was showing you earlier. Let me show you another one. Like I was showing you with the Liberty dress. Let me pull that back up, because the reason they got on this little dress like that, I'm telling you now, they all wrap themselves like this serpent right here. Like I was showing y'all earlier, the barber pole, all that. The mummy, all that is like a maggot. If you ever, I ain't gonna pull up a maggot because it might gross you out. Matter of fact, no, it won't. No, it won't. We can look at it. But see, why I'm showing you a maggot is because this where they get the mummy concept. You know, the word maggot got the word, is related to the word magi, imagination, the magi. The magi is another word for the Kundalini, or the consciousness within. Let me show you something. The Lord of the Flies, ain't nobody gonna show y'all this, right? When they give you Jesus in the white robe and the mummy being wrapped up, and they talking about like the Lord of the Flies, that's what I was telling y'all earlier about the Michelin tire man. And about what image did I pull up? Let me pull that back up for y'all. I still got that on standby. Let me see if I can find that again. Yeah, but Oh, yeah, I'm going to just move forward. But earlier when I was talking about the Mitchell and man, and I had up the little pharaoh wrapped up in the Jedi Tower and all that, similar to this right here, and this right here, this is what I'm looking for. But the reason they got the pharaoh wrapped up in like this layering system, just like I showed you before this, I showed you with Ishtar the same way, where they's wearing this little layered Saturn ring type thing, just like the totem poles in Mesoamerica got the different layers on it. Same concept, but it's showing you that the pharaoh is like a baby soul that's hidden behind a veil. He's wrapped up in his own youth, which is like a smaller version of itself. Like, let's say this is a baby fly. What we talking about, the higher self, is when the maggot becomes a fly, it gets its wings. So what's stopping it from being its greatest version is basically how fast it takes it to transform and to, transform itself. And it needs to be in a corpse to do that. So the soul in the body is mimicking the same thing, no different of a maggot, which is why the word maggot is mentioned in the Bible several times, dealing with different concepts, Beelzebub and others. The Bible says man is a maggot. And when the Bible calls man a maggot, it ain't just trying to belittle you. It's trying to say you're a baby soul that's wrapped up. Your body is the walking dead. Because what this image represents is the veil around us and the chakras covering us in the aura as they orbit us. And I'll show you that again, because I took that image down, but I'm going to pull it back up for y'all. Because when you just say that without the images, people don't really understand you. Let me see, where was that stuff? I want to pull that back up for y'all. Hold up a second. Here it is right here. I found it. It's the Big Bang. Look, the 7 concentric bands around our body, those are created by the 7 chakras orbiting you. That's why I was telling you, let's go back to the little screen share to my board real quick. That's why I was telling you, the chakras ain't just being still. They ain't just being still. Each chakra is orbiting your body. Let me make a little human real quick. Hold on. Let me do something real quick with this. Let me do this over. Each of these chakras is orbiting you. Each of these chakras is orbiting us. This is what creates the electromagnetic energy field around the body that we call our aura. What's up? And this field around us, it's the world around us, the sky, this whole experience. It's the veil around you. So if you look at this image that I'm sharing with you right now, it's showing you what the Big Bang is. It's an explosion of 7 primary frequencies wrapping us up in parallel realities that we must be born out of each one of these frequency bands that they call in the Van Allen belts with NASA. But remember, NASA is just an extension of the Roman Empire's pagan religion. So Christians think that they following Christ, but they got a false idea of the heavens. You know, the Bible tells them God is above, but NASA telling them ain't no up or down in space. So they got two different, they conflicted. And you can't serve two masters. They Bible tell them that, and it says that most of the church gonna be led astray serving two masters, the beast, and claiming that they serving God too. Jesus said, many gonna come in my name, talking about I'm serving the true Christ. If you follow them on the broad path and the popular majority Christ, you going to hell. Only a few gonna be saved. And it's the people that have done the due diligence and what the Bible said, which is prove all things. It's about proof. That's what Lady Liberty represent, proof in the court of law. Scientific methodology versus scientific theories.
That's right.
Everything from the old world is based on provable truth, from the flat earth and all that. Everything that you got from your paper programming is Freemasonic, theoretical, matrix-based simulation paper programming, giving you the false reality. And with that false reality, you manifest a false version of yourself in this world. A spiritually immature version of yourself. Now watch this, right? You see what the concentric bands represent? We're mummies. This is you being mummified. You being wrapped up in the veil, which is why I keep showing this image right here. See, Jesus on the cross is what the Pharaoh's showing you here. Jesus on the cross in between the two thieves is right here. Buddha in the tree. The Egyptians knew this too. But you can see Jack coming out the box, right? And you notice that the Statue of Liberty is on a big box too, right? So let me show you that. Same thing. The Liberty is showing you Jack coming up out the box. That's why it's on the cube. It's showing you liberation. It's showing you that if the earth is the cube of Saturn, what the Statue of Liberty is showing you is the genie coming out the lamp. That's why it's blue. The Statue of Liberty is painted blue because just like Krishna, it represents the old world spiritual system of the genie leaving the lamp. And I just showed you another form of that with the God I knew. And here go another one. Why do genies got curly legs? Because that's showing you the ghost. Look at this dude. You see this? It's consciousness coming out the simulation, the genie coming out the lamp. And the Statue of Liberty represent the genie coming out the lamp, which is the cube it's standing on. Just like all of its other cousins and other archetypes. Moloch too represent the genie coming out, busting up out the lamp, coming up out the cube. Same thing with the goddess Alma Matur. Coming up out the cube, showing you liberation, balance, polarity. See right here. And it's shaped just like the skull, the brain. This is the shape of your skull. And she would split it in the middle, showing you the same thing, duality being created. And another thing you don't want to miss from the goddess Alma Matur that I didn't point out, that is small, but it's worth pointing out. You can see the liberty spikes on her head too. Just like the Baphomet. This little spiky hat that all of them wear. Krishna too. So this is like one truth, but all of these archetypes is showing us that one truth. And I just want to really go in and be thorough and go through a lot of archetypes in this video. So drop a like, drop a share. What did they say about Jesus, y'all? They said Jesus was pierced all of his sides. They said Jesus was pierced in all of his sides. But the reason they say Jesus is pierced in all of his sides is because of this right here. See, all of the neural highways come into this one central point, just like a plasma ball. Let me show you next to a plasma ball, because our brain is a plasma ball. But look at this. The pineal gland is the ball, and the plasma filaments are the neural highways, neural networks going into that, connecting with the ball. And the tower would be the spinal cord. All right here. This is your brain. Your brain right here. Same color and everything. Pinkish, purplish, but look at this. This is a plasma ball. And that's why Jesus is pierced in all of his sides, because Jesus is personifying the knowledge of a plasma ball, which is controlling energy, balanced energy, subtle energy. This plasma ball represents balance. And you can see the light bearer concept right here, which is why Jesus is the light bearer, and Jesus wears crown of thorns, personifying. I want to show you how science connects with spirituality, so you can see that in the old world, there was no separation from the spiritual system and electricity. They can shift back and forth from talking mechanical terminology and then go into spiritual, metaphysical stuff without skipping a beat. And they vividly saw the connection between all of these aspects of reality, which is genius, man. And like, I'm just tapping back into this way that they was dealing with this stuff. And I'm trying to share with y'all this lost art of syncretism, amalgamating all this stuff, showing how it's all the same old world truth, one truth that we all knew worldwide. Before the church conquered and divided everyone and split it up into these symbols into different religions. But the truth is still there, and we can find it with syncretism. That's what I'm showing right here. We got to get out of the immaturity, though, the spookism. You can't do this if you look at these symbols to be scared, mystified. That's the baby you. That's your... People like that, they ain't ready to make this transformation yet. They still babies with this awakening. Hold on a second, y'all. Hey, man, I got a lot more knowledge, man, that I had scheduled and lined up. And I got time. Drop a 1, hit the like, hit the share, hit the fireballs. If y'all want me to keep going, because I can. And I'm passionate about the subject. So let's do it. I want to go to the board one more time, though. And I may have done this before, but I can't go through this string without doing it again. Because that's what it's about. The light bearer. So watch this. Remember that when we dealing with equality and liberty, that's Libra. That's Libra, right? Hold on. Why is it cutting off half of my picture? Wait a minute. You know that that's Libra, right? Now let me show you some. Let's pull up Libra. Wow. I hate when they, you know, but let's pull up Libra. See, and we all know that Libra is the balance and scales, but I just wanted to show it. So liberty is Libra, but guess what? When you say library, but see, why is library Libra? Because the 7 spikes goes to the 7 versions of yourself that exist in 7 alternate realities. They are holding some of the lessons and experience and Akashic records that you got to collect for your journey in this school, in this universe. Shout out to Awakening Minds. You know I'm going to open it up for the think tank. This going to be one of them ones. But check this out, y'all. Libra is library. Where are the lies buried at? In the simulation. I told you, people going to say, you see how he's just making stuff up? That's why before the stream, I read the definition of syncretism, so you can see that that is a linguistic inflection that I'm making a connection on. You can do that in syncretism, and you should, because truth can be found that way, because linguistics is an entire another subject. But let me show you some. When you say, let me show you why syncretism is important when it comes to linguistics, right? Let me go to the big screen for this one. Because look, the thing about the word light bearer is this right here. The camera ain't right. I ain't set this up right. I got to lean over here to get my board in. I'm doing it. I should be on my other board, but I wanted to sit and do it from here, so we're gonna make it work. Let me do this. I know it's So when you say Liberia or Libera, it's just a play on light bearer. The thing about Libra, let me take the chat off. That's what it is. Quit smoking. Look here. Damn. Whole time that was blocking my joint, that was the chat. But check this out, y'all. Light bearer is like saying Libra. If you go to etymology and look up the word Libra, you will see the evolution of, because when you say Libra, there's a hidden E right there. See, what happened in the Western world, they took this E off and it just Libra. But there's a hidden E there. And you will find that in etymology. I put it up the other day. Let's find that again. Let's go here. Because in a linguistic way, I know there's a variation here that should go into what I was going in there. Let me go here, hold on. I want to show it. I want to see if it's in etymology. The clause, like Santa Claus, yeah. Person born under the signs of Libra, okay? But let me Okay, so it don't show it here, but there's a hidden E there that I think like you need to pay attention to. And another way of looking at it is when you say like Liberia, because the place called Liberia is like a version of liberty. It's like them playing on the word liberty. But there's a hidden E in Libra, but that you miss if you say it fast. Libra. You can feel it, but you can't really hear it, but it's there. It's important to point out because when you say light bearer, you're literally saying Libra, light bearer, Libra. And the sign that we call Libra is literally the light bearer. Libra is the light bearer because the scales weren't just brass collection plates. They were light bulbs, and I'll show you one of the original versions so you can see that what we're calling Ma'at was the goddess of electricity, because once you learn balance, you generate energy like a battery. Battery is negative and positive, and the balancing of polarities. So that's why Ma'at is also the sky goddess. She's the sky goddess because the sky is where we get electricity, the static ether. She represents balance, showing you the mechanical implications of this knowledge is energy, but showing you the spiritual implications of this knowledge is energy or power. What we call energy on a physical level is just power on a spiritual level. Energy or electricity is what we need to light up our environment. And the people who can light up their environment versus the people who don't know the knowledge of electricity, the people who know the knowledge of electricity gonna be a god over them. That's right. And the people with the knowledge of the electricity are called the light bearers. They are the people who know how to turn the lights on. They hold it, they got the light bulbs. The light bearers were the Tartarians. They taught the barbarians how to get out of darkness, how to quit burning candles and fighting each other in Roman Empire. Yeah, I'm serious. That's my theory. I think that the Roman Empire were a barbarian empire, a post-reset people that are squatting on the real God's lands and took over the knowledge. But this is why the goddess of balance is also dealing with energy as well. Because it's the same thing that's true on a mechanical level with devices is true on a central nervous system and spiritual level with you too. Balance is the key to generating, to controlling this macabre. Same way if you wanted to control that Tesla tower, it's all about balancing. Tesla got to balance all these mechanisms the right way to create the perfect flow of energy. Cause it's the difference between a plasma discharge manifesting like what we see from a plasma ball or manifesting like a lightning strike. You can harness one and not the other, even though they different versions of the same thing, energy. It's just one, the energy is released violently. And then the other one, the energy is so slowly released, it can be a harness for energy. It's like saying, right, you thirsty. I cut the hose pipe on, but I got the hose pipe on full blast. I got the hose pipe pressure so strong, you can't even drink from the water because it's peeling your skin off if you touch it. And that's like a lightning strike. You can't even harness the energy from it because it happened so fast. The water coming out so fast and violent, I can't drink it. And that's why we can't harness the energy of like a lightning strike, but it's so much energy in one lightning strike. But if you could find a way for that same state of matter to release itself slow, like if I turn the hose pipe down and let the water come out slow, now you can drink it. That's a good example of how we harness energy. It's about flow and release and discharge. We don't create energy. We create technology that allow us to release energy that's already there in a safe way where it don't kill us, because the same thing make us laugh and make us cry. The stuff powering your computer is dangerous. What makes it safe is the way we release it safely. And we learned that from the old world civilizations. We didn't invent this. That needs to be known. That's right. And that's the way, that's why your soul can be in your body. Your soul is so damn powerful and explosive that technically it should be blowing your body up right now. The energy in your body should be blowing your body up like a damn nuclear bomb. Seriously. But it won't. It's because even though the forces within you are more stronger than any atomic bomb, nature is making them release themselves so gently that your destructive process is so slow, you call it aging. Now the energy inside of you is still blowing up and expanding. It's gonna blow you up, but it's gonna do it slowly. What happens when a person get blowed up? Their body fall apart into a bunch of pieces. What happened when a person decompose? Same thing. This is the secret of the Big Bang. The secrets of life is the release of energy, but it's how the energy is being released that taught the old world humans perpetual motion and subtle energy release, free energy systems that were clean, subtle. Studying within, crack the secrets of how to govern the world without, and how to build social structures as well, how to build technology. You'd be surprised at just studying the knowledge of the self, how much stuff we use today come from our own makeup as gods. Like, we are just taking stuff from within us, building a world around us with it in the form of technology and everything we do. And that's why the synchronicities are there, because it's a fractal code. Lauryn Hill said it. She said, everything is everything. I didn't understand it when she said that, but I understand it now. Drop a one if you understand it now. Let me see if I want to make some more synchronicities, man. I want to keep this going. I'm going to be on this topic a minute. I'm fascinated with it, bro, because just so much being hidden, man. Like, let me go to, let me do something real quick, yo. I want to make some more connections with y'all. Let me see where we at with it. Hold on. All right, let's take this off and take this off, and let's move forward. Now, here is an image right here, or a Giphy file, but what this is Krishna. It's Krishna. And what do people say about the Statue of Liberty? They say the Statue of Liberty looked like a woman and a man. So does Krishna. The Statue of Liberty got spikes. So does Krishna. The Statue of Liberty, the light bearer. So is Krishna. The Statue of Liberty is said to be the beast that's rising up out the water. Guess what? So is Krishna on his lotus flower. The Statue of Liberty on the star fort, rising up out the water. looking like Krishna on that lotus flower. Matter of fact, I made a collage just for y'all because I don't want you to imagine it. We got the technology now where I can show it to you. Pull it on up. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Here we go right here. Now, when you put this collage, I made this collage because it's undeniable when you look at this. When you show somebody this and they say, well, Krishna and liberty ain't the same, you tripping. When you say, okay, Krishna walked on water, Jesus walked on water, the Statue of Liberty appear to be walking on water when you in a boat and you sailing up to it. Why? Because the bottom is hidden by the horizon line. That proves flat earth anyway. But if you ever get in a boat and sail toward the Liberty statue, the head gonna emerge first over the head gonna emerge over the horizon line. And the more you go toward the statue, the more body gonna be revealed. The bottom is gonna come into view from the top down on the horizon line. It's gonna look like Jesus walking on water because you ain't gonna see the base and the island first. Come on, man. That ain't the curve of the earth. That's perspective, vanishing point. Let me give a shout out to Gaga Gecko for the $50 super chat. I appreciate the support from you guys, for appreciating my time. It allowed me to keep doing what I'm doing. I appreciate y'all. So let me go back to the big screen so we can look at these symbols, man. Because when you look at these two guys and you compare them, let's go to Jesus on the water. You see now? And all of those images of Jesus on the water, I never thought to myself, there go Krishna. Watch this. I never thought to myself, there go Krishna. Look at this right here. You can't unsee this after this, man. And that's what I like about syncretism. This the Statue of Liberty right here. Look at it. There go your Statue of Liberty. So what I'm doing with syncretism, I'm combining Jesus right now with liberty and Krishna. They all represent equality, justice, balance, right? Ascension. They're all light bearers. I'm trying to teach y'all how to be syncretists too, because that's the only way you're going to get the truth in this world. Everything was hidden, and the only way you could see the truth was hidden behind mythology and literal interpretations. And if you really want the truth, syncretism is the tool you need to decipher, and it'll allow you to see what I'm saying and pick up on the code and the parallels that I'm doing. You got to bring all of this stuff together and see it in totality, or see it with what they call the third eye. But guess what? People are supporting the show, so I'm going to keep it going. And I'm going to just say, man, y'all just hit the like button, share button, keep sharing it, keep liking. And if you want to send in donations, keep them coming, and I'll keep the show going. The way I look at it, the more people support the stream, the more I'll just keep it rolling, because I want to be here anyway. This was some stuff I've been wanting to share with y'all a minute, but I ain't really have a lot of time. So let's go through some more of it. The Statue of Liberty is a lighthouse. It wears a crown of thorns. And Jesus said, I'm the light, right? Jesus said, I am the light, and whoever follow me won't get lost. Jesus is telling you he's the Statue of Liberty, man. Listen, Krishna represents finding your way in the dark. The Statue of Liberty is a lighthouse for lost ships at sea. Jesus saying, I am the light, and who follow me won't get lost. Come on, man. It's right in our face. We say all the time, the truth is hidden right in our face. And I'm showing it to you because what is a lighthouse? That's why everybody's saying, I'm the light. They the light bearer. Jesus is a light bearer. Krishna, a light bearer. The Liberty statue is a light bearer. And guess what? They all wear spiky hats, a crown of thorns. Why? Because light has rays around it. It's just symbolism. So the word beacon is the word began, which is Genesis, which is where the word genie come from, Jinn. Because what the true knowledge was teaching about our true origins as light beings or genies or just pure light beings, which is what Krishna represent. I am the light bearer. The true you is just a being of light. And that's what these archetypes represent, the consciousness within you, not the body. The thing that's going to live on even when the body die. That's what they represent. And that thing is your true self. That's what you were before you even was a human. So that's like a sperm cell, which is biological light. It's basically a light ray that transitions into something quote unquote physical as it crosses over a medium. It's like these 7 ethers are transitional barriers, and you transform every time you cross into one from another. And when the sperm went from one layer of reality to another, it transformed to a human. These transformations dictate which level you're on, what dimensional plane your consciousness exists on, the higher ones or the lower ones. And you can equate that to a caterpillar and a butterfly. Transformation dictates what level of reality that the caterpillar is limited to, because a butterfly can walk on the ground, but a caterpillar can't walk in the sky. So a butterfly can go where a caterpillar is at because a butterfly used to be a caterpillar. So even though it got wings, it still remember how to walk around on the ground. A caterpillar don't remember how to fly. It go to remember it in the cocoon. It goes in the cocoon and remembers, I'm not a caterpillar, I'm a butterfly, because what happens in the cocoon, it dreams that it's a butterfly and it's flying around in its dream. And when it wake up, it already know how to fly because it learned it in the dream. Its transformation was based upon knowing that it was a butterfly all along and not a caterpillar. There are caterpillars that don't spin cocoons. I wonder why. Because knowledge is power. Think about this, right? I know science gives you its little theory. Here's my theory on why some caterpillars don't spin cocoons and they just die as a caterpillar and don't transform. I believe because those caterpillars don't even know that they butterflies. Knowledge is power. Think about this. Some humans don't even know that they're gods. And if you don't know something, you can't access. Knowledge is what allows you. See, when you say I'm this, then you that. The universe to me, I think knowledge is the foundation of transformation. And the ancestors thought that way too. The caterpillars that don't spin a cocoon is like the people living their life who never wake up to the knowledge that they more than humans. You more than just some chunk of flesh on a rock praying to some sky dude to save you from oblivion. You're a God inside. And I think we got to know that in order to activate or to spin a cocoon or to activate transformation. Right? So that's why they don't want us to know that, because they all about keeping you reincarnated with ignorance. But that'll be like, if a caterpillar never become a butterfly, it never really experienced what it really was. Experience is like a seed that never become a tree. It's a dormant seed. But it's like you plant a seed in the ground and it never grow. It's a what they call a dud. But you got some caterpillars that don't spin cocoons. They should be called duds. You got humans that don't transform into gods in their lifetime. And everything is everything on all layers. All the same shit happening. But they will one day. That's why I ain't tripping. I believe everybody gonna eventually wake up. But let me make some more parallels, man. Let's make some more parallels. Here is the god Serpent. And this is just a fancy way of saying the demiurge. This thing got so many names. Leon to Cephaline, the demiurge, the Lion of Judah. But again, another form of Christ. And I just want to show you what color they make him in Arabic. Blue. Why is he blue? Because I keep telling you, the truth is hidden right in our face. And they don't want us to know that our Statue of Liberty in America is an interconnected spiritual system from an old world that the Masons and the people in power is hiding right in front of our face. And all it's doing is teaching the true energy about out-of-body experience and free energy. And they hide that with literal interpretations and the space program. And they had to get rid of Enoch too. And they had to get rid of a lot of stuff that will blatantly just flat out say, the earth is flat, you in the middle of the universe, boom. Enoch was too blatant. They had to get rid of that. People that look at it now, they've been taught by the church just to say, well, we don't look at that as truth. Now, let me show you somehow you know these people are the Antichrist and the synagogue of Satan. The Bible say don't add from it and don't take away. Yet, these Christians who follow in the papacy, they'll tell you, we don't count the book of Enoch. We don't count the book of Jubilees. They following this beast right to hell, y'all. That's right. And this beast is a capitalistic system that got you. A cocktail of false ideologies that distorted the real truth. You got to wake up from it. Your ego ain't going to let you. And if you've been born into this stuff for years, that's your identity. Your family, all that. It take a lot to be a loner, but that's what Jesus did. Jesus had a family, but Jesus was a loner. Why? Because Jesus was teaching this same knowledge I'm teaching. Ye are gods. That's what got Jesus killed. Blasphemy. Jesus wasn't just teaching he was a god. He was teaching you one too. Double damage. Why did the church get rid of him for teaching he was a god and you was a god? And why we ain't teaching that now? Because that's blasphemy. Papal programming. Papal programming. See, when you really study theology, the kingdom of heaven is the body of God. Christians say that, but they don't really believe that. Because they'll tell you that God is a dude sitting on a throne in heaven calling the shots. Because they don't know how King James revised the book How King James, the God that's sitting on the throne calling the shots is the seat of the soul. The God is the guide within, which is the mind. As a man thinketh, so is he, which means your God can be anything. Your God can be crack cocaine. One of your gods can be incense, let's just say. Because I'm going to light my incense now. But I'm just saying anything you overindulge in or you out of control with is guiding your behavior and you ain't in control. And that's why the Bible say, as a man thinketh, so is he. It didn't say, you know, everybody that call on the name of Christ gonna be saved. They came with all that later. The Bible said, you your thoughts. It's a lot of contradictions because you got a lot of people revising and blending their capitalism in it. When the Bible say, obey your earthly authorities, turn the other cheek. That was later all put in there for the slave master. That's right. And if you don't know that the Bible been tampered with, that's your bad. That's your bad, because even in the Bible, it say, prove all things. That's like a nigga telling you, look, bro, take everything I say with a grain of salt, and you still believe him hook, line, and sinker. If a nigga telling you a story, and he say, bro, make sure you prove everything I'm saying, he's telling you, I may not have it all correct. That's no different than a teacher being honest and saying, listen, do your own research after you listen to me. Still do your own research. That's my disclaimer. That way I ain't in trouble if I said something and you interpreted it wrong or got it wrong. The Bible freeing itself from that. When it tells you to prove all things, it's giving you that bird. It clinked this hand right there. It clinked this hand right there. If you don't get this shit right, that's on you, not the Bible. And if you believe in something, you ain't proved it. Because when you prove something, you don't conclude with belief. No one believed 2 + 2 is 4. So all of you believers, you going to hell. Whatever that is. That's a constant path of recycling because of ignorance and ego. Tradition over truth. You don't want to be a loner. You like your identity. You like your position in the world based on the false ideology you accepted and created a persona through. And you don't want to strip them false clothes off. And realize we've been lied to. It's the lies they look good. That's why people don't want to take them things off. Pretty wardrobe. But guess what? You hiding your own light. What's beneath all them pretty lies is a bright truth. So that's what liberation is and what the whole light bearer concept is about. When you see through the veil. Let me go back to my folders and pull out some more slides for everybody. We all know another form of Lady Liberty and Jesus is Medusa. Medusa. And here's another one. The demiurge over there is the Lady Liberty with the spikes. Giving you duality, which is liberty or equality. That's just Ma'at. Another form of it right here is the Pharaoh Aten, which is where you get Satan, Santa. And you can see that the liberty spike concept is nothing that we showing in America with Lady Liberty is exclusive to this statue. It's just part of one of many old world archetypes expressing the same knowledge, and I just can't stress that enough. And so I'm gonna just go through more. Let's see. I'm just looking through my folders and seeing what I want to sync it with next. So just Bear with me. Here go Ezekiel. I think this will be a dope one. You see the light rays emanating from Ezekiel? That's the same concept of liberation. Ezekiel is a light bearer, one that bears the light, or an illuminated one. Why? Because these are souls that are able to pierce the veil. That light is representing an opening to heaven. And not everyone got that. That's a soul. So what I'm telling you is, it's possible that some people's brain, if you look at it under this image, there is no white light in the middle. That's right. That person is like an NPC. They don't have self-awareness of what we call an inner voice. An inner voice. It's like they're a damn drone, man, or an NPC. And guess what, y'all? It's people walking around like this. I think that's what you call mankind, not man. Man, the fall of man represent the people who descend from Adam and Eve, or the old world original humans. And what I'm thinking is, these are the pre-Adamite people, NPCs who've been here. These are what we call the barbarians versus the Tartarians. We the Tartarians. So look, this little opening you see right there, that's because there's a spiraling vortex energy that's piercing through all of our body in the middle of our head if you looking down at a person, and it goes through their spinal cord and out the root chakra. This hole is aligned with your spinal cord. So we're literally looking at, like, we're directly aligned with the spinal cord, and it goes down and all like that. But see, there's an invisible vortex energy right there that's keeping this portal open. And some people, they energy ain't strong enough to push this shit open, is what I'm telling you. Like, let me give you an example of what I'm saying. Give you an example. This the holy grail that I'm teaching you. It's the vortex energy that's creating that spiral in the back of your hair. That's just following the path of this invisible energy down the spinal cord that's aligned with the pineal and all that. Your spinal column is literally created by this invisible vortex energy, and each spinal column is like a different spiral in the vortex. So it's like a spiritual energy manifesting in a physical way, and this little vortex here becomes your spinal cord. The two sides of it becomes the left and right brain, and the energy just keep flowing in and around that. That's the central nervous system creating the auric field. And that's why Jesus said, my cup overfloweth, because it just keep feeding itself, or it's the snake that's eating its own tail. The Ouroboros is Satan, or serpent. But it, again, Jesus represents the same thing, which is why his original symbol was a serpent. So this opening right here that we see piercing through, like, reality is like all of the water that's filling this cup. But the North Pole is like this ethereal vortex energy that's piercing through reality. That's what I'm telling you. Our reality is holographic. And the light that's projecting our holographic simulation, it's at a certain brightness level, right? Now, let's say that the light at the North Pole is a beam of light that's brighter than the light of, quote unquote, the simulation or the hologram. So when you get to the North Pole, there's a light piercing through reality that's brighter than the light that's creating this holographic reality. Shout out to Harut Mani. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Let me try it again. Hiru Tamani. I'm confident with that. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. So, this what's going on at the North Pole is like opening up our third eye is basically us wearing like a caveman helmet. Like I said, Plato's cave allegory is teaching about the flat earth. Opening your third eye is like when they say you the light bearer, it's talking about the people with their third eye open. Now, what is the symbol of the third eye? A snake. The reptilian eye is what they call it. But the thing is, your third eye in the middle of your forehead, this world around us is a veil. And death is basically when our light come on, because death represents the death of our ego, the death of our ignorance. Quit thinking that I'm talking about breathing your last physical breath. I keep mentioning death throughout this stream, but I want you to rewatch this thing over. And anytime I said death, just remember what I said. I'm not necessarily talking about biological life stopping. The Hindu said you don't start to live until you fully awaken, basically. Because they didn't see life in darkness as really living. They looked at it as the walking dead, like a blindfolded mummy, walking around, kicking everything over. Like Neo in the Matrix. He had to come out of the fake world and really see beyond the veil. And that was his first experience. So the third eye opening is you like in a cave, turning on that caveman helmet, and able now to see a world that was always there, but you couldn't see it. You couldn't see it at first, but now you can. And this is what the whole concept of the light bearer represent. The light bearer. And so you can see how this became Santa Claus. And Santa Claus got a bunch of little reindeers, but you can see Ezekiel's chariot is being carried by these seraphim from heaven. Look at his little Santa Claus setup. But see, what I'm showing you is like, this was all the North Pole knowledge, Santa, center, balance. But this turned into like Santa with a bunch of reindeers and all that. But it's the same hidden knowledge. So another thing about Ezekiel is you can see the big bright light surrounding him. Let's pull that back up. Because what you will miss with this is Ezekiel got all of these light rays going around him. And the way they show you that with Statue of Liberty is they put it on this star fort. They put Krishna on a lotus flower. But see, that lotus flower is like a mothership, a starship. It allows Krishna to travel the waters above. Without that, he would sink. So when we see Jesus walking on water, it's this same concept that he's gained this lotus flower. He's, same concept we see with the Statue of Liberty. It just gives him this ability to see beyond the veil and access the higher realm. No different than the Pharaoh on his cosmic boat when he's on top of Nut's back. He's on the waters above in his Merkaba. Same thing here. Same thing with Ezekiel here. But this whole little starship or light ship, it ain't like a vehicle. It's like portaling technology. It allows Ezekiel to travel the ethereal layers and go to different worlds. He can now, they're not gates to him. Right now, it's hard for us to travel these different realms. But we're going to reach a point where we're like Ezekiel, is what they're saying. This is the real knowledge of the ghost that can walk through walls. It ain't really talking about, like, I know in the movies they show you spirits walking through walls, but that ain't the truth. The truth is that the reason the dead people can walk through our reality is because they're interacting with our reality from the outside in. So to a dead person, when they look at our world, they see it like this. They see it as a hollow hologram, and that's what you're going to realize when you die. See, you are a holographic avatar that's being projected in a holographic simulation. And you like a person walking around this little shell, see-through world thinking it's real. It's only real because you're inside of it. It's a light code illusion, and Morpheus was trying to explain it in the Matrix. Once you go in a digital program that's a simulation, everything's real. The water is wet. The fire will burn you, but it's still a video. It's still a lifelike video game in a simulation. It's only physical because you're in it. But if from the outside of the game, you can see it from what it is. Like if I created a digital Earth-like simulation and you were in it, from your perspective, it'll be real to you. Like it would hurt if you fell off something. Your avatar in the game would react. You will be plugged in. But for me watching you, I'm saying a video game, ain't none of it really real to me. But that's what I'm saying to the people outside this light code illusion. They see it as non-physical. It ain't that they are ghosts, we're ghosts. So in the movies, they'll tell you like when a person die, they can walk through walls because they're non-solid and we're solid. The truth is, we're not solid. Our world is a digital program. It's a matrix. It's a series of binary code. And it ain't really nothing you can physically touch unless you're inside the program. Other than that, it's a non-physical software. That's what the matrix is. Now, to us in the game, we've been taught to see it as real, but really we're ghosting a machine, and everything we've been taught is backwards. So we think when people die, they become ghosts, but the ancestors said you already dead and you're already a ghost right now. You waiting to become solid, to see the physical world for the first time, whatever that may be, or the base reality. But we've never experienced it. We've been in a dream world. So to us, we think they teaching us here that dead people can walk through walls because we're solid, and they lying to you. It's just backwards. Like the dead people can walk through the walls because our world is a hologram, and they're going into a layer beyond here that's more solid, whatever that is, or is layers of physicality, or going back to the quote unquote real world and out of the hologram. So dying would be you becoming more quote unquote physical than what you are now. They teaching you everything backwards, basically. So let me just move on this real quick. And you can see here what I was saying about Lady Liberty and everybody else standing on the lotus flower, allowing them to travel the waters above on the macabre. And that's the same thing we see with Ezekiel. How he's able to travel the waters above through his little spiky starship here that we seeing with all of the rest of them. Let me make some more connections. Let's make some more connections though. Let's move forward. Of course, we got to bring this up. This is knowledge of what I'm saying about all of the frequencies and the chakras. Just another way of looking at the chakras, but it's showing you what this image right here, look at the date on it, 1737. You want to know why that's important? This shows you that what we call the papacy or the Roman Empire, they aren't the true Christians. Why? Because this is pre-reset church stuff, the man of sin, right? Now watch this, right? This was the real Jesus. When they were saying that Jesus is pierced in his sides. So if you was born in 1737 and you went to church, they wouldn't have taught you about no Jesus dying for your sins. They would have taught you about the 7 chakras and the 7 frequencies right here. This is why Jesus wearing a cup on his head, because it's the top crown chakra, which is this cup on his head. So right here, they showing you why Jesus is pierced in all of his sides. So what am I telling you? I'm telling you that the pilgrims who took over, right, they ain't the true Christians. The true Christians was teaching about the chakras, like what they do in Hindu. This is again why the Indians wear the feathers around them. You see the Indian feathers? So this is the old church right here. Let me show you. Right here, look. This is the real Jesus with the crown of thorns on, or the liberty spikes. And look, all of the ships that's coming in is the spikes that you see poked in them. You see that? When the ships are coming in, it looked like he's getting pierced in the sides. When all of the people walking up to the Statue of Liberty and the ships pulling in, it's symbolism. They showing us this everywhere. Look. All of this stuff was symbolic, bro. And what's crazy, most architecture is symbolic. It was made for the people who walking in it to interact with the space and for it to tell a story. Let me show you some more. Hold on a second. Let me get the next joint queued up. Hold up, y'all. Here we go. So, boom, Jesus pierced in all of his sides. Christians will say that all seeing eye is satanic, but they don't realize Jesus is just a modern form of the all seeing eye archetype, which is why Jesus is pierced in all of the sides, just like the all seeing eye. And it's just showing illumination, radiation. So let me move on here. Hold up. Let me show you another one with this here concept that's important though. Piercing in all the sides. Look at here. See, all of the sperm going to the egg is all of the souls returning to the North Pole. And all of the sperm going into the egg, see, the egg is what they call a lighthouse. It ain't a physical object. It's a portal. It's a gateway into the next realm. And when you look at the sperm going into the egg, it resembles the neural highways flowing into the seat of the soul or the pineal gland. You see the fractal code of nature? You see the fractal code of nature here? And the same emanation pattern we see from Ezekiel, we see in all of these images. But the concept of Jesus getting pierced in all of his sides, Jesus said, I am the light. And Jesus is saying, all who go through him gonna be transformed and born again. Because when we looking at Enoch, right? Let's look at Enoch again. Enoch in his white robe ascending through the sky vault is like the sperm going into the egg and being born again. This same process we went through when we were sperm cells entering the egg, we're going to go through it again at death. But what you think you are like a ghost, people say, well, when I'm dead, when they near death, that they see this bright white light, right? And that's what Enoch is showing. This bright white light that people describe seeing upon death. When they go toward it, that's when you're going to transform into a baby again in a higher realm. You're moving up a step and you just starting this thing to start your next mission. This is what Enoch's showing. The white robe is symbolic of the sperm cell. And so it's got a long tail to show the tail, but you see Enoch in the white robe going toward the egg or the light. And you can see that right here. So he's one of many of the prophets that followed Christ, because Christ represent a crease or a split in the fabric of the space-time. Christ represent this portal that used to be personified by the goddesses. That's why Christ telling you you're going to be born again through him, which is Christ is androgynous, just like the Statue of Liberty, just like Krishna. These are deities that embody female and male principles, like giving birth and stuff. So Christ is no different here, because they was blending. They was turning the yin yang into archetypes. But right here, man, we can see that what we see here is that, lost my train of thought. What we see here is that the man of sin, because Christ is personifying the female gateway to the next realm. Then the piercing in the sides is showing us all of the souls entering through Christ to make it to their next realm. And you can see this at the Vatican courtyard too. At one of their courtyards, I'll show you right quick. It's right here. All of the people approaching the egg are like sperm cells being born again and resurrected on the cross. But they showing us the true old world system right in our face. And they know they can put this right in people's face, and people ain't gonna say, well, hold up, why Jesus ain't in the middle? Every Christian ought to be mad. They ought to be saying, listen, what the hell is this gold ugly ball doing on the cross? That's blasphemous. Jesus should be on the cross. Christians will visit this all the time, and they won't ask them, hey man, what's up with this? Is y'all this a new religion or something? You see what I'm saying? So they got an egg at the middle of this thing, because right in our face, they showing us what we really gonna be born again through is this Stargate. But look at the Vedic version of it, showing you that the people that we call in pilgrims, who took over these courtyards and old world Victorian buildings like what we seeing here, they didn't build this. They inherited it. But what I'm showing you here is that's why all of these buildings are built with the old world knowledge of flat earth. Like this is showing you the North Pole with the 4 continents. But the whole concept of Jesus being resurrected on the cross was right here in the Vedic system first. Look, that ain't a white dude on the cross. That's an Indian Hindu man, and you can see the crown of thorns on him. You can see the spiky crown on his head. Before Christ, you had people talking about being resurrected on the cross with the crown of thorns on, representing liberation and the crown chakra opening up to free you from the underworld. This person is on top of a step pyramid. So we're basically looking down at a big step pyramid, and this person has climbed to the top and liberated themselves, resurrecting on the cross. And this was told way before those barbarians showed up. Way before the pilgrims showed up to the Americas, because they didn't know nothing about resurrection. They was talking about Olympian gods, and they was even questioning if there is even a life after death. And you can see that they're still questioning it today, because these barbarians that took over the world, they control science. And what does science always say? Is there really life after death? We wonder if there's life after death. These are the same barbarians that's been asking that same dumb question for hundreds of years. Our ancestors been figured out that there was life after death. They knew about life after death. They wrote about the hereafter. They was teaching the world about life after death and resurrection in the higher planes. The people that took over the world today, they still asking this question in their science today. Is there life after death? And our ancestors been cracked the code with all that years ago. The people who play dumb about life after death, they give you space too, because the ancestors said when we die, we ascend to higher planes. They say ain't nothing out there but a bunch of dark planets, darkness, and space. Where is heaven, Christians? If heaven is up there in the sky, ain't no up on the globe. Ain't no, you gotta have a universal up and down. Hell would be in the middle of the earth at the earth's core. Is that hell or a magnetic core? You can't have them both. See, they blended the Greek spookism with the real Christianity. And now, don't nobody know the knowledge of what happened when you die. They believe there's heaven up there. But you got to go through space is what they telling you. The concept of heaven being up and hell being down is based upon up and down being universal directions to everyone on earth. And they teach you with a globe ain't no universal up and down. Up is your up. When a person at the top of the globe point down, the person on the other side, that's their up, man. So where the hell is heaven? Everybody point up and point out at space saying that's heaven in different directions. You know, everybody point into the earth at hell at each other saying, there go hell. So none of this makes sense on the Greek system. It's them trying to force the old world stuff with the barbarian system. It curses this system. They also teach about Jesus' disciples going on to build the 7 churches. The word church is the word circle. Go look it up. The CIRC in circle is how we get the word kirk or circ or church. Facts. Now watch this, right? The 7 churches are the 7 circles, which is the 7 chakras. When they talk about Jesus, the Most High, is told the disciples to build the 7 circles, they're talking about the crown chakra being powered off or God going to sleep, so that basically your crown chakra is your God self, but it ain't activated right now. That's the concept of God going to sleep. And then what happens is that light is separated into 7 layers down here. These chakras are the 7 split. When God single consciousness goes to sleep, it splits into 7 versions below. You know, and so That's the 7 versions of you in the underworld. 7, it sounds like sever, like something being severed or it becoming several versions. But check this out, right? God didn't just fall, he fell apart and split into 7 different layers of himself. And until he master each layer, he can't combine them all back to this single force that we would need to open this back up. It's open with a culmination of all of these seals being broken, which is why in the Bible it say the world will end when the 7 seals are broken. That's another way of saying the simulation will be destroyed. Your life and death rebirth cycles will end with 7 reincarnations. And each reincarnation is go through a chakra. And each of these chakras is sealing some of your energy. It's sealing some of the energy inside of its own frequency band. So our journey through each one is crack or breaking or opening the seals. And the last one that's going to be open is the crown. And when that one is open, according to the Hindus, it will end the cycle of life and death, or the karmatic cycle. So when they was talking about the breaking the 7 seals to end the world, it wasn't nothing that the ancestors were scared of. It was something they looked forward to. Now think about how silly this is, right? Christians say they want to go to heaven. And they rejoice about going to heaven. And the Bible say, okay, all of you Christians gonna go to heaven. But before we let you go to heaven, we got to destroy the earth. And then we gonna save all of you Christians and we gonna go live with God in heaven. Don't you know that the main people who get scared and try to save the earth when it's ending are the Christians? Right now, the Christians are saying, pray for America, pray for the world. Guess what? If you was a true Christian, you would rejoice why this world fall apart. The Bible said when the world start ending and the bullshit start happening, rejoice, Christians, because your God is near. He's coming to save. That's what I'm telling you. The people who said that they want to go to heaven, they just lying. They lying, y'all. Because when it's coming time for they God to crack the sky open, they go to voting more. They go to putting pressure on Trump. Let's save the world. Let's make the world great again. Let's make America great again. When they Bible said the world got to be destroyed for them to go to heaven. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of people who think they the true Christians, they love this simulation. And Buddha was talking about detaching from the world, destroying the world around you. You see what I'm saying? Which is basically saying, I'm detached from the world around me. The key was being able to unplug from the matrix, as they say. But when they talk about breaking the 7 seals for the world to end, they're literally talking about ascension through the 7 chakras, 7 ethers to end your journey in a simulation, and that is called liberation, liberty. And this is a drop of one if we still streaming too. We need to do a mic check. I want to make sure we ain't freezing up and that we still rolling. Say if y'all was keep supporting the show, and we're gonna keep the knowledge going. I know we've been here a while, but if y'all still here, I'm still here, and the people still liking and sharing, they supporting. Let me give a shout out to Dreezy Dre, Awakening Minds. He said, enlighten information, tap into self, truth awaits within. Within equals high twin, or the higher self reflection. That double wave of energy. Shout out to Awakening Minds. Shout out for the brother, man. Awakening Minds salutes. Salutes to all of the people that hit the super chat and to all the channel members. Appreciate y'all. Well, drop a one if y'all want to continue, and drop the like button, share button. That's a form of donating too. Liking and sharing. We appreciate that. I am going to write a book eventually, but we ain't worrying about that right now, because right now I'm still in my research phase. And I'm going to take all of my research and compile it eventually. Want to perfect this thing, because I'm not going to call my book a book. I'm going to call it a Bible. It's going to be called the Syncretic Bible. And it's going to be a universal book of syncretism that combines all the symbols and ideologies into one thick-ass book. It's going to be thick like the Bible, because what it's going to do is what I'm doing right now. But it's going to take every symbol, every deity in the world, and all of my research with it, and just put it in one book. Can't call that a book. That's a Bible. And it takes time to write a Bible. People are like, what's taking your book so long? It's because I'm not writing a book, sir. I'm laying the foundation for a damn Bible that's going to live long after me. Because I don't see a lot of people doing this syncretism. And this is a lost damn, a lost format, a lost. All right. Y'all say y'all want to keep it going, so let's do it. But yeah, the 7 churches are the 7 chakras. He told each of his disciples, he told his disciples to go out and build those 7 churches. And each of those churches is a house of God, because in each of these chakras is housing some of that severed consciousness that fell from the Most High. But as you can see, the crown chakra is how you get the liberty concept with the spiky headdress. Let me keep this moving forward. You see what the crown chakra is, right? It's this same concept here. That's what Ezekiel is showing us. But let me go ahead and go to the next synchronicity, man. We'll keep that one up. I'm going to continue this man of sin connection here to show you about the side piercings. To show you that that's Jesus, if you look at Jesus here. But see, the thing about this man of sin concept is represent all of the yous that left the center coming back home. That's all it represents. This is why the Liberty statue is a beacon. It's a lighthouse for lost ships at sea. Because when the consciousness of God fell and it fell apart, each version of God left the center and went and became its own frequency band orbiting around the center, which is the solar system. This is how the Hindu taught this stuff. Now watch this, right? The 7 planets going around the sun, again, it's the 7 chakras going around you. You're in the center of the universe. This is flat earth stuff from the old world. I'm giving it to you the way that an old world human would give it to you, or the closest you're going to get it to that. And it should resonate with you, because I know what it does to me. But check this out, right? This fella right here represents true Christianity. And they think about it, right? The people who rule the world today, they demonize voodoo, just like they demonized Enoch, just like they demonized the Statue of Liberty. But what are they hiding? Here's what voodoo represents. Voodoo ain't what they telling you, right? Because when they talk about voodoo being paganism and voodoo being part of some satanic, old satanic jungle religion, that's a lie. When they said Jesus was pierced in all of his sides, that's what voodoo was teaching. When they were sticking the needles in the voodoo doll. When they were sticking the needles in the voodoo doll, it wasn't because they was doing magic and because somebody got a doll that looked like Sanchez, and when they stick it in the leg, I'm going to say, oh, my leg hurt. That's bull crap. Again, it's taking symbolism literally. It's taking symbolism literally. The people that say, Sanchez, that stuff real. Somebody can make a doll that look like you, and they can punch it in the face and it'll swell your jaw up. Y'all are childish. You believe in fairy tales. All of the people that they said no voodoo be people that's poor like everybody else. And ain't no way I'm gonna be poor and I know voodoo. Because guess what? We need to do some of this voodoo on these people in power that's oppressing us. These people will say, well, them Africans know voodoo, but you telling me the white man run their country? Wait a minute now, voodoo only work on other po folks? We can't use none of this voodoo on the oppressor. Miss me with this voodoo magic crap. You're corrupting ancient old world knowledge. They turning it into a doll with needles in it. But they was using this to teach the same thing I'm showing right here. The chakras and the frequencies into the body. This is what they was teaching. You think voodoo is something it's not. Everybody that's out there talking about, I practice Ifa, I practice voodoo. These folks is out there killing chickens and spilling goat blood. And they think that they connecting with their ancestors and they practicing paganism. The barbarians came and gave y'all their system of spilling blood to get ahead. Why you think they said Christ had to be put to death for y'all to go to heaven? Because they believe in blood sacrifice. And all of y'all that's connecting with these neo-pagan stuff, with the Pan-Africans, all this modern New Age stuff, the papacy own all of it, from Pan-Africanism, from Ifa. It's just all of they new interpretations of old world knowledge. Corrupting it. Straight corrupting it. And you got people out there with dolls that look like people, and they sticking them motherfuckers every day, and ain't nothing happening, but they just getting stupider and stupider themselves. Damn the irony. Every needle you poke in that doll, you lose brain cells believing in this dumb shit. Damn, this shit working on you. But they want you to think, well, yeah, voodoo, your ancestors was believing in spookism, sticking dolls with needles to hurt people. And they hide in this old world spiritual system, and it was all around the world. Everybody was teaching it in their own way, but they just reinterpreting the symbols that they used to teach it into modern spookism, and it got everybody led astray. It got everybody led astray. And guess what? People will debate you, man. Man, that stuff is real, Sanchez. There was a lady that lived behind me in the alley. Wait a minute. She live in the alley doing voodoo. She ain't in a mansion. Wait a minute. How come all the people that can do the magic and shit be struggling? They'll take you to a tribe in Africa. Yeah, they got magic. Bro, they water dirty, and I'm not being offensive, but just think about this, man. They can't get the Europeans out they land with this voodoo. So the tribe in Ghana couldn't make a doll that looked like Monsanto and stick that motherfucker when he was pausing in their ground. We got to get out of spookism, man. We're corrupting this stuff, and we're doing just what the papacy want us to do: reinterpret this stuff. Literally, we don't see the symbolism behind it. But see right here, 1737, they was teaching the truth in the church, y'all. Look, that's right. This is pre-reset. They was literally teaching about the chakra bands in the church, y'all. What kind of world was that? That was Tartaria. So everybody bringing up Tartaria, the old world, and they never want to ask themselves, what was them people's spiritual system? That's my area. I say, okay, it's a lot of good work with Tartaria. Free energy talk, technology talk, all that. Incubator, baby. But don't nobody ask, hey, what did the Tartarians, what were their spiritual system? Because you got to ask that when you see the Tartarians built all of these temples around the world. And we know that they weren't teaching this papacy bull crap that's being taught in these synagogues today. That's the new age stuff that's defiling the temple, and that's coming from the synagogue of Satan. So in order to see what the Tartarians would have been teaching in these beautiful cathedrals and all that, we go way to 1737, and right here, this is the real church, y'all. This is what they call voodoo culture. Stay away from it. You see what I'm saying? These Christians ain't real Christians, y'all. Because if you show them this right here, they'll say that's voodoo. But they believe in a God that was pierced in all of his sides. They ain't no real Christians. They believe in the papal version of Jesus getting pierced in all of his sides with the crown of thorns on. But if I say, hey, let's go before before they corrupted it to the original versions that was being taught in the church, and let's go to 1737, and this before Jesus. This is our concept of Jesus on the cross. It's a modern story that was just being told and brought about in the 1800s. It's not old, because everything you reading about Moses and all that is the older versions, the serpent, the man of sin. So I'm showing you how young Jesus is. Yeah, they rewrote history and changed dates around, Pope Gregory, all these deceivers. Theology got their own account of history under Abrahamism. Don't be deceived. Who account of history you gonna go with? Think about this, what I'm about to say. If you go to college for theology and they say Jesus is way older than 1737, how are they gonna prove it to you? With the Bible itself. They gonna open up the Bible and read scriptures to you that support Jesus being around before 1737. But guess what? The Bible ain't a true historical account. It's a coded book about ascension. You see the trickery? You can't use the killer as his own witness. If the Bible is the thing in question, you can't use it as the reference to prove that it's true. But that's what they do. You got to have other accounts of history to compare the Bible to. But the people who want to make the Bible ancient are the forgers of history. The Bible ain't ancient. It's a new age deception. I doubt if the version of the Bible we got right now is over 200 years old. That's why I'm showing you an image of 1737. It contradicts the idea of the Bible being ancient. When you think about Tartaria and the reset, you got to reconsider the Bible being an ancient book. The King James version, the Freemasonic version that you got, that's a new papal creation. That's why it don't got Enoch in it, the Book of Jubilees and all this stuff, because it's talking about the old world knowledge. They took just what they needed to take from it, and then they added they capitalistic stuff on there and turn your other cheek, be obedient to your earthly masters. They corrupted it. This shows you in 1737 that the church was teaching about the chakra bands and frequency. So again, when Moses lifted up that serpent, he wasn't talking about Christ being resurrected. He was talking about Kundalini rising up. But when they turned the Kundalini archetype from a serpent to Christ, everyone talking about Christ rising up on the cross and lost the knowledge of ourself. That's what the papacy did. That's why I'm showing you this image, because in my theory, in my opinion, this image is during a time before the papacy was powerful enough to transform or overthrow the old system. Because if you was born during this time, they in Boston in 1737, guess what? They wasn't talking about Jesus being pierced in his sides. They was talking about the man of sin with the crown of thorns on, and they had alphabets giving you a diagram showing that this is an archetype where they demonstrating some kind of teaching of some kind of advanced knowledge, and they got him labeled. So he has a cup on his head, right? Boom. He's on top of a mountain too. That's the root chakra. That's Mount Calvary. You see it? So Jesus is on a mountain, cup on his head, crown of thorns deal, and he's pierced in his sides. Okay, we can see the connection. I'm going to end it right here. We had 5 hours. But if you want a part 2, get in the comment section. Send in a super thanks if you watching on the replay and you want to support, or you can send a cash app to $ Bro Sanchez TV. Don't go nowhere. I'm going to open up the phone lines for like 15 to 30 minutes because I promise. And I'm a man of my word because y'all supported the show. But I'm going to stop the presentation right here for sure. And I'll do a part 2. I'll continue this stuff because I got most stuff to break down. I got most stuff to break down for real. But I don't want to cram it all too much. 5 hours is like the max. So let's drop the call in link. It's a whole bunch of more stuff I need to break down for real. If you think that that's it, I dropped the call in link. Come on up, y'all. Questions, interjections, all that. We got my brother Awakening Minds coming through. Salutes. Salutes to you, awakening minds. Thanks for calling in, and thanks for your support, my brother.
Of course, my brother, always. And I want you to get up out of here, man. You did your thing
Good.
today.
No, you good. Salutes.
It's so much that I can touch on, but I want to get back to that Libra and Liberty. That was fire syncretism, my brother. Um, when you say Libra, you know, and then libraries, if you can just pull up the zodiac wheel for me real quick. I just want to show you something from Libra because yeah, it ties in with the seven spikes from the Statue of Liberty too. I just want to show you this real quick, and it's plenty more, but I know you got to get up out of here too. So I just want to show
I
you this.
I preserve some call in time, so
Okay.
you can do your thing. We got 30 minutes, and I
Mm,
don't think too many people might call in. If they do, we'll keep it going to keep
that's
my word. So y'all good. But yeah,
good.
here we go right here. You got it.
So when you look at the zodiac wheel, bro, from Aries would be March 21st, the start of the year. And if you count seven of the zodiac symbols all the way around, you get to Libra, which makes the great arc. So from Aries to Libra, you get library. You see what I'm saying? Library.
Damn, that's crazy right there, bro.
My brother.
Libraries.
Literally, bro.
Libra and Aries. That's
hmm
crazy right there, bro.
Yeah,
Bomb.
big bombs, and we'll build more on this because this the unit circle too. But I just wanted to show you the Libra, the Aries, because from
Yeah.
Aries means like opening, just like Libra, in Latin, because a lot of this shit is encoded in Latin as well. So
That's facts.
from, so from
And,
Libra, go ahead.
no, I'm saying amen. You got it.
Yeah, my nigga. So, and it also creates the great arc, from the great architect, the arc, so from Libra to Aries, like if you
Mm-hmm.
can see it on the map, and it's a reason why the scales is there. I wish we can show one that has Aries, on the same side as Libra, but
Yeah.
we'll do that another time. But I also want to show you that's the great arc, which is also, 180 degrees, which creates a triangle. So this is how you get the triangle with the eye in the middle and all that. It just touched on everything you were saying because we harness energy from the atmosphere, but the plane beneath it would be the neutral point. So Aries and Libra equals opening and closing, positive and negative. And then you get the plane of inertia. The dielectric plane would give you the neutrality. And this is
Mm.
steps. This is steps to harness an energy for our people, for future generations, to where we can really enlighten. Even the word enlighten, it's en, then light in the middle, then en again. So on another thing I wanted to tell you, I always try to tie this back into the language because the language is a code, which is also a generator, and it's written in phi, like the concept of phi. So even when you say n light n, it's 101. 101 is 5, is phi. It's the letter E you abbreviated in Libra to liberate. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm.
oh yeah, bro.
No, I'm with you.
The letter E is amazing too. Because and I'll show you some more shit. I know you want to get out here. You did your thing though, but our language is encoded in phi because phi is the core, and then pi would be the circumference. But we'll speak some more on it, my brother. 101, the binary code, phi, all of it. That even binary is just brainy, like the whole language. explains everything you're saying. It's the same thing. You've been right, my brother, and I appreciate your journey as well. You know what I'm saying? So,
Man, I appreciate you for real, bro. You always come and add some good shit on to it. That's what's up.
and it'll never end, bro. This is infinite knowledge, you know. And
Hell yeah.
I love how you tied liberty. You know, I love how you tied that, bro. I love that shit. You know, the Libra, liberty, all of that. Even showing, even when you went on with Jesus walking on the water, oh, that was tough, son. You know, with the Statue of Liberty, also with Shiva, you know, and just being Andronymus, which is also negative and positive. You know what I mean? That was, yeah, all of it been tough, bro. But those seven spikes, seven chakras, we can keep going in and in on all of that, you know. But anytime you want to interject, say something, because I'm here, you know, I can keep going with you, though, my brother.
Oh yeah, man. I'm here. Like, bro, what's been tripping me out about this is like, man, it's like, damn, all the Tartarian stuff really led me here because I was really looking at the Statue of Liberty just on some, damn, they hit a Tesla car in our face. But once I start researching some shit, I get thorough and fascinated. I go deep into it, and I was thinking to myself, okay, if the Pilgrims didn't build the Statue of Liberty and it's part of Tartaria, what did it mean to them? And why is it a white woman that looked like a man? Why has it got spikes? Now I'm trying to investigate this thing for who are you? What are you? And then it led me to the Krishna connection, then to the whole, because what it started was the light bearer shit. People
Yeah,
was like, it's Lucifer, the light bearer. And I said, okay, that was the foundation of my research. What are other deities who are light bearers that have similarities to the Statue of Liberty? This was something I put in Chat GPT. And guess what? I already had fed Chat GPT the Krishna theory that I had because
yeah,
he's blue and then the Starfort shit. So
yeah,
then what Chat GPT gave me was a whole list of similarities between Liberty and Krishna that I didn't even know. And then I'm like, damn, so I'm on to something here. This the same deity. Then I said, let me feed this shit something else. Is there any? Because Jesus is the light bearer. And I'm like, why is the devil Jesus on the cross? Boom, I been knew that. But it's
mm,
like, bro, it's simple. It's just one truth in all these different archetypes. That's more reasons why I'm into this syncretism thing because it ain't no different. Like I used to always think, what is this God doing? Who is he? This God, that God. When really, they just the same concept revealing itself in different forms and shit. That's what syncretism does. Yeah.
facts, bro. And the fact that it even spells out liberate, you know, it's like you're literally liberating yourself or liberating others. You know, it's just crazy how it all ties into the same shit, though, man. So definitely much salutes. But tying it to the Shiva, even this picture on the screen, that's tough, son. Can't nobody debate this. You know what I mean? And I know we
Nah.
ain't here for a debate, but most people appreciate it. Even the chat, bro, when you know, because you were doing your thing, but it was so many people, all 800, you know, and 800 plus people. A lot of them, you notice we had no trolls, we had no bullshit. This was really enlightening information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Real
That's
talk, my
good
brother.
to hear, man, because the whole thing is that's what people really want. Like I'ma still do debates on my other channels, but I'ma reserve like this right here straight up for this deep research, bro.
Yeah.
Real talk, because we cracking the code. But
Mhm.
we still chilling though. Shout out a real truth and Johnny Cali Blaze.
Mhm.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
And I'm still here, bro. But y'all go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, I just wanted you to tie in the element radium to your infinite energy talk with this conversation because
The
that's something they took away from us. Hmm?
let me pull it up. The element radiant.
Yeah, it's gonna blow your mind when you realize what it
The
is.
element called radium. I got you. Yeah, I've heard of radium, but I ain't
Look,
researched. What the hell does radium do anyway? Give me
bro,
break
listen,
it
listen,
down. Holler at me. Yeah.
listen. I gotta give a shout out to the dude that brought it up. Let me see if I can pull him up because I don't. It's his information. He was bringing it up, and he's doing another part to it. I can't even find him right now, but I'm
Salutes
gonna
to
tell you
whoever
about him.
he is, man.
Bro,
We in the
listen.
yeah.
They used to have these. You know how they got us burning wood now and coal.
Yeah.
So they took the radium away because we could burn like a little piece of it, and that shit would heat like for a long ass time. But they switched
Mm.
that shit out and made us start burning coal, wood for money. So the infinite energy that we had, like the elements and shit, they erased all kinds of shit, bro. This dude was bringing up a lot of stuff, man. But
Yeah.
that he pulled up the Simpsons. Always had the Simpson guy always had this little glowing jar with this little symbol on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it has to do with that. And this is big
Mm.
talk on this. This is big talk on this show. I don't know if they might pull this joint, bro. This
That's
how important
crazy.
that element is, man. And it was tying into, you talking about the energy, you talking about whatever you was talking about with energy, with the Statue of Liberty, like even
So
probably how they
so
kept it lit up.
saying the word radium is like saying the word ether around them, huh?
I mean, look at the other words. Okay, listen, that not only that, listen to this shit. It it hurt them and not us
Mm.
being around it. You get what I'm saying?
I got you.
It hurt them and not us. Man,
That's
this
what.
dude, he
Hey,
was breaking
I'm gonna
down.
look. I'm gonna look. This is what I want you to do. I want you to just get with me, man, so you ain't gotta this dude it and actually send me his link. Cause guess what I'm doing in 2026? I'm
What?
collabing with people.
Yes,
People. You
bro.
mentioned somebody and all that. Yo, I'm reaching out to them. I'm gonna be connecting with people, collabing for real. I'm gonna check them
Man,
out and all that. For real.
I don't want to leave him out because, bro, he pops up in my algorithm. We're
Right,
all in
right.
this like this
We gonna give
search.
him some love for real. But I will say this though, that
Mhm.
the element called radium, right? If you can heat it
Mhm.
for a long time, that mean that people could have at some point maybe post reset discovered that to cool them, to heat they shit after we lost the knowledge and shit and
Man,
before
check this out,
you
72.
know.
They had these. Listen, he showed pictures of these heaters, right? But they were so elegant. They almost looked like they were sentient beings, like R2D2, right? And, I mean, it was nothing, no chimney hooked up to it. It wasn't no mess. It's like it was a beautiful thing, right? And even one of them that you burn it in was made out of pure silver. He showed the thing it was made out of pure silver. Bro, the shit blew my mind. I'm
That's
like,
I
huh?
not to cut you off real true, but I
No,
was
you
waiting
good.
on you to go further because you're absolutely right. Like the silver aspect of it, it's like a radiation. It's
Right.
like it finesse all elements. You know what radium is? Not only that, it's still electromagnetic. Like it doesn't lose the property of the other element. It's kind of like a coating. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But it's kind of like Mercury, to be honest. It's like a cousin or like it's in the same. It's because this is what I'll put it close to radius. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, we're not playing word semantic. A lot of this shit is really like that. They have to describe like features describe, like, you know, with certain type of words. So it's not called radium for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really because of the properties that it exude, you know? So
Hmm.
you it's like it gives things a shining, but it doesn't take away from, like, you can put radium on silver and that motherfucker is as valuable as gold. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
his name Damian Michaels Extra Ex, Extreme, something like that.
But the
You
reason
ever?
the reason why I understand what you're saying is, you know what I'm saying, because I've seen it before. Like, I've seen raw, like some of the atomic values on the periodic table, and I don't believe in no atoms and all that, but some of the words it makes and the pronunciations, like I'll look into those elements. You know what I mean? Just like
Mm-hmm.
and and
magnetism.
and just transitioning and tying this all the way back, to the Statue of Liberty and the whole Krishna connection. When it comes to free energy and technologies and all that, I still will say that direct siphoning from the static charge atmosphere is the most advanced and simple way, which I would say the old world technology. For example, this Statue of Liberty,
Hmm.
I'm damn near sure that this is a Tesla coil that's pulling energy from the ether, and they saying it's being struck by lightning, and each time it's charging the grid in that area.
But you gotta look at this too. Like I was just telling you about those things look sentient that they burning inside of, right? And of course they made these stairs or somebody to have to maintain it and all that other stuff. They could have been putting that shit in there and not having to put a lot in there at a time, or it lasts a long time. But they use that metal structure to block the element in so it wouldn't hurt the people. You get what I'm saying? And
Nah,
so
uh-uh.
for radium, I was also thinking radiation too. It hurts us. And they give us radiation now. They know it kills us. Which gonna lead me to the last bomb. I told you this dude was dropping some shit, right? Nigga, the H man was a brown color man. They hired a
Okay,
hacker.
yeah, okay. I don't want to hear. I'm gonna tell y'all some real stuff real quick, man. It's not deep, in my opinion, to chocolate coat people. Like, I ain't hating on it, but it's, to me, uh, you ain't dropping a big bombshell like a lot of folks would be. Guess what, boy? Abraham Lincoln was brown. Ooh, wee! Like, come in, really? But nah, that ain't real. That stuff, like me, I'm at a point of my awakening. I don't really care what color you was. I just want to know how I relate to my soul and ascension and regaining back liberation and power from those who took it. So people who still invested into, let me find out if this person was black or white. Look, I'm doing a whole series about the Statue of Liberty. That's a white deity. It ain't got nothing to do with so-called brown, copper-colored people, but it got something to do with, why would they want to delete it though? They have this thing saying, well, it's white and it's white, so let's push it. You know what I'm saying? No, it's something about it they want to hide. And when you start looking into that, you realize, bro, the old world didn't care about black and white and brown. That's what I was saying. When Columbus came here, the white folks here had liberty, and our ancestors had their own versions of liberty too. They got a black liberty goddess named Oya. So, like, if you go to Southeast Asia, if you go to these other places where Columbus went to, where he thought he was in India when he came here, people of all colors had the same God. The Bible talk about that before the pre-Babel people. They had one system and they had a bunch of towers connected. And they didn't destroy the towers. They just repurposed them, destroyed the knowledge of them, and they still using them for energy. But this is what I was saying about, like, I don't really want to go into, like, the H man and him being black or white.
Yeah, I wasn't
Because
bringing it up on a lame level. It
oh,
wasn't.
my bad.
It was going somewhere else. It was going somewhere else.
Oh, well,
But
no, do your thing. Go ahead.
that's what I was saying. I don't know if you want to talk about it. I wasn't bringing him up like, people be like, oh yeah, God, Jesus is black. It wasn't even on that level. It was on the level of like they actually hired an actor to play the dude, right? So I was putting two and two together. That place was one of the most technical places in the world. Like the way they hid the history and putting him at that high technical place. I kind of lost my track on where I was going. That's why I didn't want you to take it as I was just saying black,
You
because I don't do
saying
that.
he's like a front man, like Tesla, he the face of these ideas that, and they basically, he's a
I'm saying the
pseudo
brown
idea.
man was the real man, but he was the actor.
Right.
It was a real actor that
I
they
got you.
hired. And I was telling you that
But
dude
what
was breaking
about
that
all the
down.
people that follow H man? Were they like extras too for the actor?
Bro, it's they control the propaganda, the media, they erased, they exterminated. And those people, they said that they exterminated, like we think that their enemies are light skinned, but it's the brown skinned people. That's why I brought that up. They don't have a light skinned enemy. The enemy is us.
Well,
So I was
I
trying
don't
to tie
really
all that.
see it that simple, man.
No, I mean, that's why that's why when you cut me off, it kind of threw me off where I was gonna go with it. But that's all I
Sure
got for
did.
you, man. And
Hey,
we're gonna talk about that dude. I'd say his name Damian Michaels Extreme or something like that on IG, if you could look him up.
hey, salutes, real.
Because I'm very on guard when people bring up the H man over here. I don't
Yeah, I
really
know.
want to go into the whole.
Yeah,
I know. I've been here. I've
I'm
been here
just
since
trying to
15,
just trying to
16.
get on it.
there's been such a good stream too. We don't want nothing to happen to it,
Yeah,
but
I know. That's why I said. That's
but
why I
real
said
quick
that.
though, real quick
Go
though,
ahead.
bro, I got a question for you. When you brought up Enoch with this knowledge, can you
Right,
just
right.
can you just give a brief description of what you meant? Because the word Enoch is also noche, so
Right. Mm.
yeah, Enoch means enlightening, like light, but then the word breaks down into noche, which is dark, You see what I'm saying? So I just
Yeah.
want to hear your
You right.
explanation.
So the reason I brought up Enoch, because that's when they remove Enoch from the Bible, it's the same reason they trying to redefine what Lady Liberty means. He's another light bearer, and he's like another form of the Statue of Liberty. Like we can see that right here, that he's just showing us what the Statue of Liberty showing us. But the reason I brought him up in etymology, right? You could sync Enoch to Noah, so that's why we see Enoch under the dome. He's the flat Earth dude, but Noah is a modern story of Enoch in the ark, but it is them taking the flat Earth out of it and taking it literally. See again. Let me show you some real quick about this God Enoch right here, and I'm glad you brought this up because another version of Enoch is this God right here. His name is Anu. And when you put the CH on Anu, it becomes this Enoch character. It evolves. But you can see him busting through the vault just like Enoch right here. See what I'm saying? And the whole thing is this God here is an ark God. He's busting up out the top of an ark. He go right here in the ark. And if you look up the etymology of Enoch, it'll lead to Noah, and it'll lead to eventually Noah. It'll show you Enoch is Noah, and it's Anu too, because the word Anu rearranged is Nuah or Noah. But the version of Noah we got today is the papal version, which takes away the flat earth, because this was all about flat earth, and the ark was the firmament dome. You getting out the simulation. Yeah. So Like I said, the church just took this stuff and reinterpreted to take it literal. And when you do that, you lose the knowledge behind it. People believe that a dude in an ark survived the great flood. But the whole thing about, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying right. And just to back you up, not that you need help, but just to back you up, when you were talking about Libra, I want you to know that this is like Libra and Aries create the dielectric plane, which gives you the arc above to harness energy as well. From Aries,
Yeah.
Libra, that's literally the scales. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying there, bro? Because this is the so to put it in terms of like what Earth is, you get everything spring forward from Aries. You see what I'm saying? And from
Mm-hmm.
now everything starts falling. Like this is the,
At
you know,
at Libra.
hmm from
And that's
Libra.
showing us the balancing of the scales right there.
That's my brother. You
I'm
know,
with you. Hell yeah, I'm absorbing it like a sponge. Oh,
Hell,
let me we got in the way we gonna keep it going a minute. We got brothers in the waiting room. Let's keep it going. When it get like this, you gotta keep it going, man, for the ancestors. Let's do it. We got brothers joining. I ain't mean to keep y'all waiting that long. I'm gonna keep it going for y'all. Shout out to you, D Aries and Retton.
Yeah, hey, and then
Salute,
again,
peace.
I ain't mean to bring that stuff up. All right, so
I
if
ain't
y'all go
mad
ahead,
at you though, but I'm glad you said H man. You saved me. But
I
I
already
was
know.
I was just tripping. I was like, man, I don't want to go too deep down it. But you can do your thing. If whatever I took from you, if it come back to you, just interrupt me and you'll pick up where you left off. My bad.
I got you. We'll just build on it another time because it's gonna come back up. But go ahead, Ratton. How you doing?
Nah, salute, man. Salute to the chat. Salute to the build. Salute to the panel.
Salutes to you, man. But when they talk about the serpent being a light bearer, what I was saying about the serpent deity representing resurrection and being born again, it's the sperm for real. And then that's why the sperm is like the light bearer, because they're talking about the light of conception. And Jesus, being mounted up and all that. It's the same thing. But that's what the white robe is. But remember the part when I was on the Lord of the Flies, the maggot is a mummy, another form. That ain't a reach, I don't think. But I'm gonna show you something else I don't think is a reach, y'all. So I was comparing, I was syncing Krishna to liberty. And one thing I didn't say in the presentation because I thought it was a reach, but I'll just go and say it now. I was going to say that Krishna holds on to the Linga Yoni symbol. You will see him with that. Like I got an image right here queued up. And then the Statue of Liberty got this torch that looked just like the Linga Yoni joint. Like the Liberty torch looked like this. And it's like more signs of Krishna and Hinduism in early old world America before the papacy showed up. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I think is really deep, because it's like I believe, and I don't know ego stuff, that I'm answering a question that's been in history a long time. And I don't think the controllers wanted it answered. And the question was, why did Columbus think the Native Americans were Indians? I think he saw the same spiritual practice and symbolisms over here that I'm pointing out now.
That's crazy. More than just that skin tone, because you got the skin tone of these people all over the place, with this brown skin. So it had to be that spiritual system,
Yeah.
the feathers, all that. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I believe that America been a melting pot for a long time, and they lying about that. Because you can see Lady Liberty is what we would call a white person. But this same archetype, we can find black versions, Asian versions. What that's showing me is another question we can answer in history. How did everybody in the ancient world be on the same page before they said we had traveling systems like that and all that? It shows you they lying about history again. And this is the Tartarian truth. The world been advanced for a long time, y'all. And they deleted these advanced civilizations. And it's been integrated along. Yeah. Uh-huh.
They divided us and conquered us. That's what it was all about. Because, you know, you can see some of those magnificent statues and stuff and buildings, and it got the other people faces in it. It ain't just like brown people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they divided and conquered us good, man. They erased for real. They erased it.
And then wrote about it and said they split up the Babel Tower culture. That's Tartaria for real.
Right. Yep.
Gave them new languages and all that.
I consider myself a Krishna, Vishnu worshiper myself, so I got a little bit to say about it, honestly.
Thank you for joining. Do your thing.
Yeah, so in my eyes, I really just think Krishna, even entities like Jehovah, they are the true entities, and they're just pretty much not really pulling the veil from over your head, but also just showing you the power at the same time, because Jehovah is a huge entity in the Hindu religion. If you just look up Jehovah Hindu, you'll just see it's huge over there.
Now, what do you do when you worship these deities?
I mean, it's not really necessarily a worship. It's more or less knowing that the other deities are out there is not really a requirement of worship at all.
I got you. I'm glad you clarified it for him. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. You said, pull up Jehovah Hindu.
Yeah, pull up Jehovah.
Okay,
you'll see Jehovah in countless pictures with Krishna, Lakshmi. The whole gang is Jehovah. You might just have to look up lion,
okay,
bro.
It's all good. But the thing is, I'm glad I landed on this page because it gave me another synchronicity to the Statue of Liberty, which is Kali right here in a blue form. Shit like that. That's another form of liberty. Like all of this shit is the same concept. I can't stress that enough, man.
Right.
Yeah, just type in lion in there for me. I'm telling you, it's gonna pull up a bunch of shit for you, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay. Jehovah Hindu lion.
No, I think Jehovah might be throwing it off.
Hindu lion.
Yep, if you look over there to the top right, you'll see those entities are constantly sitting and standing on this lion constantly.
Yeah. See? Yeah, this is, and it immediately what gives it away is the spiky hat. And you know it's like another form of liberty. When you see the emanations from the head. Like another form of the demi-age, that line of Leon to Cephaline. Yep. Facts. You just added another synchronicity.
Mm-hmm.
That's it right there, the Statue of Liberty. There you go.
And you know what, bro? On the zodiac wheel, you would have Leo ruling the ark, you know?
Yeah. On a zodiac wheel, you have Leo ruling the ark.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
That's what I was trying to tell you, you know. So a lot of times people be like, what does the lion, the eagle, or
Yeah.
an or the man, you have the four faces, but it's really just the four faces of the zodiac wheel. You got the lion, the man, the snake, and then Aquarius. You know what I'm saying? But these are the four major parts of the seasons, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, buddy.
Facts, and I'm an Aquarius myself, so I definitely feel that for sure.
hmm and these parts are like, so from just a real quick, from Aries to Cancer, in between you have Taurus, so you have the bull. From Cancer to Libra, you got the lion. You know what I'm saying? From Libra to what is it? I would have to see the thing to explain it to you, but Scorpio would be the other one, and then in between the other two is Aquarius. So they always depict that it's the Holy See as well, but these are just the in between points throughout each seasons too.
Yeah, and they also cardinal signs as well, brother. I think that's the part
Now
that you.
that's the exact word I was trying to. There you go, the cardinal signs. And guess what the popes call themselves? The holy keel, the holy see call themselves cardinals.
Yeah,
hmm
that's right.
But
So damn right.
all of this shit sounds great, but it's really how to harness energy. You know what I'm saying, bro? All right, real talk. The zodiac wheel, the unit circle, how Earth is depicted, the season, all of that shows you where you can harness energy. You know what I'm saying?
You don't think that at the same time that's just them controlling the true narrative of how we should control our energy?
Well, that would go back to like, and I agree with you, but that would go back to if we all put nature back first. You know what I'm saying? Now we can reap what we sow. We can harvest. We know that when it comes September 21st, this is harvesting time. Everything you plant when spring arrives, you harvest. You see what I'm saying? And you can live through the dog days, or you can live through the winter because of everything you've reaped, you've sowed. So knowing flat earth is such a big key, but it unlocks so much more. You know what I'm saying? You can really now govern your own self, because that arc is just your crown as well. You know what I'm saying?
And and another thing I wanted to point out is how this arc is the firmament with the zodiac wheel when we deal with the flat earth shit, how I was kept bringing up NASA and how that's the papacy religion that people subscribing to. Because check this out, right? People will say, well, I'll say they destroyed the real church. The real church was destroyed with Tartaria, and after that, we've been under the papal programming. We're tapping back into the old world spiritual system now. But what I was saying was why flat earth represent the return of the real church versus the Antichrist, right? When they said Christ gonna return, that's awakening within the collective about the 360. What does the word church mean? Circle. When they said that the church was destroyed, but it's gonna return, the circle is the 360. That's the original zodiac wheel. I made a video about it, 360 verse 365, because the people who destroyed the circle or destroyed the church gave you 365-day years and took you away from the 360-day year that was with the old zodiac and all that. That's what I was saying. All that was based on the old cosmology, the images of Jesus with the seven archangels around him is basically the old solar system. Jesus don't represent the sun. He represent you in the middle of the universe with the seven chakras going around you in the form of the archangels. But the church reinterpreted all this stuff because the Christians who created these symbols, they were the Tartarians or the Gnostics who was teaching the truth before the imposters showed up and made everyone look at these symbols literally. I just want to throw that out there.
Hey, Sanchez, I don't mean to like, well, I'm bringing smoke right now. How do you honestly know? And I'm just being real right now. I ain't trying to be on no bullshit.
Well,
How do
I
you?
know because this, right? I'm approved. I'm glad you asked that because I just said a bunch of stuff, my brother, and I didn't pull up the receipts, so that was my fault. But I think
No,
no,
what I was about to.
hold on. How I know? Stay there. Let's start with
No, I
one
wasn't
thing.
saying how you know the knowledge. I was gonna say something else.
Oh
I
my
was
bad.
gonna.
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
because you definitely bringing up a valid point, but in my eyes, what I'm just looking at is old and new. How do we know that the old way isn't just controlled as the new way?
Well, here's what control mean. Control mean I gotta hide something from you to keep you at a level beneath me. Because if you find this thing out, what I know, then you will be equal to me, which is how they created a class system. It wasn't with money, it's with knowledge. Knowledge is power. They created peasants by secret societies. They dumbed them down. Now, watch this, right? In the old world, all of these symbols was just simply teaching you about yourself. Everything I'm teaching you about Kundalini and all that. In my opinion, I don't think that's harmful. I think if you telling a person the truth about what happened when they die, they can live their life peacefully. They don't have a bishop or a pastor scaring them with a red dragon. They know,
Mm,
hey, I'm a God, man. It's when I die, it's okay. I'm gonna be in my mama again, sleeping. I got to complete my mission here. Cause if I don't, just like school, I'm a flunk and have to repeat it. So if you telling the people this truth when they're young, they're gonna mature quick. They're gonna be spiritually mature. They ain't gonna waste time with entertainment, consumerism. They're gonna be on some self-mastery shit trying to move up this stairway to heaven and bust up out this Truman Show firmament dome like this God doing right here. If you told everybody in the world, we can prove without a shadow of a doubt, y'all, that our world is a simulation, guess what's gonna happen? People gonna freak out and say, how the fuck do we get out? And they ain't gonna be caring about shopping and football games and fashion. People gonna, some gonna click overnight. And people gonna realize, wait the fuck a minute. And they prove it. If they taught you this, think about this. If they taught everyone definitively, I'm talking about proved it to them tomorrow. Y'all, we found out we in a fake ass Earth-like simulation and we ain't in the real Earth. You ain't think people gonna ask, well, how do we get out eventually? You don't think that's gonna be the thing? And that's what NASA and the space program hiding, how to get out the Earth, how to get off the Earth. That's why they working with the Vatican. It's part of the old papal barbarian system. But see, the whole thing is that's why they had to get rid of the book of Enoch because it's going against NASA. The book of Enoch telling us to get off the earth is basically to master yourself, blah, 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 all that. NASA saying, hey, just wait till we figure rockets out. When the Bible said no flesh and blood can enter heaven, they saying you can only go there with a consciousness shift out of body. But the Christians ain't listening to the Bible. They listening to the papacy. And when you say, like, I know the ancient way is the right way because truth is just right. Truth can't be bad. If anyone can tell me how truth can't do nothing but set a person free, like this dude right here, what set? Let's pull up some real quick to show you something. Jim Carrey, Truman Show ended. You gonna see Jim Carrey been trying to teach us the truth without even saying it out of his mouth. He showed you in the Truman Show the earth was flat, you in the dome. And he got at the end, he got himself leaving the dome like Enoch, like the God I knew. So Noah is the God of the ark. And when Noah left the ark, let me show you Noah. Watch this. Watch this. When you pull up pictures of Noah, it ain't a coincidence, right? That everyone's showing you the same thing. Look at Noah right here. He leaving the ark and shit, just like Truman and all these guys leaving the ark. So Just to not be long-winded, I'm gonna just say that I know this is the right way because truth is liberating. That's why I'm talking about liberty, and that's what it was represent, old world truth. It's only two things, man, the lie and the truth. One go up, one go down. And if we already down, we can't go nowhere but up.
You missed the picture.
And
You
I'm
went there.
definitely, I'm agree.
But
Let me say one thing. I'm
You went.
definitely
You went.
agreeing with you, Sanchez.
It's up
But you don't
further,
think that it's,
Sanchez.
hold on, you don't think that it's funny that Jim Carrey is such a prolific person today, especially in the conspiracy world, and he just happened to make the Truman Show, and it's like one of the most prolific things that we can think about today. This, I'm not saying that it's not the
Like the
truth, but
Matrix
I'm just
type shit.
saying,
Like
yeah, I'm just
Keanu
saying that
Reeves, the Matrix.
it's very convenient. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what I'll say is this. A lot of celebrities know the truth. And instead of them coming out preaching it and teaching it like me, they just embed it into their professions. And it ain't just Hollywood. I can show you Gap Band. The Gap Band old album covers had a lot of flat earth. So many of the old vinyl records had so much flat earth on them. How many of y'all into vinyl collection? You know what I'm talking about. Them
Hell yeah,
old
bro.
vinyls basically just, if you get into collecting vinyl, all of them knew the earth was flat damn near.
Earth, Wind, and
Most of them.
Fire.
So was
Yeah.
they sneaking this past the industry though?
What I think is the people in power know that the world is so dumbed down that they just gonna laugh at you and call you a dumbass flat earther anyway. And that's really the truth. Like, I don't really think that the people in power care about what Jim Carrey doing here, what artists are doing symbolically, because guess what they know? The average human ain't finna do no syncretism and take this image of Jim Carrey and make the connections I'm making. They gonna watch the movie, eat popcorn, and go to church Sunday and go to work and continue their papal living, their
Because
papal programming.
some of them know it's a simulation, right?
Like, yeah, you got
Yeah.
it. Go ahead.
No, I
Jim
was just
Carrey
saying.
just played in it. He ain't wrote it.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. Fact.
Now the
Nah,
writer might
but
know.
but but they use the kind of the same actors too, because Jim Carrey played in a lot of other movies, like The Mask. You know, like put that together, The Mask of the System.
Mm-hmm.
He played in Bruce Almighty. He played in Liar Liar. You see what I'm saying? His name is JC, Jim Carrey. It's well, bro, same
Jesus Christ,
right?
right?
And it's
Exactly.
all
Mhm.
commercial, bro. That's the thing. It's all
But
commercial.
I mean,
Yeah, they one
average
system.
average people ain't on this type of shit though, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
You know what
So
I
you
In
must
think?
the age
look.
I
in the
think
age of Aquarius, I don't think they even care no more about if you know the
Something
knowledge
got to
because
awaken in you.
they have better power than this structural knowledge that we think they just hold, and that power has been gone. It's a whole different type of power. You can have the knowledge now.
what I
Suppose
think.
this whole. Go
I
ahead.
think they know the truth that majority wins, and that the majority of people in this world they ain't gonna know what we know, and so they don't care about the less than 1.1% what you call truthers. You ain't even 1% of the population.
Facts.
That's what I was gonna say, and it's a lot of people in on it, and ain't just no one skin tone, and they got to play this trick.
It's a lot of
They
people
all
that
in on it.
that don't know either. It's more people that don't know that do know. That's what he's trying to tell you.
But
What
in
I'm
the
saying
age of
is they
Aquarius,
got their
bro, they
own.
literally
They
got
got a
this
real
knowledge on
team,
TV, bro. This knowledge
bro.
they
They got a
just
And that's what I'm
releasing truth.
telling you. Guess what? Let me tell you
They're
something,
just
right?
telling you the
The
truth on
people in
TV.
power know that they've done such a good job dumbing the masses down that they
mm,
can put the truth right in your face and you ain't gonna see it. That's all you
mm.
telling me.
That's simple.
Yeah, now I'm gonna bring up one more point before I shut the fuck up. I was talking to my AI this morning because I've been doing a lot of investing, and I asked it like what stocks and everything would live like specifically towards the Book of Revelations. because one of the things is wars and rumors of wars. So I've been investing in LMT, the defense people, and like that's one of the things that it said would actually be still around. Because I honestly don't think that this truth they gonna set the world on fire. They're burning the stage, bro. That's because the show is over.
So they burning the stage because the show's over.
The world is the
Facts,
stage, brother.
they
Yeah,
burn.
blockchain. You
Yeah,
better get
it's
in the
over.
blockchain. Get in the blockchain.
But
That's
they
what I
still
heard.
gonna hold the structural power behind the scenes, cause see, the stock market ain't gonna truly crash. It's just gonna be a dense version, and that's gonna be the more controlled version of it, I guess you can say.
Yeah, because they creating a rich class, a poor class. Ain't gonna be no in between. You know, they no more cash. You know what I'm saying? So
I'll be back.
did he step away?
Yeah, but he'll be right back. But the rich class
Yeah,
and
but
poor class, that's
awakening,
go ahead.
awakening. I knew it was gonna be somebody that knew what I was talking about when I brought up that radium shit, bro.
Hell yeah, bro. But
Mm.
and I'm glad you brought that up too. But I would go even further than radium and go back to mercury. So like mercury is a conduit. This is a lot of our technology is even made, encoded with mercury. And then you can go through radium. Radium, that was great, real true, by pulling that up. But
They
I
but they
want,
they using a lot of thorium now too to for the new cell phones and the new AI conductors. Like that movie Tron, right? That
yeah,
movie Tron, we talking about how you bring programs into our world. So it's
yeah.
like you got a computer program that you bring it to life. And everything from their world is light based. So they got light based materials and metabolizing. It was pretty deep. Like when you look at it from a standpoint how we think, and it's crazy and how they trying to get so much thorium. And they said thorium, Venezuela has a lot of thorium in it. And that was one of the main reasons why they went there to get it. But they're using that to power the AI devices. And when I thought about that, that's when I thought about that movie Tron. If y'all ain't never seen that movie Tron, the new one.
Hell yeah, Redden. And salutes to Redden. But
Always, brother.
what I was trying to bring up with mercury, this is like the in between of gold and silver. Mercury is so important, man, and it's not a coincidence that the symbol Mercury also equals enlightenment and all that. But Mercury is like the in between. It's like how bro been bringing up Krishna and Christ, the Christ. A lot of this shit is really about energy and you awakening from the shit and being enlightened, to get to the next level of just existence. But like with Mercury, it's like the in between, man. It's like the crease, the Christ, Krishna. It's all the same shit, bro. Been bringing up, but I just like to put it back to technology and what's being used against us, and when we kind of know the knowledge and how they make these things to keep us in the state we're in, once we know a lot of this type of shit, like the math that they use against us, the technology that they use against us, the knowledge that they use against us, once we start knowing how to do these things, you know what I'm saying, we can be enlightened and empower ourselves, like the great arc. You know what I'm saying? That's really understanding the seasons and nature, understanding from Aries to Libra. You know what I'm saying? That's the great art there also. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So are you saying that Mercury is like better than gold or some shit? Like,
my nigga, if you heat mercury to a certain type of degree, you can create electromagnetism. You see what I'm saying? Like I can light a light bulb because of mercury. Once you know this type of things, you know what I'm saying?
We could power
And look
vehicles
at
and
what the
stuff like that
first is.
nature.
And the sun is electromagnetism, right? It ain't gas. And look at the first so-called planet supposed to be closest to the sun, Mercury. See, it's puzzle. It's a piece of puzzle. You gotta put this shit together. But go ahead, preach, bro.
But that's
I
just
was
what I
gonna
was.
say, because like in the Bible, it say that the streets is lined with gold. We all know that that's representing a computer or whatnot. But now you lining these streets up with Mercury. So now I'm just
No,
interested on.
they've been using mercury, bro. I'm just bringing you alkalism. You
So
know,
that Streets of Gold was just some bullshit. They've been using the Streets of Mercury.
my nigga, I'd even choose silver over gold. You see what I'm saying? Just because of the conduitivity of what gold is. You see what I'm saying? When you're talking about technology, you know, when you're talking about electricity and shit like this, you know? So
Facts, and
even
I'm
when I was
definitely
bringing up, even though when I was bringing up Krishna and Christ and the priest, that's what Mercury is. You know what I'm saying? It's no coincidence that it's also the symbol of healing. It's the symbol of, you know, messenger. The messenger. It all. It's the great arc, the great architecture of technology. You know. But I don't just like talking. I like showing and showing this type of shit. You know what I mean?
Bro, you do got a channel, right?
Nah, you know, I do have a YouTube, but you know, I share my shit on Instagram, just my thoughts, my notes. You know, it ain't my time yet. I support my
Right.
brother, bro, and you know, anything bro needs, you know, I'm here. I support the community, and I just share the thoughts and my experience. You know what I mean? But I love how bro tie all of this into electricity with the Statue of Liberty. You know, and I also wanted him to tell him to pull up the what's that lady name, man? Not the lady name, but the Yamaha. Like even that symbol, even the African goddess. I keep forgetting her name. Who's standing in the water? She's
Yemaya.
just
Yeah, me
Yimiya.
out. Yeah.
There we go, bro. Even her, you know, like this is knowledge we used to know, but you know, once they hide and took all of this shit from us, you know, it's you see
Yeah,
that
I
unit
see
circle.
what you saying. I
Mm-hmm.
see
Yeah.
what you saying. And you comparing that to Yemaya is dope syncretism.
Hell yeah, bro.
And
That's why I asked
because
him.
what you doing is showing linguistic syncretism with sacred geometry, and that's what I'm. This is what we got to really get people on, man. Because if they don't get on this, it's gonna be spookism, man. It's gonna be more literal interpretations, and
That's why I
you
was
know,
asking Awakening about his channel because I've been knowing him. I've been knowing y'all a long time since 2016. I always wanted to reach out to him and
yeah,
just build with him because he, you know, you say a lot of stuff, it go over a lot of people's heads, but this shit be making so much sense, right?
right,
And I think if you had your channel, you could break it down because you'll have much more time
Mm-hmm.
and do some illustration. I know what you mean by that. I've been wanting to do a channel too and
Mm-hmm.
broke thorough with that shit, so I just let
Yeah.
him go with
In,
it.
in time, bro. In time. My time is
Yeah.
just supporting my brother. I don't even give a damn what he think. I don't have the time like that, you know, so I gotta support my nigga. Like nobody is doing this.
Right,
You
right.
know what I'm
and
saying?
that's why I built this
So,
thing. That's why no matter if I go for 5 hours, I say, look, let me open the lines and bring in not just the debate, but to extract and exchange, like an exchange of thoughts. So you know, a lot of people you know, come up here and they really add on to the presentation. I let this platform, it's like it is awakening's platform. Like people know if I want to hear awakening, it's a good chance when I get on some deep stuff like this, it's like a bat signal out for awakening. I know he's gonna come on and drop the Jews and hit it up. And I appreciate this brother, but he got an Instagram that's fire, and you know, I think you should follow that and share that. But when he do make a channel though, it's gonna be featured on my home page with all of my featured channels and all that for sure.
Eas- Easily.
Salute, salute. Appreciate
Picture.
y'all
hey,
boys
hey,
always,
Pull
man,
up
for
one of
sure.
hey,
those,
look,
bro.
I be putting thought to your music, Sanchez. So I want to join that joint too. I got a lot of your music that I put thought to. I rap a little bit. Sometimes it makes a lot of sense. Sometimes it don't. But it's to the point where it need to be heard for real. So
Hey, and I'm gonna be starting back doing the music shows and beat showcases and letting artists collab. I'm starting that back too, man, 2026. And I ain't bullshitting. I know I've been kicking the can on it, but I
Cause
am.
look, your
bro.
shit is deep, man. I've been enlightening a lot of people with your knowledge, man. I've been turning them on to it. You know, some people catch on to it, but a lot of people start following. I always put you out there. I always go back over what you say and break it down to them in my form. You know what I'm saying? And I don't go outside of it to make it not what you saying. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, real quick,
Um,
Yeah.
bro, and
go ahead.
it's real true. But real quick, bro, I know you got a debate coming up, and it's a little bit off subject, but I know you got a debate coming up with Ankh. You know what I mean? And I seen the title where he's saying that did we come from monkeys? But in their scientific world, bro, they're not saying we come from monkeys. They're saying we come from apes. You know, so I just
Ooh, that's another thing too.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like,
yeah.
You're
hmm
gonna have to
I just
explain the
don't
difference
want you to
between the
get.
monkey and the ape now.
I know you gonna be on top of that shit, bro. But I just wanna throw you that too, because I don't want that punk ass nigga to try to flip it because of the title. Oh, we don't come from monkeys. We come from apes. So I really want you to understand what I'm saying right there. You know what I'm
yeah, I
saying?
got you for sure.
Yeah. That's it.
Because I can straight up debunk whether we come from monkeys or apes. I can debunk either one. But what I like about that is I can always default to say he's not even correct with his own science and what they teaching in it. Because
Right.
they
Hey, I
don't
know I
even
might
say
sound
monkeys.
stupid.
They say
I might.
chimps and apes. Yeah, yep, my bad.
Hey, I might sound stupid, but could you just quickly deduce the difference between the monkey and the ape? Because I got question marks over my head right now. I ain't gonna lie
Yeah,
to you.
so a monkey is them little brown things that roll in groups and all of that like that. And an ape is those big black things that's big as hell and beat, you know, like. But that's kind of like those in a nutshell. I guess what would be the difference? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro.
Like a little bitty cat, and a lion, like the
Yeah.
brown monkey. Yeah,
But I just in their scientific world, he's gonna pull the ape shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the monkey would come from an ape, but he's saying humans are a variation of the ape. So I just think about it. I ain't even mean to bring it up. I just wanted to throw you a little something, and I know you know, but I just wanted to throw you that.
He gonna
Hey,
try
and
to
when
say it's the primate
Yeah,
family anyway, though. He gonna say it come
he,
from the
yeah,
primate family.
when he
I
crashed
think
that
we
shit, then
should
they gonna
jump into
change that
that though.
shit to gorillas.
That's the
and I,
perfect
I ain't
segue.
mean to change the subject, y'all, but I've been meant to tell my nigga that,
oh yeah.
he a little semantic type of nigga too, so just it ain't really monkeys that human comes from. It would be the apes, the primates, just but that's it, my nigga. That's
But
all.
you brought up
Yeah,
Yemaya,
man, yeah.
man, and I don't know if you want because I brought her up earlier too. No, that was Oya, another form of this. But again, walking on water, the spiky heads, here go the seven crowns, is all Lady Liberty,
Facts.
equality and all that shit,
And
so
it comes from the Yoruba tribe, which Yoruba is just your aura, just like how you
hmm
assign in the seven chakras or even Orisha. But
that's it.
but I
That's
Hey,
want
like,
yeah,
and then
I
I was
wanted
gonna
to
she
say
got
something
the
else too.
veil on like Lady Justice.
yes,
Yeah,
bro. Just like Jesus. Now
just like.
pull that one up real quick, bro. I'm sorry. Scroll
Hey,
back.
hey, look. Also, listen. Also, with that, bringing up the Yimiyan, that symbol, right? It reminded me of something. I was sitting on the porch, right, and we know that these signs are somatics, are they have different shapes, right? So each snowflake got a different shape. I just want to throw this out there. What is I'm trying to say this. When it snows, what is it talking to us? What is it? What is it doing? It's giving us different every.
Snowing is cold rain.
No, I'm saying every last one of
He
them have a
talking
different
about
shape.
he talking about cymatic frequencies now.
Right. Every snowflake has a different shape, a different cymatic shape. What is it? What is this? Sending us some kind of
Well,
information, like
they ain't different,
talking to
right?
the earth.
They ain't
I took
different,
a
right?
picture of them. I took a
Yeah,
picture of
what I'm saying is this, right? Hear me out for a minute. They ain't
them. Okay.
different. They're paradoxical, meaning they different and the same. It's like this. Every spider web is different but the same. Now that may sound crazy to you, but each cymatic frequency on this chart is a different expression of the same 360 flower of life concept. Just like every human is a different expression of
Right.
the human body and all that.
Right.
It's what it shows us is that the universe has a code of taking one thing and varying it by infinity. So it don't just make a tree, it make a bunch of different variations of types of trees. Takes this one idea and makes so many alternate versions of this same thing. That creates a paradox.
Mm.
Hey,
Gotcha.
hey Sanchez, something very interesting ran across when you typed in cymatic. Go back and take out that last word and type in machine, bro, because I definitely see machine.
Cymatic machines.
No, go back to that Google that tab you got right before this search right here. That Google tab, all the way on the left, on the right. My bad. No, at the tab on the top. Yeah, right there. Yep. And then type in cymatic frequency, take out pattern, and put in machine for me.
Speak to him. I got you up. Go ahead. Talk to him. Why you
No,
want
the
to? Yeah.
cymatic frequency machine.
My bad.
You straight, brother. It's the same damn thing for real. But I kind of wanted to look into this because I mean, bro, speaking some real shit on the cymatic frequencies, and we definitely want to watch what these people doing with their machines, and especially the cymatic frequency machines. Because if cymatic frequencies are naturals, of course they trying to machine the shit. You know what I'm saying? What do you call it?
Well,
Reverse
look.
But there's
engineer.
different ones. One for
Watch
sand,
this.
one for water.
Here's why I'm glad he brought this up in relation to this. We own to something. I'm about to show you what I think he finna go into. You can correct me, right? So look, we know that it's one base reality, right? But it's many parallel universe, many different expressions of that one thing. Just like we were saying with the cymatic frequencies. Let's go back there. See, just like this, right? But this is what the multiverse is. It's the different expression of the base reality in the many ways. Now, they show us this. They have space with a bunch of galaxies and spiral galaxies. That's this right here. So watch this. What I'm saying is this. What if the Mandela effect is because the Earth is one of these black tables right here? And every now and then, everything rearrange on Earth. We call it a great reset, but the Earth changed frequencies like this board doing. So all of the matter on the Earth, everything get destroyed. We say, man, it's a great reset. It's war shit getting, and then it's rearranged to a whole different version of Earth. Maybe Earth is a cymatic frequency that's going through many variations of its own self, and we calling it alternative versions. And maybe when the Earth changes its frequency to a different alternative form of itself, that's when we get Berenstain versus Berenstain. So every time this pattern morph on the board, we enter a new consciousness shift represented by a new Mandela effect, the same Earth, a different variated form of it, like these cymatic frequencies type shit.
Suppose
And
they
if
know
you
when this is
peep,
gonna happen, bro.
hey, if you peep on the video, that was the hand of God pouring down the salt of humanity, because we all really just
Wow.
stars. We all just stars that was poured down here low key.
Wow.
Yeah.
The
Let there be light.
Bible literally referred to man as the salt of the earth in the Bible. You know that?
Hmm.
No, I didn't know that at
Yeah,
all.
that's in the Bible. I'm gonna show you. Watch
Hmm.
this. It's crazy you said that. That's fucking crazy. The
Bro,
salt of the
it's
earth.
crazy. It's crazy, bro. I just found out a day or two ago I might fucking be autistic, bro, which is some crazy shit, bro. Crazy.
This is crazy. No, this is awakening. That's all that is. But that
I
salt
think
of
your
the earth
archetype.
was fire though. Yeah. But
Hey,
think
but
about,
listen,
yeah. Go ahead, man. My bad.
you hear what I said? I said, suppose they know how to make the frequency change, or they know when it's gonna change, or some shit like that.
Of course,
That's what
bro.
I
That's what
think
I be trying to
CERN is.
tell. That's what I be
Yeah.
trying to tell Sanchez. Like, it seemed like the natural frequency, but bro, they really straight just be adjusting these frequencies to they
No,
liking.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I've been
Mm.
knowing, see, when they talk about the God of repetition, that's the God of this earth. That's the God that's taking the base reality and making all these simulations and alternative forms of it to where we got to find the original frequency through all
Mm.
this labyrinth or these distorted, false versions.
The original frequency. That's deep as hell, bro.
Yeah, that's what we
Most,
basically
most
seeking.
of the high frequencies add up to 9 when you add them up.
It's like we all got a radio looking for this old station that used to play all the fire music, and it's there we can hear through the distortion, but we gotta get the knob just right to dial into that motherfucker. And when
Hey,
everybody get
Sanchez, real quick, type into Google AI just what's the original cymatic frequency. Let's see what AI got to say about it.
okay,
It's gonna
what
be
is
432
the
hertz.
And that equal 9.
hold on, we should ask it. What is the original? Yeah, what is the original cymatic frequency for the Earth? There we go. That's
It's
all we
gonna
need.
be 432 hertz. I love where y'all
Yep,
going
and
though.
AI should just pop right up for you. Yep, there it is.
Um, why is it saying 7.83? Okay, the Schumann
This
resonance.
some science shit, bro. This some deep
So
shit.
hold
It's
on, stay
deep.
right here.
You
Stay
gotta ask
right
for the
here.
resonance.
Stay right here, bro. So like even Nikola Tesla said this right here. You know, this is our communications between everything that resonates in nature. So even plants, they all resonate on this right here. But to communicate, it goes to 432 hertz. So even when you said the base reality, that's literally what moves the fragments on the plane, the base. You see what I'm saying? So it resonates to a total of 432 hertz. This is communication.
Okay.
And back in
Wait,
the
look
day,
what that add up to right there. 9.
oh yeah, Redden. It all has up to 9, and you can
Okay.
break it up in 9 layers. You can heal yourself. You can communicate. You can send messages. This
That's
is video.
crazy. That's crazy how you took this 7.83 and numerologically and just made it 9.
Oh,
Yeah, 8
oh
plus
yeah.
3 is 11, and 7 plus 8 is 1 plus 1. That's 9.
Yeah,
It's
Mm-hmm.
always gonna go back to 9.
that's
It
Uh-huh.
can't be
crazy,
6.
man.
Even when you say the word enlighten, you have light in the middle, and the en and the in at the end makes 9.
9.
But when
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
you say everything going
Yeah.
back to 9, that's what I was saying about the 360 earlier that they destroyed the church or the circle, because that goes back to 9. It was
Exactly.
all connected with the Tesla
Mm-hmm.
numbers and shit.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But this right here, this is the resonant frequency of just everything in nature resonated this much. But it in a total for communication, passing information back and forth, it's 432 hertz. So even when you add the cymatic table up, bro, that's literally alphabets. You know what I'm saying? And I'll break that down
You
some
ain't
more.
lying, bro. That's
All of
all
this
it
right
is.
here.
What's the difference between the table resonance and the water resonance though?
Well, it's
Neither. It ain't.
yeah, it's
Oh
gonna
yeah.
be the
You got it.
same thing, Retton, and salutes my brother. It's gonna be this. It don't matter what you do this on, Retton. You know what I'm saying? You can even speak to water and
For sure. For
freeze it,
sure. For
and
sure.
you can say I love you, and it makes
Mm,
different frequency. You can say
right.
I hate you, it makes different frequency. Light and sound. You It just creates everything else. That's let there be life, let there be light, let there be sight. You know what I'm saying?
Sound. Yep.
And the
Uh-huh.
huge way they controlling us with this frequency is by controlling our voice too, because your voice is your internal
Oh yeah,
frequency.
the
So
words we
everything.
speak creates the shapes we make. Like even the word shape, SHAPE, it's also phase, PHASE. You see what I'm saying? Phase, shape, it's the
Yep.
same shit. You know what
But
I'm
you
saying?
Everything is sound. Your heart beats. You have an eardrum. You got vocal cords.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
It
oh,
all
oh.
go back to sound
Look,
and
and this go
resonate.
back,
so, so
and this go back to the, let me say
go
this
go
real
go
quick.
go. You got it.
This goes back to this too. It's known to be said, I mean, it's said to be known that a long time ago, I think these Greek scientists or whoever they were, they named each part of your body. And each part of your body that they named, it doesn't even really correlate with what it's supposed to be. Like turning the word of a man part around. That word, you look it up and it has to do with a female. You turn the clitoris around, that word, and it has to do with a male. So everything,
That's just like when you say she and he. You can't say he with you can't say she without he. You can't say
but it's like
female
it's a
without
spell.
male.
But it's like it's a spell.
You can't say mother or father without saying utter or ether or aether.
Exactly. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Here go
Everything
another one.
connect.
Here go another one. Because everything is from low pressure and high pressure. That's thermo. I can't pronounce the whole word, but the word thermo. We have the layers of the atmosphere. You have the thermo, then you have exosphere at the end. But thermo, which
That goes
governs it all, thermo is mother. THERMO. It's also mother. Back to Mother Earth. But that's just the math of the matrix, the matrix. But it
And the
all,
thermal also reads goes back to the mother as well with warmth as
mm,
well. You can cross
ex-
that back that
but
way too.
either warmth or coldness, like the whole, bro. When you was doing that that debate with Craig, and you brought up the density chart. That literally killed the whole thing.
exactly.
He had to start agreeing with that, but not agreeing with it. Like he started bringing in buoyancy and gravity. You killed him on
Some of
that
they
whole
fighting
thing.
with each other. The
Hmm.
forces fighting, like no, they
But
ain't.
that thermal, like this is the governance. It's literally just high pressure and low pressure. This is literally what Earth is. But that thermometer, or the thermonuclear, all the shit they want to say, but the math of Earth will never change. You know what I'm saying? This is why they take this away from us. Even these pictures of the chakra, this is thermonuclearic. I hope I'm saying that word right. But I just wanted you to know that thermo is mother, and it's also theorem. Everyone has their theorem of what Earth is, but theorem is also mother. You know what I'm saying? It's also thermo. You know, it's the electromagnetic aspects of reality. And we're in a little bitty point, what they call visible light, but it's so much more to know.
Hey, that kind of made me think about some that word that you said, theorem.
Yeah, theorem,
That
which
kind
means
of that kind
theory.
Yeah, that kind of makes me think about serum if you just put an S on the end of that. And of course, you got the truth serum. So I'm kind of like wondering if that's crossing paths with theorem and serum. I don't know. It's wordplay at this point. I'm just throwing shit at the board.
The crazy thing about these cymatics, and somebody brought up a snowflake earlier. Snowflakes only have 6 arms, and it remind me of Mama Callie, right? Now she got arms within arms, but if you look at a snowflake, it's a fractal code to where it starts as a little bitty tiny copy in the middle that it spans out with repeating the code in a mirror way. If you think about how water freeze, not like if you take any water and freeze it, it ain't gonna make these perfect shapes. What's happening in the atmosphere that's making water up there fall into little nano sacred geometrical art patterns? What is the atmosphere doing to create these perfect shapes? This shouldn't exist if you think about the physics we're taught. But see, when
Hmm.
you ask about how a snowflake is made, and they'll tell you that it forms around a dust particle. There have to be some sort of central nucleus for this to grow this fractal code outward from. And I don't really go with that. I think that these snowflakes are basically showing us what they try to show as an atom or torus fields, but it's showing us even in snowflakes that the torus is present and everything is still forming according to cymatic frequencies. Because when you talk about pressure in the upper atmosphere, right, they'll tell you when the water freeze around the dust particle, it start to fall. And because all of the layers of the atmosphere are at different levels, when it fall through each pressure layer, it forms another layer of itself on top of the middle. And you see it gets the fractal code expands outward from the small one. See, it start from the dust particle, but the first layer that forms around the dust particle may be some kind of tiny little star. And then from that, as it falls through each layer of the atmosphere, it's told that it picks up another layer around it, so to speak, kind of each layer given a new coat, right? And by the time it get to us, it get these perfect fractal patterns. You know what I'm saying? Now it kind of represent the fallen angel concept of our soul falling through the ether and getting all of these layers around it right here, like we're like snowflakes for real, if you think of the concept. But I ain't gonna lie, I don't believe the dust particle middle part. I think that it's just a torus field. They trying to make this whole globe earth a ball, a rock with water on it, and a snowflake theory too. Like it need a dust part, some solid nucleus, and it form. Now I can be wrong, but I'm just challenging that, because this look too perfect to just be some random piece of dust with water frozen around it. That's like they saying we live on a blob, a globe earth, but when you look at the AE map, it's a beautiful pattern like this. It's kind of the same thing. What, you know what I'm saying?
Resonating.
Mhm.
And Sanchez, I thought you was going to like, cause the same way that you speak to your water and you change the frequencies, there could be frequencies above that are changing and making those snowflakes into those patterns, because those are, godly frequencies that are not, I guess, here on earth. I don't want to even put that in that way, but just above
It's
frequencies.
just a micro and macro scale. On a micro scale, that's when you see the shape from a macro scale. That's all.
But some happen cymatically up in the atmosphere to do this though. And I
That's what I
think,
was saying.
yeah.
No, that's what I was saying. I was trying to figure that out. I was like, I mean, is it something being spoken to us to be put in us through the
When
water?
And that's
you
what
ever
I'm,
heard
yeah.
about
Huh?
when they send the balloon or a camera all the way up, it's a sound that you hear. It's like a resonating sound up there that you hear. That's probably that sound that's creating that frequency for that shape. You get what
That
I'm
is
saying?
that damn seven.
I
What is
got a
that? That
super chat.
782.
Hold on, let me. Sorry. Appreciate the love. Shout out to we say here, Gap Tooth Games. What's good? I used to think you were crazy, but I was ignorant. Listen. Here go the cold part. I used to think I was crazy, but I was ignorant.
Wow.
I know you were gonna say
Hey,
that.
shout
That's
out to
hard.
that
That's
super
hard.
chat, bro. That was tough. That was fire.
Sanchez, hell
Shout
man.
out to you know.
Danilo Sanchez.
Hey,
Oh, man.
hey, shout out to Show Me True Sep. Can I pull up Dr. Irwin Moon Experiment? And shout out to Fuzzy Booger. First time here, but thanks for the message. Joshua Tellerton, what up? And thanks for being a long time member, Josh. Appreciate the love as always.
Hey, bro,
Y'all,
that's what I was telling
am
you in
I?
the chat.
Uh-huh.
It was a lot of people who were like newcomers to your channel, but they was agreeing. That's like, how you make a troll be like not a troll, that I'm telling you, bro, the chat been fire all night, bro. You know, a lot of people like
That's what's up.
You know, and I'm talking before you open the panel, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Granted, they all been agreeing with us and stuff, you know, want to look into things, but you was going in tonight, my nigga. You know, a lot of shit makes sense, bro.
And bro,
It
that's why
resonate.
I said, look, man, shows like this, I'm gonna make them long, and I can re-upload it and chop it up into parts later. But that's why I don't care if it's long, cause I'm gonna just. But the whole thing is getting all the information while that portal is open. Cause look at what we doing now after the fact, and people sitting there in super chat saying, pull this up, pull that up, and I ain't gonna end the show until I pull it up because I wouldn't be able to sleep right. You know, people
That's right.
donate and don't get the
Mhm.
images. So
You know, Rum Solo said to you, Retin, that you were talking about Tron. The new Tron is called Tron Aries. You know what I'm saying? The
yeah,
new one that's about to come out is called Tron Aries. When we were talking about Aries and Libra, but
Damn.
yeah, the new Tron is
that
called
is crazy,
Aries.
man.
hmm Rum Solo
Shit
said,
that be fucking me up, bro, because they straight up be just knowing what they be doing, bro. It's crazy.
Mm.
Yeah, that is like the best way to hide the truth is right in front of a person face, and if they can't see it there, you good. You can sleep and know that you good. They'll never see it.
Hey, but I did kind of, once we done with this, I did want to go back to what bro said about that balloon going up like close to space and the frequency that you hear. Because I would bet my bottom dollar that it probably is the Schumann resonance. That 7.82 that we Googled.
Yeah. 7.82. 7 plus 1 plus 1 is 9. 7 plus 11 is 18. 8 plus 1 is 9. You can't get around it.
Dr. Irwin's moon's experiment refers to a series of mid 20th century demonstrations involving an unusual permanent magnet motor that appeared to rotate continuously without a conventional power source. Shout out to who sent in the super chat and said, pull it up. It seemed like they had free energy with this here, and it was in the 40s and 60s. That was paperclip time right there. So for sure, this is some damn free energy shit. And this dude supposedly did an experiment of some sort. I'm trying to see how I get to him looking like this. See, he was definitely getting his Nikola Tesla on.
Definitely.
Yeah, he definitely was.
Hey,
And this is what the Statue of Liberty doing when they say it's getting struck by lightning. Guess what I read about Tesla? Tesla was so at home with dealing with high frequencies and high voltages that Tesla used to have he used to take electricity baths. So Tesla said everyone should do that. He said you get naked and you actually bathe yourself in these voltage and these frequencies. He said it recharges the aura and it takes away all kind of stuff from the. What if Tesla was on some a way that you can never get sick, some kind of healing, just straight
yeah,
up?
he was, bro. At a certain frequency, you can heal any illness or dis-ease within your body. You see what I'm saying? He definitely was. He says that, you know what I mean? And you know how I feel about Tesla. A lot of his
Yeah.
information, you know, accumulated information. You know, he did invent some things, but he got, you know, he was paid and he had help, you know, but
Mm-hmm.
a lot of his things were true. And it's so crazy because in 1926, you can even pull this quote up. He literally said, in 100 years from now, mankind will be awakening to what I'm doing now.
Yep.
He
We at the
Mm-hmm. Yes,
beginning
sir.
of that awakening. We at the
literally,
beginning of that now.
and it's literally 100 years. And you know, we've been talking about
Mm-hmm.
this type of information, but it's just crazy that it's really
Wh-
2026 now.
When
It
y'all
makes me wonder,
bored,
Those
brother man.
years, those years ain't
when
gonna
y'all ain't got
fly
nothing to do, I
anymore.
want y'all to watch up a bunch of Eric Lathaway experiments about magnetism and magnets. I watched them for hours, and that was back in the 30s or no, not the 30s, probably like the 50s or 60s. He was dealing with magnetism, and that's how they got that train in China because of what Eric Lathaway was doing. How they got that fast train that moved from here to there, like in the second with magnets,
Hmm.
and what they call them monorails or whatever. I don't
And
know what.
see,
I forget.
guess what? You know that magnetic train that they got in China? Here go my theory right here. The subway systems on the East Coast was once part of a whole interconnected underground subway system from New
Yep,
York to the cartel tunnels on the West Coast, right?
exactly,
And guess
exactly.
what? After the reset, all they did was just hollow it back out, dig the dirt out, and put primitive ass trains on there. But it was once electromagnetic. The shit they got in China, we already had it in Tartaria. That's
Hell
one
yeah,
of my
bro.
theories.
And guess where they got that steel from, bro? Alabama, bro. I'm agreeing with you on that. You know, like I'm dead ass, bro. They ship so many steels to Chicago, to the Midwest, to Pittsburgh, like Philly.
Sure, yep.
That also stabilized Philly. You know, like Philly was the capital before Washington, so-called DC. You know, but a lot of that shit came from Alabama. You know, bro, I brought up Vulcan to you before. You know, I know I'm going off subject, but you spot on. You right, my nigga. Just put it that way. But a lot of that steel came from Alabama, bro.
Hey
Eric
Nah,
Sanchez,
Lathaway,
that's
can I
bro.
facts.
ask you? Hey Sanchez, can I ask you like a personal question, bro, that you do not have to answer?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
For
If
sure,
I know how to not answer if I
for sure,
think
for
you
sure.
out of line.
Because I know for sure when you said, I know you said you was in the service or whatnot, and thank you for your, your service and everything. Did you by any chance ever work? And you don't have to say this because I know how the government is. Did you ever like work with magnets or electricity, even if it's some machine that utilized magnets at all in some form?
No, I never worked with magnets that if I was around them, I ain't know, but no, I didn't. But
Would you mind sharing with us
You ain't had your
your
awakening until
journey?
after the military, huh?
yeah, way long, man. Military was a young me who my level of awakening at that time was Pan Africanism. Basically, I was on some. I would have been more along the Pan African lines, I would say, at that time. That was like
Hey, if
my
you don't
awakening.
mind sharing with us, what did you do exactly? If you don't mind sharing.
I was the people on when you go into a military base and you see the dudes up there checking IDs and doing all, letting you into the base and all that. That was mainly my main primary job.
Oh, so you was working with magnets, bro. That's them IDs is magnets, my nigga.
Oh, okay.
What?
Yeah, so
You
you
see,
definitely, in my eyes, bro, I feel like you embodying the spirit of Tesla right now, bro. And I would bet my bottom dollar if you pull up a picture of Nikola Tesla right now, and that picture you got in the top right, you will look just like that nigga, bro.
You died.
Hey, hey, you know what I also want to bring up too, though, and salutes to the brother because you had some good questions to keep the bill going. But
Yes,
we
sir.
also got to remember, man, we are bringing magnetism to the forefront. You know, all of our technologies and shit we have in our house right now works because of magnetism. You know, and this is the things they've hidden from us. You know what I mean? You can look in your house right now. So many of your devices literally work because of magnetism. Radio technology, all of this works because of magnetism. Speaking to your phone works because you are electromagnetic. You know what I'm saying? So,
uh, that's facts.
so
All of them.
I just want people to know, like, this is the shit they hid from us. And we're bringing this back up to light, which is also
So
magnetism.
somebody told me, they said pull up Chanbayori, Stepwell, and Abenari. And this I can tell you by pulling it up is what they tried to make at the Twin Towers after they knocked the buildings down. And I was saying with the Twin Towers thing, the little pits they got with the water down there, I was like, this seemed like some kind of energy shit, but you know, people ain't ready for it yet. Old world energy systems use red bricks, water, and basic sacred geometric patterns, and all of this stuff creates an energy field that if you have other structures next to it with a field, they can all tether together and have a wireless grid. Now, this is a theory that I think hold a lot of weight. Stuff like this, if you want my opinion, it ain't made for dwelling. I think this is some sort of stuff that's strictly built for energy. It, like we may say, well, that's stairwells. That's dangerous, man. Ain't nobody using these as stairwells. This seemed more like a pattern to, and I've seen this a lot, right? So, and then if you got water at the bottom, like I'm opening my mind and I'm saying that we just don't know how this works, but some kind of way, this thing right here would, it's a mechanism in my opinion.
It just literally looked like a frequency, bro. The physical structure of it, like I said, bro, I got autism, bro, and them stare patterns, bro, is lighting my brain up. It looked like a literal frequency, bro. It just straight
Hey,
up
bro,
looked like a
Yeah, it
frequency.
I
looked
got
like
something for you.
yeah,
Hold on, right there, right there.
look crazy.
Why I saw this doctor for these children with autism, he built this thing that was made out of like this triangular shape. And after they were in it for a while, it helped them. It made them
Yeah.
calm down and start thinking.
Mm.
I just saw this shit today.
They're healing wells, and
Crazy.
a lot of these
Mm,
structures
mm,
they're
mm.
in India,
That's crazy, man.
nah, seriously, like it's so crazy how shapes,
Mhm.
it's like sacred geometry, this shit ain't
This
cymatics.
shit's programming the water at the bottom,
Yeah.
huh?
And
Mhm.
a lot of it is for healing though, and they switch all of this to like baptism
Holy
and
water.
holy water, and it's
And
just,
squares.
if you understand
You
this. Go ahead, bro. I
no,
was
you
going.
know,
No, you
no,
good.
because when you brought up baptism, you reminded me of something I've been thinking about. Remember, because with this Tartarian shit is making me rethink the old world. I was thinking about back in the day, they had these bathhouses everywhere. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
And I think
Facts.
maybe that's baptism, like maybe this is form of this holy water concept awakening. But you think about like all of these old bathhouses and cause think about this. Who finna
Charging in
get
the water.
right? Cause look, they say these bathhouses were primitive and that they didn't have like chlorine, none of that, and that they were nasty and everybody got. I don't see it, when you look at stuff like this, it make you think of like the bathhouse concept different. Like maybe it wasn't even taking a bath, maybe it was like baptism, taking a dip, and the water was so highly charged that it couldn't hold no bacteria and foul stuff like.
Exactly, bro. Because
So
even
is they
even
building?
theory, all of that shit is like it's a theory. It's just, man, once we get back to like frequency and vibration and understand, like, man, nature created
Yep.
healing as well, nature created living. It's just the frequency we're at. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, my brother, I believe all of this shit. Even with Jesus being baptized by John, because after he was baptized by John, now he became the anointed Christ. Like, it all ties into it. It's the same shit, bro. You can tie John to Noah, John to Noah. John is Noah. All of the same. It's the same shit, bro. You know what I
And
mean?
that's what got me
And
When
leery,
the
because
wind blew,
you
when the wind
remind.
blew through those wells, it probably made a sound like how in the churches they got those big giant organs that when
Mm.
you play them and make the somatic frequencies on the windows in the church, and it heals your molecular structure because your body's made of water, so it restructures the water in your body.
I
You
think
know what
that's
I'm
why my
saying?
grandmother used to.
Check this out,
She used
Randy.
to hum all the time. She used to
If
be in
you
there just humming or something. That vibration.
And
It's
I'm
not
glad
like
you brought up the word organs, because of course we have the seven major organs in our body as well. coincidence. 7 major organs, which touch 7 notes of the sound
There
system.
you go.
Yeah, and that's the biggest instrument in the world is them organs and them
It,
churches.
You know, it's wild. It's wild too, fellas, because I was just watching something today that wasn't. It wasn't just for cathedrals either. They were on the a lot of these bigger houses on the coast, like around America. It was like standard. You were supposed to have an organ in your house. Like I think there was something to that where singing at home, singing in the choirs, and programming the water. Yeah, that might be why the bathhouses, were what they were. Because you got people that sung praises, over the water. I think that's pretty cool though.
and also, they used to have these in castles, like they used to have these type of structures at the bottom of the castle. They call them dens, but it ain't really dens. This is where you would go to cleanse. Seriously, y'all. You know what I mean?
I think they had bells at the bottom of those wells too.
Well, they would have the bells at a higher to project the frequency down. But I'm not trying to get all geometrical, but I just wanted you to know, like, they also had these structures in a lot of castles as well, too,
Well, geometry, especially symmetrical geometry, is
Mhm.
very pleasing to the eye. You know what I mean? So I think geometry. They downplay geometry because it's definitely
And it's
plays a key in a lot of these structures.
it's crazy now because you see all the religions, they all using the so-called symbol of David, the Star of David, which is literally the 7 seeds of life. You know what I mean? I would bro can pull that up, but the 7 seeds of life, that creates all shapes, my nigga. The 7 seeds of life. You can get to the flower of life, you get to enlighten, and after that, like this creates every symbol. This is the compass, this is everything, y'all. It's the unit circle. I can keep going on and on about the 7 seeds of life. This is the clock.
I have a question.
Hey, check this out about these 7 seeds of life. I want you to go on and on about them because I'm gonna show you some. Keep going, and I'm gonna plug in some with you. Go ahead.
No doubt, my brother. And when bro be talking about everything is connected, you literally don't get this, and they'll call this the cube of life also because it the 3-dimension aspect, it makes a cube, but it's really more, y'all. It's, man, this symbol is one of the greatest
See, here's another variation of it in esoteric psychology. It's called the 7 rays, and it goes back to Lady Liberty with the 7 spikes. And this goes into the 7 primary colors.
Yes, bro. It's the musical note, the 7 musical note as well. And I love how you always highlight that the freaking Statue of Liberty is standing on that star fort.
Right. That's
I
right.
love that, but I'll let others join in.
Hey, I'd be willing to bet that they take this same chart that we looking at right here and apply it to music, because that's been something that's been in my head lately. Like, because all the music, like the guitar and the piano, it all tunes to a different frequency. I would be willing that they know exactly what frequency the guitar is, and they be using all them frequencies to directly control us through this method.
Well, here, I'll give you another.
Chakras too.
I'll give you another one. So, like, think of a flute with the holes in the flute, right? So, this is the code, my nigga. It's 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 plus 4 equals 8 in the middle. 8 plus 8 equals 16, which is 7. 7 plus 7 equals 14, which is 5. 5 plus 5 equals 1, which is 10. It just keeps repeating. This is infinite energy. This is a computer. This is binary. Like, nature has her own specific code that no one can even break. Bro can even put up right now in Google, Nikola Tesla vortex energy, vortex mathematics, which is the vortex, which is just
Victor Schauberger too, yeah, with the water
And
water vortex.
I hate to say this, But again, Tesla and all of these guys, I totally look at them different now. But it's crazy because I have been saying like vortex math 369. Now I'm like, damn, Tesla,
Mhm.
you
Pick
got
the
this
one,
from the Tartarians.
man,
Oh,
bro. This is our knowledge, bro. Earth got her own code. Pick the one
Yeah.
right beside Tesla on the right. You're right.
I got a
Hey
I got a
That
question on
Sanchez.
the
right
vortex
there.
math
I just want to
Hey
show.
for
Sanchez.
Sanchez real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Hey
just pick
Sanchez.
that one right there, real quick, bro. Let me just show
Oh,
real quick. So
there it
you
is.
see what I was saying about the 1248751. The only numbers that's not being effective is the 369 in the middle, Mount Meru. This is the mind behind the technology. This is an oscillator, y'all. This is, man, bro. When I'm ready to really go in on this shit right here, bro.
Hey, see, Retton, I don't know if he's still here, but
I'm right here. You see that 5 and the 4 at the bottom make the 9? The 8 plus 1 make the 9?
They're
The
all
7 and the 2 make the 9?
hey, but you
The
know,
3 and
I
the
think
6?
I think this connects to that miroscope thing in a crazy way because
There you go.
I keep
Damn.
seeing this pattern.
That's
hmm
Now
fire,
I don't
Sanchez.
know if it's reaching, but
No,
it
it's not, bro.
It's not.
And
but
you brought
there it
up,
go right there. There go the pattern
Yes,
that you
sir.
showing
and you
in the
know,
What
middle,
we
Mhm.
right
looking
here.
at?
yesterday when y'all was bringing this up, bro, I wanted to show you because it's one, then X again, then one. So it's 911, 1 plus X, that's 9. And then the X and the one again is 911. Like this is also the Holy See. So I was watching and listening to y'all too. It's a mirror verse. It's a, this type of shit is a
So
miracle.
so in the case of this miroscope, what we're seeing is the math that supports the pattern of refraction and reflection that's making the frog mirror itself and create this illusion.
But
That's
that's what the numbers do. The numbers
mhm.
mirror itself.
Literally,
That's
Redden,
that
because as soon as
fractal
you
shit.
get back to
Oh,
10, it's also one, but now it's going, if you had the GIF up, bro, it would show exactly what Redden brought up the other day, this picture right here. And I'm glad you saved it, bro, because I was kind of busy last night, but I wanted to hop in when y'all got here. And, like you brought up too, bro, this the Aleister Crowley
Because
symbol.
I keep
Well,
saying this. That's why I had to say it looked like a W. They even got it in
West,
Freemasonry and they got it in Euclidean. This is everywhere, man. And
yes.
and it's crazy because it's like, damn, the miroscope might be showing us another level of looking at this shit. Like, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can you explain this to
Or the
me like on a
holographic nature of
paragraph?
our realm, yep. Like you said,
Like,
Sanchez. We project our consciousness from the bottom down, but and this one is the down up. You see what I'm
and you
saying?
know
But
what? I'm starting to think they
Y'all know
turned.
the.
I'm starting
Go
to
ahead.
think they turned this pattern right here into the devil's trident to keep people like this, because maybe this
yeah.
what the whole trident was about. Because 3 6 and all that sound like the 666. There's all these Tesla numbers and shit, and like
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And you
just
see how the
saying,
9 everywhere on the board right there? Y'all see it?
yeah, my
9
bad,
everywhere right
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah, we're in
yeah.
9 Met.
8 and 1, 7 and 2,
In
6 and
Understood,
3,
Krishna.
5 and
we're in
4.
fine net. This is so I can break this down even further more on the unit circle because all angles that governs light is like 0, 30, 45 degrees, 60, 90. This is 369. So if
Mm.
you were building an oscillator, you would want the dimension of shape to harness the energy. This is how you get the full potential of energy. You know what I'm saying? This is what all these factories that we pay for our electricity, that's what they got in there, an oscillator that's generating energy. You
Guess
put a
what?
cathode and an anode, and we can harness it from the people as well as from Earth. But y'all go ahead, man. It's the trident, bro. It's the same. It's all the same shit, bro.
Facts. Fire.
Yeah,
This
Y'all,
is fire, yo.
hey,
y'all,
is
y'all
that
know
You
why
about the
they
cooking. Y'all
Macabre.
had?
cooking tonight.
Yeah,
Is
y'all
that
know
hey
why
about
they
the
had
Sanchez.
Macabre,
six
right?
nine? Is that why they had 6 9 with that rainbow color hair? Because I feel like they really used him for that. Nah,
Well,
it's a
I
breaking
don't,
news, bro.
hey, listen, I don't want to evoke that energy right
Yeah,
now.
you know that's that
But,
gate.
but,
It's that gateway though. You
but,
already
but,
know.
Nah, I
but,
mean, I
you
don't
know
know,
what?
nah, because the
Yeah, let's
rainbow,
just
it
say,
ain't, nah, I
yeah,
don't go
that's
shit
why
like
they
that.
had
Let's
them
use
with them.
the light
Let me just
spectrum
I don't
agree
and
go
all
with
shit
that.
you.
like that.
No. I ain't even making it like that. I'm just saying, oh, I think we so deep right now, trying to even waste our time to see how 6 9 fit in it is kind of like, I don't want to do that. We
But
on
that's
some
what you
deep
gotta
shit.
do for the dumb. Hey, like we said, bro, half of the
But I
people that's
don't want
watching
to. I
us
don't be want
is
to
not
cater.
really.
But guess what? What I'm saying is, I have shows for them. This one of them selfish ones for my people, for the subscribers, the members. We deep,
It's an
right? And
advanced class
basically,
right
the
here.
crowd here, I know the vibes tonight, and it ain't really no smoke, no globalists, no dummies here. So I'm trying to keep the energy advanced, if that's a word you.
Hey,
But
bro,
yeah, salutes to you though.
Yeah,
this is
my bad,
also
bro.
Piscal triangle. It's Plato's triangle. Remember when you were on your Plato shit? And, I was trying to tell you, like, bro, it breaks down into the same math, Plato's triangle, as well as the Piscal triangle.
And I don't want the brother to think I'm shooting him down, because it ain't like he ain't making a point, right? 6 9 rainbow hair, and you can probably keep going making more connections with 6 9 in it.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from 100%, but I definitely was making that connection because he like one of the big people in Juice World too with the 999. That nigga literally on Fortnite, bro. They literally parade these brothers around for these ideas or not ideas, but truths. I guess I don't know.
And you know what you on to right now, bro? What you're making me think about, and I want to apologize. Let's talk about 6 9. Fuck it. Let's talk
Damn.
about it. Let's apologize. Because guess what we can learn? And it's actually deep. You brought up 6 9 with this. My apologies. You know why? Because maybe your theory is that they are incorporating this into celebrities, logos, and all that to somehow resonate with us or give us some sort of familiarity with things or brands that we would just gravitate to, and we think because it's the person's so talented, but maybe it's certain things about them that subconsciously we picking up on fractals, but we don't understand it. So I can definitely entertain with you, because the symbol we looking at now, I feel like it's embedded into our so-called junk DNA in our cosmic memory. And if you can find a way to incorporate this in a way like in your brand or your fucking any kind of way that will embody the math behind it, and the intent is like you're turning your logo, your brand, your character into a sigil that's embodying this knowledge of like the 369 and shit like that. And maybe that will have an effect when it comes to like people gravitating towards your brand, your logo, and they may even not even know why they like it. Because right now, I see the Adidas logo too. And it ain't like Adidas just make a spectacular shoe. It's a simple looking shoe, but the brand. What is it with the niggas will kill you for certain brands back in the day? So on that note, I'll go down that road with y'all when it comes to.
Yep, even with Jordan too, because right now I'm looking at Jordan on that 369, and he literally hitting just all them points.
Yeah.
This symbol is
Oh yeah,
using,
you're right.
this is the Volkswagen. And we know they were the first one to introduce a generator as a
I
motor.
thought I was off mute. My bad.
Hmm So this is the
Yeah, mom said
Volkswagen
693.
symbol. This symbol has been used in a lot. This is the Pascal triangle as well, bro. If you can pull that up on the other tab, please. Just Pascal triangle, just so I can tie it into the Plato's triangle, because you've done a couple documentary on that, So I just want y'all to know this code is within nature. This is binary as well. This is a generator. You see what I'm saying? That 1248751. You know, this is the code of it all. It's the mirror code. You know.
Man, you just
I
said
was
it,
gonna
bro.
say it look like the little Chinese
Woo.
handcuffs and stuff though with that pattern that
Oh
it's just
no,
Christmas
this
tree.
is the I Ching as well. You
I
know.
think, yeah,
Yeah,
right
But
it's
down
a.
the middle.
you know
Mm-hmm.
what's so crazy about this? You got this movie Jet Leader One, and he on
Yeah.
top of here, and he the one, like the fucking one. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got
Mm-hmm.
it. Yeah.
And the key to all of this is knowing that it all came from zero. So you would put the zero at the top,
Yeah.
bro, and that's the eye in the pyramid. It's, it's insight,
Yeah. Yeah.
enlightenment, But this
Hmm.
code is, Nikola Tesla. I know he was controlled a lot, but a lot of his work, if we can go into it, it'll free a lot of individuals, to.
Right. That's why I still gonna always reference him, but I'm gonna always say, hey, the knowledge predate Tesla. And the
Fact.
thing about Tesla, I'm still kind of in the middle because it's like he was working with them people, but it's like let's take who would be a good example? Let me see. Let's say let's say Moses West, Julian Brown. Let's say they work with the government with their technology, but you look down on them because it's like we all got a job. I was in the military. I know I'll be a hypocrite.
You gotta
You
be
know
in
what I'm
position
saying?
sometimes. Exactly. You gotta be in the right position.
I'd be really scared
Yeah.
for him.
It's kind of messed up, but it's like one of them things. We all on a plantation. We gotta work. So who would the people when, like I said, when Moses West was in Detroit with his stuff, they vandalized it. No one cared. Now he worked with the UN. They care. So it's kind of
Mm.
crazy because the people in Tesla time didn't give a crap about Tesla technology. They was just trying to enjoy entertainment, and they were regular citizens. They didn't care about like what Tesla was into, but the
I, th- I think
government
I
did.
think
The government did. Yeah.
he, I think plus he was, he was trying to do his own thing, and even though he was a 33rd degree Mason, I think that they weren't, and you recognize he did move off quite a few times to get away from society, you know what I mean, to have time for his work as well. And I just want to say what you said a minute ago about mirroring the last guy that was just speaking. That I appreciate that because
Oh,
try to mirror anything, any kind of symbolism and all that. See what you can find in it. You know what I mean? Like the numbers just a second ago with the connecting lines. You know how they alternate, and once they go one round, they hit a positive, then a negative, positive, negative.
mm-hmm.
That's how that alternating current works, right? So
That's literally right there.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Have you guys ever heard of trinary computers? Like
Yeah.
trinary?
It's the
Okay,
next
cool.
step from binary, but go ahead though. It all
Yeah,
still.
Trinary code.
Oh shit,
but
trinary.
yeah. So
No,
if
let's
you
pull
so
that up.
if you mirrored that symbol right there on the screen, you will get the 6 pointed star, which is
Yeah.
positive 369, then negative 369.
Yes.
So look into that as well.
And
Yeah.
that.
So it's the trinary code, the Holy Trinity.
Man,
Well.
it's better. It's so much better. But go ahead. I'll let y'all take
Well,
if
bro.
I'm
I if
Hell
I
saying,
no, pull that up, Sanchez. Pull up
Let
that
me
trinary code.
I'll at him real quick, y'all. So, bro, how you be bringing up the quantum computer and all of that, flipping it, and now they flip it upside down. That would be trinary, right?
Yep.
yeah.
And that's Dante's Inferno,
Oh
all of
no, yeah.
Hey, yo,
yeah.
check this
Yeah.
out.
Three
Well,
three
they
That's what I
dimensions,
was
three
saying.
dimension
Like the
binary.
trinary code must be the code behind quantum
well, they
computer, the next level
yeah,
computing. Right.
bro.
That's what I'm
Hey,
thinking.
y'all,
well,
check
hold
this
on.
out.
Well,
But
And
Check this one
look,
thing out. One
real
thing.
quick,
One
real
thing.
quick.
yeah. Go
They
ahead.
listen.
That's
That's
That
how
why I
they
say
able
that's the
to.
Holy Trinity because
is,
the trinary code gets us, in my opinion,
Well, it came before binary
AI.
too. You got to remember that.
that's
Yeah.
I was gonna
Go ahead.
get to that, but go
So the
ahead.
Yeah.
reason why I was saying is the concept of the Holy Trinity. What I was trying to say was it's not dealing with gods and all of that. It's dealing with the fact our world is a simulation which requires some kind of machinery, and it does resemble a quantum computer, all those old cosmologies. So the code behind our creation, like this this DMT laser test they did. They said we found the
Mm-hmm.
let me holler at you.
Yeah.
They said we found the binary code, but what I'm saying, how I know it's fake, because it'll be a trinary code, not binary. Our world would be way more advanced than. That's what I'm saying. If we got
Right. That's a
trinary
good point. That's a
code,
good point.
yeah,
Yeah.
if we're making trinary code now, then you know that the simulation we in got to be already there. It ain't
Right.
beneath what we making, you know.
So
Right.
put it this way,
It's older.
everything in right there, bro. So when you comes to binary, this is on and off. Now, when you get to trinary, it's like it's movement now. It's like it creates a shape walking on the plane. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you brought up the word.
So if binary is
Well,
on and off, bro, explain that third character to me.
well,
That's
That's
where I'm
that's
it's
that's
losing.
exactly what I'm
on,
It's
off, and neutral.
let me
Right.
just
And
explain
that's
it.
what I was just finna say,
That's what
on and
was
off. And that's what I was saying about the yin yang, on, off, neutral. Father, Son, Holy Ghost, left, right, center.
So now that you brought up
Bruce.
right center, that would be trinary, bro. So when I brought up the code, the quote,
Yes.
when I brought up the quote, let ether be light, which is there. Let there be light. There, THERE, is also three.
Right.
THREE, which is also ether. So when we get to binary, binary is like the plane. This is the motherboard, right? When
Yeah.
you get to trinary now, you can see shit moving on the plane. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
when in
It's
Yeah.
like you get this extra. Oh, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
nah,
Land your plane.
it's XYZ as well too, bro. But once you get to the trinary aspect of it, you can see movement moving. This is shape.
Yeah.
So binary would be the phase, but when you get to trinary, now this is like the action is moving. Your statement is yeah. Go ahead.
And it's like 2D versus 3D, because 2D is like you got two axes, but 3D you got the extra axis. So instead of you just having Mario going left from right, you can go left from right, in and out now, giving us this Tekken type 3D
Thinking you
version.
going up and
You know
down.
what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
And
that's
this is
And hey, bro, just so you understand what quantum basically is. Quantum is everywhere all the time, except it don't collapse till you look at it. That's what.
yeah.
a
It will
qubit
But a quantum computer does
now the movement.
superposition. So a quantum
Yeah.
computer does every equation.
Left,
A
right.
binary computer just does zeros and ones, and a
Yeah.
trinary computer does 0, 1s, and 2s.
It's like it gives you it instantly. Like it's
I know what you're doing.
setup.
and another way to look at this thing, right? Let's do this right here. If you think of a rat inside of a maze,
heartbeat.
right? So a regular computer, when you ask it to do something, it's like a rat in a maze. It'll go and check every corner to find its way out the maze. But a trinary computer, when you ask it to do something, it simultaneously scan every possibility at one time. It don't just do, yeah.
And this is like a top-down view. So now you get the triangles. You see what I'm saying now, bro? Rather going, yeah. Now you get the triangle, the phi angle.
Right.
It's a top-down.
There you
view.
go with the, that's what I'm saying. So, and that's how that computer is able to give you the information so quick, because it's approaching it from that different angle, that other axis. That,
I got a
because
question.
the
Yes.
rat
Bro,
gonna
I
keep
heard people
that.
worshiping computers like gods, bro.
Oh,
Well, the
man,
whole
let's not
thing about the
change.
computer is when we talk about knowledge and all that, and the creator of the earth, because think about it. To me, God is them just personifying what the universe is, which is a computer. I think that's what the central nervous is. Every one of us is a computer, but when you connect all the computers, you get the World Wide Web. You get the flower of life. See, because the earth is like a server. It's more like a think of what the internet is for for everyone's computer. The earth can be looked at as a computer, just like the internet can be looked at as a computer. But to me, the earth is more like a network, a collective experience that we all creating, like the internet, and we're the computers. But the earth, we've created something that's like us with all our collectivity. So it's like saying that, yeah, we
But
all taking.
Sanchez, wouldn't that
That's what
make Earth?
AI is, you know. If
Wouldn't
you
wouldn't
ask
that
me,
kind of make Earth? Wouldn't that make Earth like Facebook and like the whole
that's what it is.
galaxies and
Mm-hmm.
everything
Yep,
is like the
I
yep.
heard you say it's like a body though
yeah,
too.
There you go. Yep, that
Yeah.
is. It's just like when the
Mm-hmm.
Bible say in the beginning was the logos. What was the first thing happened when you created an internet profile? You logged on. The logos log on. Like when
Mm-hmm.
you logging on, you create a profile. That's your avatar on in the web, and that's what our body basically is. It's a
And
Like the
that's,
cell
you
phone
know,
in the
bro,
human body.
that's kind of what AI is. You know, we keep feeding it the data to create, you know, it's like the all-seeing AI, all-seeing eye. You know, it's like once all the data is inputted in, you know what I'm saying? Now you can really control. Man, y'all
That's why
spot
I
on.
like
And
that
shout
movie,
out to the
the
brother that
Avatar.
shout out to
Oh,
the brother that brought up trinary too, because I've been trying to talk to bro about binary, but we'll get to try. Oh, right there, bro.
Yeah,
This right here, y'all. This right here, y'all. Nikola Tesla. Now this is healing. This is everything right here, y'all.
oh yeah, that's
I have a,
everything. And
I'm
I have a
telling y'all,
question
bro.
about this photo
but
right
this is
here.
And that's what Jet Li was doing
when
when he
you
was moving. It seemed like that's how he was
Uh-huh.
moving in those movements like that. It
remember?
moved and
Uh-huh.
backwards,
Y'all
sideways,
remember?
what
Y'all remember
around.
in the movie Avatar when they was going down to the tree and connecting they binary
uh-huh.
tail to
Yeah.
to the computer to upload
Okay.
they stuff to
Okay.
go back in their old memories.
Uh-huh.
Like they relive out the memories like it was in like a natural. It was like a more natural computer,
It's
like a
that logo like
mycelium
the
type
yeah.
network.
what's so crazy about this right here? You can take any shape in the world, put it in here, and all of its corners will point to some kind of uh
Mhm.
intersection on this thing.
There's a trick when you
Yeah, you see
cross your
you see how
eyes and
this
look at that shape, how it kind of like starts to move a little bit. It like, you know, they had those
yeah, yeah.
pictures where you look at it and you can see a shape in it, like inside of it. So you gotta
Yeah.
kind of go cross-eyed a little bit and, like you said, see that
But
shape.
y'all
So
can, but you can y'all see how this is our brain with the pineal gland in the middle and shit.
Looking, that's a trick, dog.
I can see that.
I
So
can see why
the
they say it
circle
look
you
like
was looking
Earth,
at.
like a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Hey, bro, I just put a link in the back, bro. Just please pull that up with Nikola Tesla map of multiplication for me real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was
Please.
gonna say. It's the math. Yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is what
Uh-huh.
they use. Nowadays, man, they use this instead of doing
Right. And
your
go
input
go
output
through
process.
it for me real quick,
Instead,
bro. Hit the arrow. Keep going. So
instead of your
right
IPO,
there, bro.
you would get
Oh, actually, it'll show it better on the next one because you can see it right there, y'all.
Parachute.
And you know how the brother had brought up
Yeah.
he said the Star of David, you know, like man, bro. When I'm telling you, and this is flat Earth. All of this shit comes from me understanding the Earth that I reside in. You know what I'm
Y'all
saying?
remember, like you say, brother, sorry to interrupt, like they had the parachute, y'all stood in a circle and you all did the parachute and threw the ball up and everything, had the hole in the middle, just like the mechas
Huh?
right there. Yeah,
Oh,
just like
okay.
the same.
See how you
so
got
yeah, I
this.
don't.
Yeah, bro. This is my golden compass, dude. I see
Right
you.
there.
Yeah, but
Just like
just
that.
go through it one more. Go keep going, bro.
Got you.
And the last time I brought this up, you see, when I was telling you about an oscillator and all of this, go to the next one, bro, because I wanted to show you this right here. So when I
This
was
what the
talking about,
chakras doing.
yes, bro,
Gotta
it's
fit.
the layers of the atmosphere as well.
Hmm?
This is everything. When I was telling you about the 1248751, you know, it's the whole code.
Dante, like, yeah. Like,
And let
Mm-hmm.
me show you what else you can see with this. If you ever pull up
hourglass.
that old flat earth ring map, if you look at it, it'll show you the arrows alternate on each ring, just
Yes,
like
my
you're
Mm-hmm.
just like
key,
that's
my
doing.
brother.
Rock.
Yes, my brother. And you know, so I know a lot of people like, oh, y'all believe in flat earth. And I know her. I know what the earth that I reside in, you know, but go ahead.
And you know, this is alternating current.
Yes, my brother.
So would that make it look like it's going in opposite ways? Like we say, when you're on
the different planes of reality.
Yeah, they're both moving, one moving to the left, one
and it goes, man, bro. Remember we were just talking about cymatics and why it makes the shapes it makes as well, too. You know, I really, I need some time, man, to really sit down and break down a lot of the shit that's in my mind. You know what I mean, bro? But it's the chakra colors. It's everything, yo, my family. You know.
Hey, I wanted to quickly interject because I'm gonna definitely break down some shit too. Cause Sanchez, I be making beats too, and I know that this chart can correlate to some musical instruments, even hi hats, the whole thing. I'm gonna break that down because we need to make an album where we direct these energies. We can't.
That's
just
what
let
I've
them
been
go.
saying. I already got it. It's gonna be called Music Freak, but it's gonna be spelled FREQ.
Oh, that's fire.
That's tough, bro. I like that. Freak. I like that. You know.
Check
But
it out, guys. I'm trying to do this clothing too.
So if you can go back to the next one to the left, bro, I just wanted to show my brother with your composite charts, because this is how you can even break down trinary too.
But the way they alternate each one, it's the why the numbers go from odd, even, odd, even, odd, even.
This is the old den, bro. This is the old den, bro. You know, and I ain't even talking about the mythological character. I'm talking about the old den we reside in. You know what I'm saying? Why he can even so-called birth his son Thor, you know, but that's the Thor, like electricity. This right here in the middle, that's the OX, that's the oscillator. This is a real invention. Like this is why we have operating systems. This is why we have movement, we have generators, we have cars, we have electrical vehicles. Like this invention that Tesla made, this is why I be saying, bro, there's no way he didn't know the shape of the earth. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I was saying, like, this shape keep coming up, like this oscillator, the Liberty Torch. This look like the Liberty Torch, you know, the all same shit, you know what I'm saying?
Because
so you definitely cooking, yeah.
Hey, hey, bro, just wonder, imagine what a simulation running off a trinary would be like, bro.
So like some what I was trying to tell you earlier, my brother, because I was like, I'm glad you brought up trinary, but I wanted you to know that trinary means the movement on the plane. You see what I'm saying? So even on and off, that's creating the plane. That's the black and the white. You see what I'm saying? That's the checkerboard, the motherboard. But then once you get the trinary now you're talking about holography. You're talking about moving the light. Like when the
you know, and this is what some people call time. It's really just movement. Like the stars got to move for us to tell time.
No,
you know what I mean?
This symbol is literally. In fact, bro, can you just go back one for me, bro, please? Just to the main page. Just click on my name real quick. I just want to show this brother something real quick.
Appreciate you, man.
Now go to the second one, bro. After my golden compass, go to this one. So you see what I mean, my brother? You see the waves? It's creating a circle. A circle is just a wave. Yeah, right there. You see that? The circle is just, it's showing the frequency wave. You know, that's literally what the circle is in the right, even right there. This is Walter Russell. You know, these are people.
That's my
right
name.
there, bro. That's fine, right there. You see what I'm saying about the circle? It's literally just making a wave, you know, or the wave is making the circle in itself. You can't separate them.
Like it's equidistant, like from
where
the
wave would be. Right? The wave would be movement. This is Trinity. This is Trinitary knowledge. Like, I don't want to, you see what I mean? Like time is
I got you, brother.
It's an illusion. I'm gonna sit down and really break this.
And one thing I want to add on to this too about the wave, it's the two-dimensional view of the ripple effect. Like when you talk about if you take this if you take this ripple effect right here and you slice it in half and look at the slice from the side, then you will get this wave, this sine wave pattern. But it's like it's the same thing though. You know, we know a wave is a wave, but I was just
like you
saying,
said with the straw in the glass, same thing, yeah.
And this is
it's just like the water gives it that.
This is how Wi-Fi. This is how everything works too. You know what I mean? With that eye in the middle, boy. I'm man.
That ripple.
Yeah, you facts.
Communication. Right, but I just wanted to show him what I meant by trinitary. So even the little Tesla symbols that they use now for electrical cars, like, man, and this nigga talking about he got a space agency. Where you going, bro? You know all this technology. Go ahead, bro.
It's been a minute since I've been on though. Hey, but I used to work at Tesla. I'm out here in Cali still I'm right here in Oakland and shit. I'm down right by the way, Fremont. And I've been going through hell with that shit, man. That shit crazy. They're about to shut down and all that shit, man. It's still wild.
Yeah, same over here, bro. I work. I just quit Spectrum, bro. Spectrum is low key like the sales agent, bro. It's such a psychological thing, bro. Like we be saying, like the words that they reverse the words and everything. That'd be all psychology, bro. And working for a really big company like Time Warner and Spectrum and Charter, they be teaching us
about the technology that they use,
bro. They be teaching us like some dirty ways to get us. Like to get anybody to buy anything. It's really a dirty game over there, bro.
Okay. Well, I'm out there, bitch. But the symbolism is there though, for real. So that spaceship, that symbol, that triangle, like let that be that.
Yeah. You might like a video. Whoever's page this is here, you were just speaking to me about it. I appreciate you telling me too. But what I was gonna say, you might like this video that I put on my page where this dude makes a homemade camera where he catches the waves just like in the ripples in the water, but he's got it on like a high speed setting with some other kind of where you pick up infrared, you mix it with like ultraviolet or something. Well, anyway, you can see these ripples the same you would in water in this camera that he takes of like mid-air, like in the air. And you can see these ripples where they interfere with each other, the sound waves, you know, and it makes those perfect little ripples just like in water. It's a really beautiful thing to see, man. I wish I knew how he did it, but
you're not talking about the video where he used like the different kinds of cones and everything, and he took like a picture of the tree and the image came out kind of brownish.
No, when there was two different ones, it might be one I didn't see, but it was similar to that, yeah, where you had to use different geometries, yeah, with his equipment.
Hey, appreciate you, Sanchez, for opening up the door.
Yeah, thank you, Sanchez.
I appreciate presentation that you had. It was beautiful. Great presentation tonight, man. And thank you for letting us jump on it.
We got definitely collaborate,
man. Always love, man.
Great show.
Always love to Toledo Sanchez.
Great show, bro. Appreciate your time, man. Everybody on the panel and the chat, much love and respect, bro. This is forever. So, see you next time, my brother.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate every last one of y'all, man. Big salutes. Much love. I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm going to do a part 2 to it. Salutes to y'all. Appreciate everybody once again for coming out, for donating, for staying through the long stream. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Peace and much love to all the members and Patreons.